keeping me all night. I wanna go, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. I wanna go, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night, all night. I wanna go.
All right, everyone, welcome to the TGS Signature Series presented by the Dailyhive. We have a beautiful tournament coming up for you today. I am your play-by-play shoutcaster for the weekend, Johnny Esports. I'm joined by Random Minion Caster. How you doing today, my dude?
I'm doing great. Super hyped to be here. First, I'll be working at the gaming stadium, and just looking at the teams who are participating today, it's looking like a buffet of skills here.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Some of our we're talking about our lower end teams are all like diamond players anyway. So you're just like, oh my gosh. So it's gonna be really fun. Quick over the format, just to let people know who are just tuning in. Day one is a 2-part qualifier. Part one will have 8 groups of 4 teams, single round robin, best of 1. The top 2 qualify for part 2, and then into part 2, 4 groups of 4 teams, single round robin, best of 1. Top 2 advance to day 2, and day 2 will be the playoffs, which has a best of 1 quarterfinal, a best of 3 semifinal, and a best of 3 finals, and a third place match that's also a best of 1 there. So it's a full weekend of League of Legends action, and I'm very, very excited about it. I'm excited to work with the gaming stadium for the first time and really, really get to know a lot of these teams, a lot of these people from like UBC, and there's SFU team, and there's tons of like high solo queue players. So it's going to be like an insane amount of matches, and it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, for sure. And the gaming stadium is based in Richmond in BC, Canada. And this is an online event. So it's not just the local teams here. We do have a lot of local teams, but we've got some teams from all over the place. You know, some teams I recognize from the NA amateur circuit as well. So super hyped to be looking at all of those teams. And I do believe for our game one here, we will actually be getting one of the local teams from Simon Fraser University.
Yeah. We have SFUF is going to be in one of the games. First is the min-maxers for our very first game here. And like you were saying, there's just like some really good players, some really good local talent, which is always kind of the most fun, which is a nice little flavor because there's tons of Canadian esports happening. You know what I mean? And like sometimes all you get is Worlds, all you get is stuff happening in LA, but then you realize there are so many good players, as proved to as well by the scouting grounds happening recently. Like Canadian players are top tier players potentially in the LCS someday, but they're here now, ready to get things going, especially with all the new exciting changes to amateur and all that. All these teams want to start like really, really gritting their teeth, really start grinding and really getting to work. And a tournament like this is perfect for that.
For sure. And we're also still in the preseason. We are still on patch 10.23. So that is the first preseason patch. We've got some hot fixes which came through, but still, we're experimenting, still trying out the mythics. Not everything's been settled yet. So, a tournament like this early in the preseason is the perfect time to really try things out, get together and, figure out what's going on. And really, you can't look at how a team's been performing in the previous season anymore because everything's changed. And that just adds even more spice here to this tournament.
Yeah, we've both been doing recent tournaments lately, and like Funfire Windcape has kind of been the name of a lot of team comps lately. But some hot fixes since like last weekend already. So hopefully that like kind of meta gets changed up and switched up for this one. I'm really excited to see what people are going to kind of come up with, and hopefully we get some like really, really high level action and some insane action. I actually love, even though like in a sense there's some competitive integrity problems with running a tournament on a preseason patch, it's hella fun for us watching because it's insane.
Sure.
It's the Wild West. It's like season like 2 or 3 where people are just kind of like learning how to properly play League of Legends. We're learning how to properly build items now. Like it's new. You're not just an AD carry sitting there. Oh, okay, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, go, right? It's just like, oh, I have decisions to make, and this is crazy. And now we're gonna see the decisions players make today. Will be really fun.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of that, those decisions here, there have been a lot of complaints, a lot of talk about ADC itemization. And it's very interesting because I think, as you said, it's really forcing ADCs to think, what do they need? Do they need survivability? Do they need damage? We've seen lethality ADCs become a huge deal. Those being sort of ADCs who can spike on being able to penetrate armor, do more damage early game. Forget about scaling because game speed is still pretty quick so far. It has kind of gone out a little bit longer than what we're used to seeing, those 20-30 minute games because of tanks. But if you play your cards right, a lot of times it really can end just so quickly. And speaking of that fun fire win cake here, despite the nerfs, a Mumu who really has never been the eye of competitive, even way back in season 1, season 2, you didn't see that much of Mumu, but he's back and he is a jungler right now. And there we go, we are into picks and bans, and right away first ban gonna be Mumu.
We don't even see it. It's frustrating. It's crazy, and it's gone now. So
he just wants to make friends.
He just wants to make friends. Like he's finally like in the move. They made his ult a stun, and they're doing all these things. Like he's finally in the meta. Get out of here, this game. Nunu being banned out. We do have a jungler named the Nunu Abuser. You can guess what his favorite champion is. That's out of here. Fizz also being taken out of this game too as well. Just like Fizz is really coming to the top, especially in like team play games as like a really chaotic mid laner, so that's going to be taken out. And Zillion, perhaps a surprising ban just in terms of meta, but like it makes sense for this game.
Yeah, and I believe 200 IQ plays here on the side of Min-Maxers, who, by the way, is on the blue side. So Min-Maxers on the blue side and will be SFUF on the red side here, is known to be a bit of a Zillion player. So I think they're just taking it out. Zillion in the current meta haven't seemed to quite found his place just yet, but it's just an annoying champion to deal with, and you don't want to deal with it. Considering the amount of assassins here, which is why we see the Fizz ban, the Silence ban, as you mentioned, it's chaotic. The items benefit assassins so much right now here that AP items are going to get nerfed next patch, but haven't been nerfed yet, so makes sense. And speaking of assassins, Samira is basically that in the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. Samira's been kind of a nightmare coming in this patch, but we're seeing a couple of one-trick bans on either side too. Like again, that Fizz is a big player for Duck Money Hose over there, but I'm gonna call him DMH from now on. But big play for him. And then Kale has been stretched a lot this preseason so far, just crazy snowbally. And we're seeing right now, we got the Samira in there, we got the Jhin, 2 of the premier AD carries at very least in the solo queue world coming out today in this game.
Yeah, and we touched on it. These are sort of ADCs who can abuse lethality here. They stack that stat and do more damage than the traditional crit ADC. So it makes sense that we're seeing both of them there. And usually when you see a Samira, when you see a Jhin, get ready for an explosive early game, because Samira likes to just do damage as quickly as she can. Even starting at level 1, she's got damage in her pocket. And Jhin as well, that burst that can come out of him can catch a lot of squishies by surprise here. We are seeing the Hecarim come out as well for SFUF. The Horseman has never left the jungle since he's come back into meta here. He does have a bit of a weaker early game, so maybe not quite as strong a clear, but once he gets that Sheen item, or even worse, the Trinity Force, he can start running amok on the map.
Plus, we have 2 Funfire Wind Cape abusers in the game already. We'll see if they continue doing that. Looks like the Jarvan's coming into this game as well. For a moment, they were hovering the Radmus, which would have been like just insanity, but they're going with the Jarvan over here. At least it's a much more fun jungler to watch. But here we go, another Funfire Wind Cape abuser, Leona on that side. So we're gonna hear a lot about that today, this weekend, trust me. Even though it was hot fixed, it's still insane. So it's just really strong right now.
It is, and Leona as a support has other options as well. There's been a different popular build, the Imperial Mandate, Zeke's Convergence Leona,
that's
which has
more
been
fun.
showing up.
So
it's super support there, and it does so much damage. The amount of CC she puts out, the amount of damage amplification. You think Jhin does a lot of damage by himself, paired up with that, and you'll really see dancing grenades at that point there. We are in the second round of ban, so Veigar being taken out by SFUF along with that Nautilus, who, while it doesn't counter, Leona can still abuse the Sunfire Wind Cape the exact same way as well. Mordekaiser are going to be the answer here as well, coming out from the side of Min-Maxers. And let's see, what is their last ban going to be here?
Yeah, they still don't necessarily know what's going on with the mid lane, or basically either of the solo lanes right now on the other team, barring Hecarim being a flex to the top lane or something. But so that will be interesting. They'd end up going with the Galio, so really want to prevent their mid laner from really trying to snowball the side lanes.
Yeah, and they take that out for now. So it's the mid and top lane right now for the side of SFUF, and Ornn is the premier tank here. So they pick that up, and the ornaments are still absolutely massive here.
And guess what he builds? He builds a Funfire Wind Cape, everybody. So they got huge tank line in front of this gen right now, and they have counter pick in the mid. I really like how SFUF have approached this draft. So they have the ability to see what they want to answer to this Orianna. Orianna, clearly just a very good blind pick in the mid lane. Does give you that Shen ball delivery system. Heck, even Samira could theoretically jump in with the ball because Samira's an insane champion. Jarvan could jump in with it. So it's a good pick with Team Comp. And then Thresh to give you, just that all-around playmaker, all-around PL. Just, it's Thresh.
Yeah, and Thresh is one of those slightly awkward champion right now, and he isn't one of the sort of the Funfire Wind Cape abusers here, so it actually has hurt him quite a bit in lane to a certain extent, but he just brings so much utility that it's just such a good pickup to use here. And we do see the Ziggs going to be the final lock-in here for the side of SFUF for DMH in the mid lane. And Ziggs, we used to see him in the bot lane quite a bit. In the mid lane now, has really good wave clear and still excellent at taking out those turrets, at poking down targets as well.
Yeah, that's interesting choice on all of that. You have kind of like this ability to maybe counterpick with some sort of crazy assassin if that's what you play. Just DMH being such a big Fizz player, I kind of just expected him to like maybe pick up a different other assassin, maybe like a LeBlanc or something. But in the end, he's just going with Ziggs, gives this team a bunch of wave clear, and does give you some a pseudo wombo, I guess, with like Leonald and with the Ziggs there too as well. Able to engage that from long range with the Jhin ultimate too. So, and then Hecarim just runs in from a mile away. So they have some pretty crazy wombo combo action going on at SFUF. I keep tripping over that.
We're gonna struggle with that one.
Can I just say SFU? Well, there's already another SFU team, so that makes it even more confusing.
There's two other
SFU teams. So there's just too many SFU teams, and we actually have to separate them a little bit. But anyway, that's gonna be interesting there. But over on the min-maxer side, again, like you mentioned, the Samira in there just is like a pseudo assassin, a pseudo AOE mage, pseudo just everything. Just brings a lot from you from the bot lane. So where are you kind of sitting with this draft? Like, who do you like so far?
I mean, looking at the draft so far, like I said, no real assassins here. I like what both teams have drafted, and SFUF have actually responded really well to that Samira pickup. The Ziggs can negate a lot of that, so can the Leona. They can engage, and the Blade Roll from Samira can't stop Leona from going in and stopping that. That's it. There's just so much AoE wombo combo. You've got the J for the Cataclysm, with the Orianna, Shockwave, and Samira. If they can't stop both of them, they're in for a world of hurt here. Not to mention, Blade Roll might not stop Leona. It might not stop the Satchel Charge once it's down, but it will stop the Call of the Forge God. So Ornn up there for Robin Honey for SFU is going to have a rough time trying to get the initiate. He's looking for potentially. So I feel like, SFU has drafted good counter tools to what we see min-maxers draft here, but min-maxers have the easier engage conditions here for their team. And I think a lot of it will come down to Seo Hyun here on the side of SFU on this Leona as well, control on the Hecarim. If they play it right, they can win the fights. But just for ease of execution, I think min-maxers have the better, easier to execute comp here in team fights.
Yeah, I basically kind of agree with you on the front. And there was also just the fact that you have to factor in the Shen Global always just kind of messes things up all the time if you aren't organized enough to factor this in. But again, we do have some pretty high level teams here, some pretty high level players. It is like basically an all diamond lobby right now, so these players are used to kind of seeing this stuff. Sometimes you could see that kind of mess around less experienced teams, but I do expect these teams to be able to play around that pretty well. So while we're continuing to wait for our little bit of a spectator delay here and our competitive integrity pause before the game starts, I do want to shout out our presenting sponsor in Dailyhive. So if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. Thank you once again to our presenting sponsor, Dailyhive, for really helping this tournament happen. And we have a ton of sponsors too that really help make all this happen, and we'll continue to shout them out as we go on. But just an extra special shout out to Dailyhive for all the help they're doing for us, for sure. Okay, so we're getting to this comp. So I kind of want to talk more about this Ziggs a little bit if we have we still have a bit of a minute here. So you have Ziggs versus Orianna. You had the opportunity again to counterpick over here in the mid lane, but they go with Ziggs. So why is essentially my question. Why do you think that's answered? Because like I was trying to allude to earlier, I kind of felt like, okay, so you maybe answer the Orianna with an assassin or something, but they decide to go with this, and is it just for the more wave clear? Does it feel better in the comp than assassin would? What do you think, Random?
Yeah, so I think Orianna is one of those mid champions that will never really go out of style. She's really, really safe, and it's really, really hard to punish an Orianna, even with an assassin. In fact, assassins don't punish Orianna all that hard, especially if she starts leveling a bit more into that command protect to just stay alive here. So for the side of SFUF, if they're looking to pick an assassin, they're actually looking to target someone else, either the Samira or the J4 here. So I think the Ziggs here, just to match the wave clear from that Orianna. And really, Orianna also a lot of sort of safe wave clear, which can push out and team fight strength. Ziggs can match that quite a bit here as well. He's got great wave clear, and he can just chuck that Mega Inferno Bomb into a sideways. So I think it's more just matching at this point, and that's why they're looking at the other lanes, especially the bot lane here, which I feel like might be our most volatile lane. You've got Samira Thresh, they want to go and they want to get kills. Jin Leona is pretty aggressive as well, so I feel like the bot lane is where we're going to get some.
Yeah, we'll definitely track how that's going as both teams are kind of entering the rift now. Doesn't look like there will be a spicy evade, so it just gives us potentially actually, take that back. They are moving through the bottom side over here. Is the min-maxers, if you want to be grammatically correct. And they're hanging out here, seeing if they get some cheese. Well, they're just waiting, so I'm going to quickly introduce our team on the min-maxers here. Hopefully I get it in before some action. They are going for this invade. We have Ansat in the top lane. In the jungle, Nunu Abuser, 200 IQ is playing mid. Rauschenberg is playing AD carry, and Enzo Nev at support. And if you want to introduce SFUF, that'd be great. Sure. I'm just like waiting with bated breath in case something happens.
Yeah, I actually can't believe they got that. That's all that's going to happen after that invade. But for SFUF, the Intrepid Explorers here, it's going to be Robin Honey in the top lane, Control in the jungle, DMH in the mid lane, Todanu, I hope I'm pronouncing that one right, as ADC, and Seo Hyun 628 as the support here. And after an interesting invade, really, both teams come out dead even. They've got wards on each other's blue buffs here. So they're going to know that both junglers started on the red side. And I'm actually surprised that the min-maxers didn't try and actually take the blue buff right off the bat here, because they knew that no one was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, able to just get away with that one over here. We do see the invade here coming up with Nunu Abusers jumping in on here a little bit. Just a couple of trades going on in the bot lane right now too. Nothing kind of absolutely insane right now. And so far, both teams just kind of feel each other out. You kind of get that sometimes in the first game of the tournament. Teams are just like a little bit feeling each other out and not really doing anything super crazy. But I'm here and I want to be woken up, so I'm hoping something explodes soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the explosive action we sometimes see at that level 1, but the fact that Nunu Abuser got double buffs is huge, and now we might get some action.
Yeah, here comes Control jumping in onto the mid laner over here, trying to get on top of 200 IQ plays. DMH is trying to follow up as much as possible. 200 IQ plays will flash away. Both of them are down to just about 120 health, but we'll be able to walk away from that one. And not done yet, so no kills going anywhere yet.
Yeah, and a lot of that was actually off that early invade coming out from the Nunu Abuser. He went and he got the double buffs, but he's only level 2 here, whereas Control was level 3, meant that between him and DMH, they could just punish and bully out. Level advantage for both of them in that 2v2 was absolutely massive. So great punish from SFU there, and hopefully that would also have signaled to Control that his blue buff was gone, because Nunu Abuser came out with the double buffs there.
Yeah. Definitely note too as well, 200 IQ plays blowing the flash on that one. DMH still has theirs. Ghost just used right now by Control, but that one comes up much quicker, so you'll basically be happy with that on Control, as you're looking to basically abuse that flash being down on Oriana, who of course does not have any mobility outside of that flash, so, well, she could move speed herself, but I don't count that. Here comes Leona coming down towards the bot lane, trying to get on top of Rauschenberg, who's going to block a couple shots from Todanu. And Enzo Nev does take a bit of time, but jumping right back in is Rauschenberg, really wanting to see this fight keep going. But Enzo Nev is really, really low. The first blood will go to the Jhin. They continue the fight as they do trade supports over here, as kills have gone to both AD carries. Rauschenberg jumping back in now. Doesn't have S, but of course does not have ultimate. But exactly, Control is heading back down towards the bot lane, as the auto director, of course, wants to go towards the top lane. But we're back down here. Rauschenberg now has to deal with Control. Is going to get rooted up. Nice W. Will not be able to block a melee attack. Control cleans up that kill. It is now 2-1 kills in favor of SFUF.
And Johnny, you wanted action? They're giving you action here. Might have not been that level 1 action, but before 5 minutes, we've already got 3 kills here. And, you know, I want to point out too that was on Enzo sort of being aggressive there, trying to start that one off, because they already got good poke down on Seo-hyun. And you've got to remember, for Leona, if she can't get killed, she will fall behind. And an aggressive Leona now returning the favor into the mid lane by roaming up there. I like to see the aggressive support roams, and it's well timed because Todanu was backing anyway, so they didn't need the Leona in the bot lane.
Yeah, that is some good plays put together over here right now, and a slight advantage for SFUF. Again, a little bit like you mentioned, they do get to get a little bit of his minions over here, so Rauschenberg is going to try to catch up there. Flash still not used by Envo Nev in that fight, nor by Seo-hyun. So playmaking still possible by these supports, because neither of them use their flash on that play. So that's huge, as the dragon is spawning right now. That's going to be up, and we'll see who kind of puts some more priority there. We have like some vision over in the river right now, but like not a lot committed yet by both these teams. So we'll see where the priority kind of is. We do see Jarvan in the bot lane checking out for any of that vision right now.
They're going to try and force this. They got the hook.
They're jumping in right now. The Mew Abuser and Vonev's going to be able to jump onto that one. Todanu's going to go low. One more auto will do it. Rauschenberg will secure that kill. Meanwhile, bouncing Oriana in the mid lane almost goes down, goes under 100 HP, but will survive as Control made his way down to the middle as well. But will survive and be totally fine.
Yeah, and you know, with that advantage there, they can now look for the dragon, and they baited out Control as well.
And here, Control is standing here, does not have a whole lot of tools available to it. New Abuser, here comes the ultimate from Shen 2 as well. So Stand United is full in effect. There's the Oriana ult. That Shockwave's gonna blow them up, picking up a couple kills here. Now for min-maxers, they've flipped this lead. They're up 4-2 and are gonna get this dragon.
And that was so well played here by the min-maxers, calculated to a T there. I mean, they caught Control, but I was a little concerned that Nunu Abuser was going 1v2, but the top laners were 6, and 200 IQ plays was the first one to rotate. They get 2 kills and a dragon to boot here. That's going to be absolutely massive for them. And just teleports right back to top lane as well, so they don't lose a beat at all here.
Oh, here we go. Call Forward Guard coming over here, trying to go for the 1v1 play. No one's here to really help either of them out. Rob Honey will just do some damage, though, in the end. And, you know, just annoy Ansett mostly.
Yeah, well, welcome to the tank meta. It's back, and this was the reason why people didn't like it. 2 fat noodles going at each other. The Bami Cinder being nerfed means even less kill potential than there was at beginning of season as well. Control, though, is sat here in the bush, is looking for something. No ghost, but the ultimate is available. Yeah,
is definitely looking to jump in on this. He's going to start running in now. What can you do, Ansett? You'll block a couple autos. You'll try to jump out of there with your top, but here comes the ultimate from Control. Finish you off. Rob in Honey gets their first kill of this game.
Yeah, and that was a sorely needed kill here for SFUF. They were kind of losing control of the map a little bit. Great for Control to be able to get a gank off there, but look how long it took them to take down Ansett. And that's just going to get longer and longer as the game goes on. And we are seeing a bit of an invade coming in here in the bot side.
And Seo-hyun wants to make play. Does hit the Zenith Blade. Everyone hits their skill shots too right behind them. Seo-hyun will secure that kill. Nunu Abuser goes down Kill count now 4-4. Gold count even.
Yeah, great recovery here from SFU. We are back to, as you said, dead even then. I guess that's the problem being a Nunu abuser. When there's no Nunu on the map, the question is, can he be that effective against other things? It's certainly not working too well against the horse here, but still, great to catch him out. Now, Control is in the enemy jungle.
Oh, Control looking for that big invade. He's going to get taunted up here by Ansat. He goes down to half health because this does so much damage to the Shen for like not building any damage items. Here comes Robin Honey though to help out, forcing Ansat back. Nunu Abuser has respawned and made their way back to here, so they're just going to back off now. And we'll just go back to our lanes, folks.
Yeah, really not much, not too much of an advantage. One thing to point out though is that Ansat is now going to be low on health, and Robin Honey is full health back in lane here. There's no more teleport available for Ansat, so he can't get sort of a cheater recall, and he's going to have to sit here and take the Ornn abuse for the next little while, and Ornn can still build items. So as long as Robin Honey has an advantage in lane, he can continue to push, continue to punish as well. And Stand United's almost up, but Ansat will have to heavily consider his choices here. If he stands United away, Robin Honey is going to get a ton of damage down on this turret. Has already taken a plate and a half here away.
Yeah, the 22 CS is roughly a kill's worth of CS2 anyway, so it's pretty crazy. Nunu Abuser does make their way towards top lane, trying to pressure onto Robin Honey, but they can just kind of do that and walk away, be fine. Because, yeah, Ornn things.
That was barely a tick onto Robin Honey. I was saying Control was struggling to take down Ansat, but Nunu Abuser has next to 0 kill potential here in the top lane. So I feel like, again, we're not going to see a ton of action on the top side. Instead, the bot side might be where we see it as Control's down there.
Here's the Xanath Blade. It does hit onto the enemy support. Here comes the ultimate too as well. Is going to finish it off. Todonu is going to get that one. Here comes the curtain call. Will it finish off? Roshenberg's trying to use the ultimate, trying to use the Inferno Trigger. It will not be enough. Control secures the kill, and now we're at a 6-4 lead for SFUF.
And Control playing with fire there, dropping down to about 30 health from minion damage and tower damage. And I want to point out something here about Rauschenberg's Samira. We usually see Samira paired with either, some sort of shield or invincibility like a Taric, like a Morgana, or we see tons of CC, something like a Rakan, a Leona, Nautilus, Alistar. Thresh doesn't quite provide that, and we're starting to see that that Samira is struggling to try and survive a little bit on these engages. Hopefully in a team fight they'll be able to do that, but if they don't have enough heal, we're going to see this where Rauschenberg is just going to die before they can pump out enough damage, and that Samira pick might not be quite as impactful as they were hoping for. So really, I'm looking at Ansat and 200 IQ plays later in team fights to try and get their team fight execution right here to get the peel off Samira, see those Inferno triggers coming forth. If not, SFU might just be able to run away with these fights.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like this late. You could picture the late game where you get the Stand United, you get like maybe even a Thresh shield from the Lantern, you get a shield from Oriana, and then Rauschenberger will feel invincible. But like you mentioned, when it's just you and Thresh alone, like that Lantern isn't that big of a shield by itself, especially in the early game. As we do see a death sentence hit on to DMH over here, it's got to get blown up. The burn will likely be enough to finish them off. Oh, and it will be Envo Nez to pick up that kill. Mildly unfortunate, 200 IQ players was trying to jump in there to get the last auto in there to secure the kill for themselves, but you'll take those.
I mean, the guy's called 200 IQ plays. I don't want to doubt. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it's a 200 IQ play to give that over to Enzo. That we'll have to see. But Enzo right now is actually sat right on top of a ward trying to zone out the dragon, and this should be another free dragon for the side of min-maxers here. They might be down kills, they might be down gold, but their macro right now has been immaculate, especially around these dragons, which have shown up so far. They've also picked up First Herald, so they might be down in gold, but it's only temporary. If they drop Shelly, they can very, very quickly even up that gold score through plates here.
Plus Mountain Soul stacking with how your front line on this team too, on either of these teams, really can potentially be a giant advantage for either team that decides to get the rest of these dragons for the soul there. But of course, big advantage right now for min-maxers on that front. Meanwhile, Nunu Abuser has met onto Shieldhoon over here, and they're breaking out this fight over into the river. Stand United is coming through too as well. Jin's trying to do some damage over the wall. Control's going to pick up the first kill of the fight. It gets eventually traded over by the Jarvan. Bunch of kills now going through for both sides. It's a 2-for-2 still, and so a wild chaotic fight is not over yet as a death sentence does get hit here on the DMH. Todonu trying to do something for the mid laner, trying to finish off at least and Vonez will be able to do that. And now here's Robin Honey joining the fight late. Big shockwave is going to land on 3 of them. Ansat's going to secure that kill. Robin Honey won't get that one down. Ansat, though, will be taken up by Todonu, who's now turning around to fight for himself. He's running forward. Everyone's died but these 2 members, and they'll finally walk away from each other.
Johnny, what did we just watch there? it was sheer chaos.
They just
you got it,
dude. They were just listening to stream. They're like, "Oh, John, you want action? Okay, we got a 3-minute delay, but just you wait. It's gonna come." And since then, it has been nonstop. It's been insanity. What a great start to this tournament so far. And it's not over yet, as Rauschenberg potentially wants to jump over here, but let's see Xiaohyun right here.
TP.
Barely misses. Exactly, TP now coming in. See if they want to progress really down towards his ball lane. While we do see being pushed with the Rift Herald, so they're actually getting quite a bit on that while no one was defending there for a bit. So a little bit of gold going into the Orion's project. Another death sentence here. Here's the Lantern trying to bring in Rauschenberg. No, they decided against it. They don't really have super great vision behind them, so I have no idea what was there. Decided not to go for it. And I'm going to let you speak for a little while, because that was fun for me for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, catch your breath, Johnny. I'll take over for a bit. But yeah, the TP from GMH there nets them first turret as well, which is kind of a big deal considering that Shelly was dropped in the mid lane, and the mid lane turret was taken down extremely low here, but it doesn't fall. So that's even bigger gold leads going the way of SFU. I had praised min-maxer's macro there, but that play right there helps to snowball the lead a ton here for the side of SFU. And they've already shown that they're really scrappy. That last fight went 4 for 4, and that was Robin Honey not really contributing at all to that fight there. Did not actually manage to land the call with the Forge God properly. So I thought that CC didn't go through, and Nunu Abuser gets the blue buff stolen away from him.
Yeah, definitely just wants that for himself. Control able to get the 1v1 kill onto Jarvan, who is, Jarvan's behind is one of the worst junglers to feeling like. But Control here is in a little bit of trouble. Does get a little bit help from the Jhin over right now, and they're now going to jump in onto the Orianna. Todunu picking up their 4th kill of this game. And not to go understate out of everything, we're getting a little bit of a Fed 80 carry, which is a scary situation. And now here comes Thresh, jumping over this wall, getting on to Xiaohyun. Rauschenberg going to be able to knock them off with that passive, but Xiaohyun is a tanky person on this Leona. They're still trying to continue this chase, but from behind them is this Hecarim. Control jumps over the wall, trying to get down there now too as well. Going to be able to jump over that forward. Stand United is kicking in. Here comes Nunu Abuser right back in this fight. Inferno trigger goes off. Shut down. Gets onto the Thresh. They will continue on. Rauschenberg will take out Xiaohyun. And that ends up being 2 kills now for the min-maxers, and they're punching back.
And these fights are so extended. It looked like a clean 2-0 for SFUF, but they overstay a little bit, immediately punished, and they even up the kill score, get a turret to boot as well. And, we questioned Enzo picking up that kill, but 200 IQ play was a 200 IQ play because 200 IQ went down immediately, but Enzo picked up yet another kill in that fight. So Enzo's actually somehow pumping out a pretty decent amount of damage in these fights here. You can't underestimate the Thresh, but the way these teams are playing right now, you can see they're aggressive. They want to push their leads, and because of that, they are overextending slightly, and they're trading back kills, and that's keeping this game really, really competitive. We as spectators can see 2,000 gold lead in favor of SFU, but when you look at the items here, you might not see that as much. We're seeing mythics completed for the entirety here of min-maxers, whereas, for the side of SFU, they don't all have mythics just yet. Robin Honey is a little bit behind the curve for now, so if you have gold and you aren't spending it, it's not power just yet.
Exactly, and earlier on the point that I'm going to try not to actually over-abuse the point. But never mind, I'm going to shut up because the fight's breaking out. Here they come right on top of them. They're going to get on top of Control over here. Newbies are trying to get something going for the team, but yeah, you are just going to get punched for that. 200 IQ, now trying to run away, but you're running towards the enemy base, which is unfortunate. That's a ton of damage still coming through there as you try to at least trade a kill over here, but Control is running at you, and you can't run away from this horse, and now they have control over this dragon. Let's see if any steal attempt comes from min-maxers.
Yeah, at this point, they kind of can't. Their jungler is dead here, and they don't have any big sort of damage spike here to come across. Instead, they're rotating straight to Herald. I think this is the right call here. You're just sort of trying to mitigate your losses. One mountain isn't the end of the game by any means here, so they can afford to give that one up, and they can continue, to stack it up later. But SFU is just looking scary and scary. They're not afraid to just turn on a dime, look for a fight at all here. They're willing to go in real easy, and you have to be careful about over chasing and getting split right now.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. We've seen so many extended team fights that look like it's going in favor one way, but of course, just like behind them, there's a whole other team there, and then it makes it really, really hard. The re-engages have been really, really great in this game, and it's led to a lot of action. 25 kills so far in our 18-minute game, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon here. But I do like that min-maxers went and got that Rift Herald over there. They go, okay, all right, we're not going to get sold right away. That's unfortunate, but they get that over there, and let's see what Ansett trying to aggressively flash here, but DMH is able to flash away to safety for themselves too. So Shen flash for the Ziggs flash.
Yeah, and you could see what Ansat wanted to do there. He was looking to, the flash, the taunt. Unfortunately, he misses that. That's going to be a little costly for him, but they might have found Seo Hyun here.
Oh, death sentence coming through. Jumping in is the Nunu abuser with the flag and drag. Xiao Hyun being focused down as Rauschenberg is right there. Inferno trigger goes off and takes him out. Rauschenberg picking up their 4th kill of this game.
Yeah, and SFU, I feel like every time SFU gets like a pretty solid lead, they kind of start getting a little overconfident there. Because Seo Hyun there, I mean, it's a little risky. And look at the vision. I want to point out the vision right now because the top side is all blue around where Baron will be spawning in a minute. There's no red whatsoever. And you could feel like Seo Hyun was trying to clear the vision out and maybe set up some vision, but they didn't. And therefore, they got absolutely punished for it on that top side. No dragon on the bot side right now means that the only real vision we're seeing from the side of SFU in that tri-bush in the bot side is not doing anything whatsoever. And with this particular setup right now, the team fighting strength from SFU has been really solid, but they have to be careful. If min-maxers can set up right, they can easily turn this. They have a lot of AoE, wombo combo power in their pocket as well.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So far we've seen this game, like SFU has had a slight advantage on just the skill check when it comes to kind of these fights. And a little bit, yeah, they've gotten caught out, but sometimes, they've made some plays that has led to a gold lead. But like you mentioned, with this vision that min-maxers are doing, with the macro that they've kind of put together, they've actually shown that they're maybe perhaps a better macro sense team. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that. But we are just going to do a skill check right now. Control and Nunu Abuse are fighting each other. Here comes Stan United. He's going to jump right back onto him and have his friend Nunu. He's going to taunt him up. 200 IQ plays comes in and helps finish that kill. Xiaohoon is trying to get over here to help out the rest of the team. Maybe do another extended team fight. Coming over on the side is Rauschenberg, but will not be able to approach onto that one as the teams start moving away from each other. So it'll end up just being the 1 kill against Control.
Yeah, and I was thinking SFU was doing well. They were clearing out the vision, and then they decided to go into unexplored territory, aka min-maxers jungle, where there is all the vision in there, and that's when they kind of got punished. But now mid lane,
Call Forge God coming through. Zenithplay trying to get into someone, rather Death Sentence trying to get onto Xiaohoon. But here comes Nunu Abuser. Can they do anything over here? Does not have ultimate available for themselves. So that means everyone else gets to back away. And so nothing happened off of that hook. But Enzo Nez has all day, or Enzo Nez has been all day trying to find these hooks, and it's just action waiting to happen.
Yeah, and Seo Hyun, even though is the tank here, has to be careful of those death sentences. We've seen it before. If Seo Hyun gets caught alone without sufficient backup, they can burst through that Leona here. You're a support. You're not the richest person on the map. You don't have a ton of gold. And I want to point out that Blade Whirl from Rauschenberg, because that was absolutely massive to stop the engage. They did trade that ultimate for a teleport there, but it's kind of worth it. At this point, 400 IQ plays, the teleport's not that big an item. The teleport on Ansett is a more important cooldown here to watch, and they can continuously do that. Every time they see the engage there, if Rauschenberg is not being pressured, Rauschenberg can just blade roll and you lose that engage. So I like what I'm seeing out of min-maxers so far. We had said that the macro was better, but they're starting to clean up their micro a little bit here. We've not seen them getting caught out in the last couple of minutes. Instead, they're the ones proactively making plays. And now Mountain Drake up in about 30 seconds. Baron, once more, blue vision all over the map, hardly any red vision. So min-maxers putting themselves in a good spot here to set up for these major objectives.
And the scary part is, though, this is kind of a good item break point right now for Jin, who's now sitting on the second item there. He has picked up the collector with that lethality build as he has Eclipse here. And meanwhile, your enemy AD carry just sitting on basically just the Myrtle Shield Bow and a Serrated Dirk. So you got a lot more damage coming from one AD carry than the other, but here comes the fight. Call for Dark Side to but they're going to interrupt it. Here goes Nunu Abuser, who's trying to tag up 4 members of the team. Shockwave's going to hit a bunch of different members too. DMH will follow that up and be able to get 1 kill over here. Ansett going to be trying to focus the front line as they are doing this front to back. Like I said, the AD carry does tons of damage. Totonu picks up 1 more kill. Control will take up another one. Samira all by themselves will just run away. This will be a dragon right now for SF SFUF, and they've tied up these Dragons.
Yeah, and Enzo, we said he's been fishing for hooks all day long so far. Unfortunately, though, you got to make sure that you can actually take on whatever you land there. And unfortunately, that was a 3v5, which Enzo started with that death sentence. And it did indeed, unfortunately, spell death for his own team. And I want to point out Rauschenberg in these fights, because if you watch where Rauschenberg's positioning in that fight, Rauschenberg could not output damage. They were just running the entire fight, trying to stay alive. And Samira does need a bit of time. Baron being started up right now, and we do see the TP coming in.
They potentially want to go for this big play. New user potentially wants to go in for the steal. This Baron's already down to 2,000 health. They're jumping into it, trying to get into the back line. Red team will secure this Baron. Now the ensuing fight happens right after that. Can Rauschenberg get out of this? Ansat and Nunu Abuser, though, trying to create a good front line. They're gonna taunt up onto the Jin. Todunu can't get away. Inferno Trigger comes down, does tons of damage. Oriana's gonna follow up with tons of damage of themselves. They now have a 2-1, so you got the Baron, but a couple kills do end up going to mid-masters.
And, I mean, after you get the Baron, a bit of split calls there. DMH just immediately abandoned the rest of the team, considering that that was a 4v5 and they traded 2 for 1 there. If DMH had stayed around, maybe a different outcome, but he didn't. And because he didn't, Rauschenberg in that fight, again, I feel like every team fight right now, for the side of mid-maxers, Rauschenberg's the player to watch. Wasn't being pressured. He managed to get the damage down, you know, punishing everybody, chasing out Robin Honey as well. And because of that, they lose Baron, but they pick up 2 turrets instead, and they push out the lanes. They buy themselves time, and despite going down in Baron, I actually think they ended up in gold.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's what they kind of need right now. This Dragon count is now suddenly even over the other side, and you're really seeing what is going to be able to be done with a little bit of gold lead. Like, going into the Dragon fight just before that, if I want to rewind a little bit, I was trying to point out it, but then the fight broke out. You just had like a better items just straight up going to the fight. So despite like you maybe doing like a good job of vision with the min-maxers, going to that Dragon fight, I almost would have preferred if they just kind of left it, just because, yeah, you had people on 2 item breakpoints when you didn't have that yourself too as well. So they went into this front to back team fight action over into the Dragon, and then they were disadvantaged towards that. That meant they also lost the Baron. Sure, yeah, they traded a couple kills right after that, which is a positive and good thing, but hopefully they'll kind of use that knowledge and take that going forward for the rest of this game, not just the rest of the tournament too, because this game is still very winnable.
For sure, and you know, with that Ziggs as well, DMH on the Ziggs, we touched on it in the draft here. Ziggs is one of the premier turret takers. You pair him, you know, with a Baron buff, and he can split push, he can siege really, really easily here. They are trying to apply pressure, and they should be able to get this mid lane turret, barring an engage.
Ooh, let's go. Nunu Abuser wants to get that engage on, gets on top of Totono, which is a premier target for you. Rauschenberg now jumps in and finishes off that kill. Inferno Trigger's gonna try to blow up everyone. Can they do enough? They do at least get a double kill now. Oriana will follow up too as well. Samira now with the triple and with the ace. Min-maxers win a giant team fight.
And you know, sure, like you said, it wasn't great that they only got 2 kills. How about 5 kills this time, Johnny? They're gonna keep upping the stakes. And again, Rauschenberg was huge. The shields from 200 IQ play and the shockwave. The shield doesn't look fancy, but that kept Rauschenberg alive. And you combine that with the command shockwave, and suddenly it's not the team with the Baron that gets the turrets, that gets the inhibitor. It's min-maxers. They were minimum in the beginning, but now they are going full-on max here. They're the first one to break open the base with an inhibitor, and they get rid of all the Baron buffs. SFU, you know, you couldn't take a turret with the Baron buff. Now, without the Baron buff, it's going to get that much harder. And for the first time in a very long time this game, min-maxers have more gold team-wide than SFU does.
And again, just look at the small bit of difference, just like that bit of gold that they got from those 2 kills did end up making. You get them onto the Samira this time, or Samira, sorry, excuse me, this time, and you got 2 items over on your Oriana, your primary damage dealers, and now with that spike, they were able to finally take a fight in their advantage, fully in their advantage, a clean 5-0, and now they can kind of do whatever they want as they are looking at this Dragon here spawning in a few moments.
For sure, and the split push that comes, actually I'll stop because the fight's breaking out here.
Oh, Death Sentence hit by Envo Nev means they want to go in, but that means Rauschenberg takes down another target. Good job over there. Control, though, wanting to answer something back over here. Infernal Trigger comes down, means a double kill for the Samira, and they're just going in one at a time here, which is not exactly what you want to do if you're SFU, but bounce around here is DMH trying to cause some sort of havoc on here. but it potentially will not be enough to keep in mind in the mid lane. Super minions are pushing towards that. That's eventually going to get towards your Nexus. So as much as you want to answer this dragon, you also have to answer that. And 2 of your members are already dead.
Yep, and there's no Mega Inferno Bomb for Steel. Control being one of those dead members means no Smite either. And Min-Maxers are really firing back right here, and they seem to be now getting all the catches. Enzo going fishing right now is much better when he's got the rest of the team to back him up, and they can actually finish stuff off. And Johnny, you're talking about item power spikes. I want to bring something up for SFU, though, because not all hope is dead for them. Robin Honey now is level 14. Can start upgrading, these ornaments here. DMH already having that Eye of Luden here, the upgraded Luden's Tempest, and they can now start looking to upgrade, that Trinity Force from Control, the Eclipse as well from Totonu. So while Min-Maxers have sort of been running the map for the last couple of minutes here, they do have to be aware skilling from SFU is starting to come through. And a lot of these fights have been won because Rauschenberg has not been pressured. Control can still look to 100-0 Rauschenberg once that Trinity Force is completed as well. So the game's not over by a long shot. SFU is still holding on here, still scaling up.
For sure, if they can get the gauge they actually want to get, and mostly of that onto Rauschenberg, that does help them a whole lot. Because, yeah, just straight up, we've seen front to back, and that right now just hugely favors Min-Maxers as they just can't really break through the Shen. They can't really break through even Jarvan right now, especially with all the shields that end up getting put on top of people from Orianna, from Shen, from Thresh. So it's just a lot of work they're not able to do in that way. But if they can get a pick onto someone, that can definitely blow over this game. But we do have a Baron being started up here right now for the Min-Maxers. We'll see what they're going to do with that. Teleport is available from Robin Honey in a few moments here, so not right away, so can't come right now. Envo Nez, meanwhile, does hit that death sentence. Xiaohun trying to flash away from this one. Jarvan now jumping onto another target. Here comes Control, trying to get onto that back line, trying to destroy Orianna. Will be able to get at least one person down. Samira does pick up the kill onto Leona, trying to get running away over here. They're continuing to go forward. You can't get up Control from way too far back. DMH now just forced to run away. Again, the base is being destroyed by Super Minions, and another good win for Min-Maxers.
They do have to be a little bit careful, though. They have lost 2 members, and DMH on that Ziggs can just look to poke, and look at how much he just did to Ansat there. Can keep poking, but the lifesteal from Rauschenberg right now is absolutely massive. Abuser might go down!
Oh, he's taking so much damage. DMH gonna get him. Oh, buddy, that's huge. They're now forced off this Baron, and a big play. Like I said, this game ain't even close to over. It's only a 400 gold lead right now. It's only 1 extra dragon right now. Min-Maxers, you can't be doing a Baron right now without your full team.
No, I mean, they have enough damage, but they don't have enough sustain, especially not into the likes of a Zig, and the artillery coming out. That was huge. And now we're seeing the TP come out from DMH. It looks like it's SFU's turn to try and set this one up here. They're clearing out vision, which is step 1. I feel like you always need to make sure there's no vision here, and we might just see another back-to-back team fight coming out. No ultimate from Control this time, and there we go. That is going to be the solo player going down. 2 big ultimates down from SFU here.
That's pretty big here, so they are able to do that. Also, that stalls enough time for Nunu Abuser to respawn, so it's not like they can just straight up do this Baron now without it being contested. But they are going to start it here, and I love this game. This is not, they're just like, whatever, YOLO, let's go. It's game 1.
TP from Ansat to the top side.
They're exactly getting the teleport in from the Shen group roll for this huge fight. Nunu Abuser has now jumping in right into the middle of everybody. Gets on top of Todun, who gets taunted up then by Ansat, but the Baron does go over the red side, but it's not a team fight buff, so it doesn't really matter. Jin has gone down in this fight already. Jarvan now being traded. It's a 1-for-1, taking out some tanks, taking out the front line. Rauschenberg, Inferno Trigger, also followed up by Orianna. It is gonna be another ace for Min-Maxers.
Rauschenberg will not die, and he will drag Min-Maxers over the finish line by hook or by crook. It was a great decision from SFU. They got the Baron. They made, I feel like, not the wrong call there. The problem is, again, they just can't kill the Samira. There is, I don't believe there's any real healing cut whatsoever, and the Immortal Shield Bow is just massive. And with that, Min-Maxers kind of brute force their way to a victory here. Game 1 going in their pocket. No one from SFU left standing, and that's it, folks. GG game 1.
Yep, season 10 champion with season 11 items, just getting her done. 13, 3, and 10 right there for Rauschenberg to really, I don't want to say carry, because that, like, sometimes I feel like that just like diminishes what the rest of your team did. It was really set up really well by Envo Nevs, and of course the damage from the Oriana was pretty significant too as well. So, but you know, she kind of carried.
I mean, the team built a composition around the Samira. The Oriana pick was great. So the fact that Rauschenberg, I think we can say that they carried and the team built the composition that way. The draft was great. And this is why, you know, when I was looking at the drafts, I was thinking that min-maxers had drafted themselves an easy to execute composition, which really could take off. I do want to draw attention to the fact, though, that while we did see Rauschenberg do the most damage, DMH was actually not too far behind. 8, 5, and 7 for DMH is an amazingly good score as well on this Zig. So even though SFUF lost game 1 here, teams in their bracket should pay attention to the Zigs for DMH. Zig's not necessarily considered super meta right now, but DMH making it look real good here.
For sure, definitely. And what a game 1 to start this tournament. That's exactly what I wanted. It's got me pumped. It's got me going, and I'm excited for the rest of it. So just going to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Van Ass. Did you know that you can go to Vancouver Animation School to learn esports? They are accepting applications for their esports program right now. Check out Van Ass, that's VANAS.ca to learn more. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with our next match. It will be UBC versus Glaive Prepare. So that's a huge match. We want to check that one out. I'm excited for that. So don't touch your browser, and we'll be back soon. Go!
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergies. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the TGS Senior Series presented by Dailyhive. We had an insane game one, and now I'm really looking forward to this game two, even though I was already looking forward to it just because of the teams involved. We're going to have UBC versus Glaive for Per, and there's some pretty nuts teams here, random. Let's talk about them.
For sure. So in game one, we already had two real hype teams here. One of the local teams, versus another sort of semi-pro or amateur team here. And we're having the same here, UBC Premier Team. And UBC, University of British Columbia, is the big university around here.
Mm-hmm.
And they are, one of the better teams in the collegiate team as well. And on the other side, on the red side, we've got Glaive Perper, who's a team who actually plays in the North American amateur circuit here. I believe most recently they played in the Risen Divine League. And so they've been playing together, average diamond master sort of level for both of these teams. So really high level stuff, and teams that have really played together through leagues. So they are very comfortable playing with one another. And this series should be very, very hype here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is what we've been kind of like talking about this whole time, is just like how high level these teams are, not even just in solo queue, but how they actually play as a team. Because these people actually just play together. Like, there's not like I don't know, like literally every single team, but like so many of these teams are actually like teams that are like molding and really getting through. And like I was alluding to at the start of the show, was like with the change to amateur, this is like the perfect opportunity to get you more practice as a team, and I'm very excited to see for the rest of the day. So let's this draft. We have UBC on the blue side, by the way, and Glaive Perper over on the red. And we're going to get into our first bans over here. As Hecarim, we won't see in this game. It was a really fun last game to watch, but will not be in this one.
Yeah, so I've actually had the pleasure of casting Glaive before in other tournaments and other leagues. And Hecarim is one of Doopy's most played champions there. Hecarim, Lilia, anything with four legs pretty much plays it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, a Lilia ban, a Sejuani ban, or even, a potentially an Amumu ban, except that they are red side. So we did see Amumu as the first ban. We'll have to see what they opt to do. I'm not quite as familiar with the UBC team here, so I don't know if they necessarily play Amumu, but I can't imagine that a jungler wouldn't be able to pick it up. It is such an easy champion to play. Even I play it. So,
Even I play it. Yeah, pretty much. That's great. We're seeing some pretty interesting bans kind of go over here. We're trying to like see if they're trying to pick at specific champion pools, but it looks more like the teams are banning just stuff they don't necessarily just want to play against right now. You see the Trundle ban, and I've seen that happen a lot recently in these tournaments based on the fact we want to build a lot of tanks, and so you don't want Trundle. So you just ban that out even if the other jungler doesn't necessarily have it in their like solo queue pool, because they'll pull that out for it, because it's not that hard of a jungle to play and really destroys tanks. So that gives a little bit of a tell of potential what Glaive for Per is going to do.
For sure, yeah. And you can also flex it to the top lane as well, Trundle. Because of the current meta, we are seeing a lot of tanks in the top lane. And there we go. After thinking about it for a while, Glaive Perper is going to ban out the Amumu. It's not safe to leave it up. And right away, again, first pick Samira here. Samira was so strong. And we saw in game one when min-maxers got their hands on Samira here, they were really able to dominate. So it makes sense. It's still very high priority pick. It does have counters though. And we will have to see what, the side of Glaive Perper want to do to try and match this here. But for now, it looks like they're focusing on the jungle.
Yeah, hovering Sejuani right now, which obviously goes really, really well with a little bit of the tank meta that's kind of been propping up, but it does have quite a bit of weakness early on. Just constant nerfs from like the time we used to always see Sejuani in every single organized play game. But Sejuani's gone down in priority in that, but still, just provides a gigantic ultimate once you hit 6. Just really, really helps you out. Kai'Sa been rising in the priority world coming up recently. You see a lot of it kind of, if anyone watches NEST, they play a lot of that on the last patch, and then people just having a lot of good practice. Really, really good on this patch too as well. And yeah, Kai'Sa rising in priority. You see it being picked up here, despite the Veins, the Jins, the Ashes, like all these premier ADCs kind of still opting to go with Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and we spoke a bit about how right now ADCs are favoring sort of the lethality ADCs. There's an alternative, like you mentioned, the Vayne, Kai'Sa. These are sort of the attack speed synergizing ADCs where they benefit from just hitting faster here, build a Kraken Slayer. You can really take things down, that sort of idea. And Kai'Sa is one of them. That's why she's so popular here. So the faster she hits, the better here. And Kraken Slayer's mythical passive is every legendary you build gives you more attack speed as well. So that is also an option here for the Kai'Sa. We're seeing Rumble and Leona, and already looking at what UBC Premier are picking up, I'm getting a little worried. This is already a wombo combo with just 3 sort of picks coming through. One of their solo lanes, Rumble, can be flex top or mid, and their jungle really all they have to pick up. And there's so many combinations. We saw the Jarvan last game. Jarvan with the Rumble is the original hot pot combo here, and that's definitely an option. Amumu is off the table, but Zach is also still here. That's so many AoE engage options possible still to further complement this composition we're already seeing.
And what's kind of crazy too about this UBC composition is just like, imagine this world where it's like, hey, we want to jump in and kill Samira, but then Rumble ults surrounding them, and then like this is Leona ults there, and they're using Inferno Trigger, and it's just like this AoE mess of like, we can't even get close to this person and we all die anyway. So it could be a potentially insane combo that can come out here. Right now they're banning the Rek'Sai, and they will also ban the Yone right here for UBC, so they're not going to want to see that out of Yule. Yule being one of the players that I've actually seen in previous tournaments and stuff. Yule is a pretty dangerous mid laner when given the right champion. Did play a decent amount of Yone in his time last season, so that will be taken away from them right now, but still kind of more of a mage player anyway, so it would be interesting to see where they kind of like go with from there. Set now being banned out here by Glaive Purpur, and we'll find out what our last ban is.
For sure, yeah. I've seen him 1v9 on the Yone. It does play Yasuo. Still kind of scary, not as scary though. And again, like you said, there's so many options in the mid lane right now with the itemizations. There's just like pretty much any AP champions viable, quite a few AD champions pretty strong as well. We are seeing the Kled being banned out as well, and I actually think that makes a lot of sense given what we're already seeing. Sejuani, Alistair, those are sort of want to engage champions, and instead Kayle was left open. And Kayle right now on this patch, incredibly strong. We talked about ADCs, the sort of attack speed ADCs. Well, Kayle isn't an ADC, but Kayle also benefits a lot from attack speed from items as well. And with the strength of items on the current patch here, champions which scale well on items do extremely well. And Kayle, still weak early, but scales disgustingly well into the late game.
Nashor's 2 is just an absolutely absurd item. And Kayle's become a bit of a flex too now between mid and top, which to be honest, I always thought that should be a thing, but it never became a thing. And I was like, I always kind of wondered why. And now that we're seeing with like items that really favor Kayle, we are seeing that come out, that Kayle mid definitely ends up kind of being a thing, because while the early game, like you mentioned, is pretty rough, so that means you lose a lot of priority in the early game. By like even just like level 6, you have priority for the rest of the game in that lane. So it can be significant if you can kind of get out there. Meanwhile, we do see the Graves and the Shen locked over on their side. We've seen how well a Shen pairs. So again, just more of the shields and more of the protection for the Samira, and then Graves is going to come up and do some of that follow-up damage too as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out with Graves here, in the preseason, his jungling has gotten a little bit harder. In the past, he used to be able to kite with that recoil, but with the changes to the jungle, they actually, the jungle creeps move a lot faster. So they will hunt you down. You can't kite quite as effectively. So Graves does have a bit of a harder time, but still can come out with a lot of damage in the jungle here. And we did see it was going to be the Silas pickup for you in the mid lane here, and
that's one way to answer
kind of similar.
all these ultimates. Just take one.
Pretty much. And you got so many great ultimates, like we talked about. Like you're saying that you'd have to run through a literal hellfire to reach that Samira, but you know what? Like they can just lay down their own hellfire on your Samira. We can't reach her, but she can't reach us either. So hey, that's potential. And I've also seen you'll play Silas, and it is a very scary matchup here. So that Doopy Yule mid jungle synergy, I feel like is one place I want to keep my eyes on, because I don't know if Kazahana and pros will be able to necessarily match that, and I think that's one of their win conditions. They have to at least try to match that. The top lane's just gonna be a farm fest here. Clonk, Gronk, Zonk just looking to scale up. Brando Dio, on this Shen as well, I don't think has necessarily a ton of kill potential on his own, though again with jungle pressure can look for kills. In the bot lane, Leona Samira, that's a kill lane. We spoke about, best supports to pair. That's your CC, your tons of CC. But Alistair is one of the best supports for interrupting Samira here. You can't Blade Whirl hit but pulverize combo. So that's a good counter, and Kaisa can do a bit of burst early. So again, I feel like we might get some early kill pressure in the bot lane, but I feel like my eyes are drawn to the mid lane here in game 2.
Me too, man. Me too. And the kind of thing what I like about both these teams is like they're both playing like sometimes when you pick a scaling composition, you're just like super into the early game. And while that is a little bit true with Glaive Reaper, with like champions like Sejuani and Kale, like they are pretty darn bad early. You do have a lot of pressure that can come from Silas, Kaisa, and Alistar in the early game. So it's not like you just completed that and then you scale really well on top of that. But so does the other team. So you get, obviously Samira, we've just seen it explode and through the late game. But like they mostly have kind of this mid spiky team. Again, the 2-item breakpoint will be another one that'll be huge to watch in this game for whichever team can kind of get there first and then pick advantages from there. So this is kind of an insane game potential here that like both these teams are going to be able to make plays in the early game, so we should still get a lot of action. And then in the late game, there can still be some insane team fights. So if you were to pick kind of like a favorite comp out of the two right now, Random, who do you kind of favor at least a little bit right now?
Honestly, I'm a pretty simple guy. I count CC here, and I'm counting more CC and damage coming out from UBC.
There you go.
Composition. I'm liking UBC's dropped a little bit better here, but again, they are on a time limit. I do think they have better early game, and their mid game is going to be just absolutely disgusting, like we spoke about. But like you mentioned, Glaive Purper, they dropped it a little bit of early game, and they just need to scale. They can afford to fall behind as long as they don't give up the entire game before 30 minutes. So I am going to give it to UBC Premier in the draft phase here, but it's not like a 100-0 here. It's more like a 60-40 here. So we'll have to see how they actually mechanically play it out.
All right. Cool. Well, while we're waiting for our competitive integrity pause here a little bit before the game gets started, let's shout out one of our sponsors in Monster Cat. Are you looking for the perfect soundtrack for your creative content? Look no further than Monster Cat Gold. You can download and stream thousands of songs and add music to your Twitch and YouTube videos without fear of DMCA claims or strikes, and enjoy amazing perks, including early access and more for only $5 a month. So all this talk lately about all this DMCA stuff right now with your Twitch stream and stuff, you can just like avoid that right now. This is a good deal right now for Monster Cat. $5. That's easy. That's easy to pay for right now. So Monster Cat, thank you very much for being one of our sponsors today on the stream. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. We have two teams over here that are very, very exciting. On the blue side, we got UBC in the top lane. They got Brando Dio in the jungle, Kazahana in mid lane, pros at AD carry, Jamusi, and Shin Shin playing support.
Yeah, and on the red side here, we have Glaive Purper, and in the top lane, it's going to be Clonk, Gronk, Zonk. In the jungle, it's Doopy. Mid lane, Yule, ADC, Vark, and on support, it's going to be Trivia Boy.
Awesome. So we're jumping straight into the Rift now. Very excited about this game. Like I said earlier in the stream, this was one I kind of had already circled because I was just like really ready to watch this one. UBC obviously just has done really great stuff. The Twitch scene really letting people know that, hey, esports is happening north of the border too as well. So I'm very excited to see what they could potentially do in this tournament too as well. But Glaive Purper is right here, and they're a strong team. Like you mentioned, some people who play, or this team definitely play some amateur, and they play together. I've seen Yule around, and I've seen him have a lot of pop-up performances, but he's not even necessarily the only threat on his team too as well. So very excited this one. Unfortunately, we're going to start with a bit of a pause here, but it sounds like it is going to be ready in a few moments here, so we don't have to wait too much longer. But we are seeing 5 people right now for UBC kind of funnel towards someone, so maybe we get a spicy invade to start off with in our second game.
For sure. I mean, like you said, you like to see action, and so do I.
Yeah, man.
So, a level 1 invade would be great to watch. And, Alistair used to be the king of sort of early game fights, early game invades, but Leona is really scary too, and it does look like we're getting a proper 5-man defense here, so they should be able to spot this out and will be fine. And immediately, I love that I'm seeing this. You see the pings coming down. Trivia Boy and Vark are immediately going in to try and get some counter vision down.
And they wrote out, and the Fortune Vanguard is going to run away. Not let them get anybody. TFT reference. If no one plays TFT, I don't know. TFT. So one thing I'm actually good about when it comes to league. So I'm gonna throw TFT references when I can. They get out of there though. They'll be fine. They just back off, but they will get the all-important early game vision. Lets you know where the jungler is going. Lets you know kind of where they're gonna do. Really, it lets you know everything about the first 3 minutes of the game if you kind of get this vision here. But they're actually sticking around too, so potentially want to catch Doopy out.
And they have to be careful because, as we say that, Yule is also starting to edge up. It might be a 3v3 collapse here, and Doopy will spot them out with the sweeper.
Yeah, they're trying to jump on top of their 3 members right now of UBC, but using that blast cone to help Doopy get away. Doesn't know you, though, very much as a jungler, but we'll see some vertical jungling potentially in this game, and Sejuani will then just go over towards their blue buff and potentially want to steal the red on the other side, so we'll continue to track that as Kazahana has the advantage right now. And you'll get that out of this jungle right now, especially versus Sejuani, right? Because, like I said, Sejuani really feels bad early on until you hit 6 nowadays. So we'll continue to see how much they get behind and if they can kind of hang in there until this late game.
For sure, yeah. As you mentioned, tank junglers, they are really strong, and one of the reasons why they've sort of come back in is because once you get that, Sunfire Aegis there, you can do a lot of damage. So they can spike on like 1 or 2 items there, but so far,
going for the level 1, wants to get some damage from the Spark, but actually gets more damage traded onto them. So very, very good job right now by the Glaive per bot lane to really win that trade when the engage did start by UBC. So nice work there as we tune a little bit into the top lane as the top laners then trade damage. And the mid lane too. Very aggressive lanes going on everywhere. And I love to see it. You had to get that at higher level, like way more trading, people willing to like give up their HP bars to try to take more of the enemy team's HP bar. And it's like, it's really exciting to watch just like even these early phases because like, yeah, maybe it doesn't get any kills, but you just taking someone's health bar away from them and chunking them, making them use all their potions gives you a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And like that bot lane engage coming out from Shinshin there, we have to recognize that was a Zenith blade engage. They're only level 1. There was no Shield of Daybreak to engage this time, but Pro's roaming down.
Yeah, he's able to get the stun too and jumps into Samira. First blood on this champion. Are you kidding me? That's scary.
Yeah, that level 2. Now you've got the Shield of Daybreak available. That Zenith blade does a lot more work. And we actually saw Pros, running all the way down there. Didn't get anything out there. Was just really there for the moral support. Go guys, go bot lane. And yeah, it's great that UBC's bot lane's already picking up and applying pressure right off the bat.
You'll put in some damage onto Pros. Junglers meeting each other over the river. Like I said, Doopy does have quite a disadvantage over here. Kazana is going to jump over the wall. Flash is blown by both junglers. Brando Dio wanted to try to join. Doopy's got a couple shots here. Is it enough to finish them off? It will be. Kazahana with the solo kill. Meanwhile, Yule and Pros now meeting each other. Up Pros picking up that one. 3 kills for 0 right now for UBC. And they're winning that skill check fight.
Yeah, UBC just winning across the map, in the bot lane, in the mid lane, in the jungle, and these aren't, big team fights. These are like kind of 1v1s, 2v2s, across the board. And we spoke about the strength of UBC's composition. They have really strong early games. Rumble became a mid laner because he has such favorable matchups against a lot of the mid laners, especially once he gets in range. When, Silas is a melee champion, when you're in there, you can punish. Bot lane, the Leona-Samira combination just does so much damage as well. And we spoke about tanks, and I wanted to talk about, how tank junglers need that 1-2 item spike. But before that, they're so weak. Doopy not only died there, but Doopy actually got 3 buffs because Kazahana recognized that they got the steal there, and because they knew they were stronger in the early game in their bot side, they managed to make sure Doopy couldn't even invade. So they get a 3 buff and 3 kills to start this game too.
And I feel like we've all been in that game where the Graves gets ahead and just counter jungles instantly in your jungle. Can't do anything in their own jungle. They can't gank because they're not strong enough because they haven't got the experience to level up to a point where they can start helping out the other lanes. And it's just a nightmare. So it's huge work right now by Kazahana. Meanwhile, Yule putting on a ton of damage onto Pros over here. Pros are picking up the solo kill from earlier, but Pros trading back that too as well. Again, higher level players tend to be willing to make these kind of trades, and they both end up basically at even health at the end of it. But Doopy's right here. Does get spotted out by Pro Sports because Doopy is just taking out a ward there too as well. So no gank does happen there. Dragon has come up here. Right now a little bit of a vision advantage because of the Scuttle Crab for UBC. So we'll see where they're going with that. Pushing in right now is the bot lane for Glaive here while we watch Brando Dio get a little bit of engage onto the top lane. And right now, actually, if you want to check in a little bit on the top lane, this Kale's doing pretty good work right now, staying slightly above in CS. After probably this wave, it'll be basically even, but that's exactly where you kind of want as you're about to hit level 6 on this Kale. Can't do much, but here's a big flash play, and here's Kazahana coming to help. Caster Curse does apply today. Nice ultimate, does almost at least trade the kill, but Brando Dio will pick that up. So ignore everything I said in the last 15 seconds before that fight.
I mean, Brando Dio was falling a bit behind in CS. We should give credit, that's I think right, but hold up a sec. We're seeing more fighting after Dragon goes down.
Yeah, they're getting that Dragon here. Pros, meanwhile, it has made up with Yule, is going to use that ultimate to force the flash out of Yule. Definitely will need to back out of that one. So, yeah, while we were speaking there, Dragon did get taken up right now by Glaive per. So, good job for them to recognize, hey, I got a gank top lane. We can take this Dragon pretty easily. Almost a fight broke out afterwards, but everyone kind of avoided that situation, got out of there. So, you take those. You're a little bit behind in just kind of the gold department because of all these kills, but you got at least yourself a Dragon. It's worth 600 gold-ish. So, you can come back with that.
Yeah, so we can take stock for a quick second here of all that happened there, because I feel like a lot of things happened there. Actually, can we?
Can we? Are we allowed to? No, because we're fighting. Chin Chin has stunned up Doopy, but here's Yule to come follow it up using the ultimate from Rumble. Is Yule. They're going to now focus on Shibuya as Mark has come to join the fight, but Pros is running here now too. Doopy has come to join too as well, but is already at a third health, so that's a bit of a scary proposition as Kazahana is there right behind. Yule has gone down real low, going to get burned up and be taken down by Pros 5-0 in that department now, and they're continuing to roll along.
And these teams, one way or another, they will have their pound of flesh. They will these team fights here, as most of the team doggy piles down into this bot lane to force this fight here. And to be fair to UBC, this is what their composition excels at here. Shinchin not yet level 6, does not have the Solar Flare, but that aside, everybody else is 6, has their ultimates, and they want a team fight. So they will force those team fights if they have to, and you can already see they are the stronger for it here. And what I had wanted to kind of talk about a little bit before that was how the game state was going. Doopy invading, trying to make some, plays macro-wise to try and come back from the deficit. But now Doopy's 2 levels down from Kazahana, and Kazahana has found him in the jungle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You're not 6 even, so you can't. It's not like you can ult to wait to try to buy time for your team, but buy at least a little bit of time as you did jump over that wall here. But here comes Pros to help actually. So what are you going to do about this? Too much? Clonk, Gronk, Zonk potentially can't do much. You're just staring at this person taking your jungle. It's a bit of a yikes, but it's kind of wild stuff. One thing I want to point out too, kind of going on in this game, or can I point something out? Or are you going to fight? No, okay. All right. I do have time here. Pros right now sitting at 2-0, sitting at basically even CS2. One thing I point out is, like, in terms of solo queue rank, they're the one that's kind of the mismatch here. They're the one plat rank player where everyone's like diamond or above, grandmaster or master even. So what's impressive of them getting a solo kill earlier, also picking up a kill into a fight, is that like they're doing it against pretty tough composition and then proving like, hey, rank may not be absolutely everything. So shout out to Pros repping us low solo queue players and making us look good. So keep that up. Yeah, and they just have advantages everywhere right now. Bot lane, jungle, top, just everywhere. It's looking really good for UBC.
Yeah, definitely. And while that was happening, Herald was actually picked up by Kazahana as well here. So they're not only winning the lanes, but they're also picking up the Herald. They did not get first drag, which is Cloud Drake, which is kind of nice for Glaive Purper here. And more importantly, you deny it from the side of UBC. Because if UBC gets cooldown reduction on that ultimate there, it's just going to get rougher and rougher, considering that's how they want to engage. Solar Flare still not picked up by Shinshin, but should be coming in soon. Just needs a couple more minions. And then once Solar Flare is available, I think things are going to only get spicier from there. Ocean Drake coming up in about a minute. And Ocean Drake is widely considered to be one of the more important Drakes to pick up as well. And to balance that out, Vark and Trivia Boy are actually pretty decent in terms of levels right now. They have a level lead, so all that roaming from Shinshin and Jamusi here to try and make things happen have hurt them a little bit in experience, so you definitely can't see it from the way they're dominating the lane right now.
Yeah, you're just like making the other team scared as Pros and you are trading up some damage once again over in the mid lane. he'd almost just pro view, just to stick it to the mid lane. I'd be entertained through most of this game, because here comes a gank from Kazama. The ultimate does come down through from Pro. They're actually both using the Rumble ultimate to try to get a kill over here, but Yule will be the one to go down low. Kazahana will be the one to get the kill.
Yeah, Pro's getting real sketchy there in terms of how much damage he was taking. Almost was like Yule's out damaging him a little bit in these fights here, and unfortunately we do get another bit of a pause. Looks like we're having some potential connectivity issues with Clonk Gronk Zonk here, so hope they get that fixed. But in the meantime, we finally get a break. It's like every time we want to talk, we're doing a fight check. Are they going to start fighting?
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah, like even if they don't have a full-on fight, they've been trading a lot. So let's start top down. Top lane. Clonk Gronk Zonk is up CS against the Shen, who has managed to pick up, a kill for himself. And that's a good position for Glaive Purper here. Clonk Gronk Zonk does not want to fight up to about 20, 30 minutes here, where they've got the items, where they've got the levels. Right now, level 9 means that they have upgraded from a melee minion to a ranged minion. At this point, they can actually do damage to Brando without being in danger of dying. In the jungle, we have our single biggest mismatch. 3 levels down for Doopy here. I had said in draft, Doopy Yule, that's a good, jungle mid synergy there. But Kazahana just went, nope, no synergy here. I'm just going to hunt down Doopy. It's hunting season and I want me some boar meat. 8 levels different in the jungle is huge. There's no rubber banding either. So Doopy is in a huge hole. Forget Sunfire, Wind Cape. It doesn't work when you're 3 levels down. And you don't even have that item yet. In the mid lane, like you said, Pros really winning that 1v1. You on paper should be the better player, but Pros has managed to punish 2-0-1 versus 0-3-0. Props to you for keeping up in CS, though, despite being down in deaths. But it will hurt later. Once we start seeing the items really come through, you're picking up that Stark Seal. I actually like that pickup. It's a very cheap item now. It doesn't really give you, that bonus regeneration from the pots, but it's cheap. And when you're behind, I actually like these sort of items, because either you're going to die anyways, and it doesn't matter, or you get kills, you get more AP, and hopefully you stage a bit of a comeback. And then we come down to the bot lane, where this is actually the lane I'm most scared of. Yes, Kale scales, but I feel like Samira right now is sort of the first checkpoint we have to watch, and Jamusi 1-0-1. Up a little bit of CS as well, is down a little bit in XP, but I still feel like there's so much kill potential, and you can see how aggressively that bot lane's been playing. They just push up constantly, and Vark and Trivia Boy have just been shoved on the turret. They can't rotate them.
Yeah, it's very tough when you have like the 600 gold extra right now on Jamusi, and on 80 carry, like those. Even the small 300 gold breakpoints, like within the laning space, especially since they've spent a bunch of that money too, only holding on to like 800 gold, while the Kai'Sa's actually holding on to like 1700 gold right now. So it's just like, it actually feels like a bigger gap than just 600 gold, right? And of course, like, they don't know these exact numbers in there, but you can kind of feel it when you kind of just play 80 carry enough. Those item differences just are huge right now, and it just feels like Vark can't do anything. And Trivia Boy, if Trivia Boy were to ever go in or try to make a play, they would get punched. So right now, Vark is just kind of at the mercy of what their jungler can do to help. But again, as you mentioned, that jungler is really, really behind and can't really help. So maybe Yule has to roam bot, but Yule's behind and doesn't want to really continue to lose anything going on in the mid lane. So it's a tough situation right now if you're on the side of play for Per. While right now we're watching UBC pick up this dragon, and you again cannot contest it right now. And I wouldn't want to really super int for one Drake, even though Ocean Drake is probably the best lone Drake on its own. Ooh, nice little taunt going on over here. And then we move to the bot lane where they are breaking out for a fight. The exact fight I said you probably couldn't take. Kazahana is going to be able to pick up 1 kill. Trivia Boy trying to just run away, but Kazahana's got some chase of speed with that red buff too. Shin once more gonna jump in with the Zenith Blade. Bark will finally get away from that, but there's still a tower behind them as Jamusi is just pushing in that tower doing ADC things. And yeah, they didn't even have their 80 carry there, and they just rolled you.
Yeah, you're saying that Vark and Trivia Boy at the mercy of their jungler? Well, their jungler's at the mercy of Kazahana, because Kazahana just went in, and he was like, yep, okay, I got some boar meat, I got my bacon, let's go for beef now. And Trivia Boy, unfortunately, also gets shafted there, and Jamusi was just like, peace out, guys, I'm going to keep farming, because I'm the ADC. You guys farm the champions, I farm the mids. Oh, not again!
Okay, all right. It was another joke, though. I was just starting to feel bad, It's that every once in a while, you you just gotta avert your eyes because it's just like
But look what they're doing.
it's a full-grown man fighting children is what it feels like at that point. But here's a Sejuani ult finally has that available, so then they're trying to make some sort of play happen here and now. But here comes a turnaround because all his ultimates are now gone. Jamusi, Pros, and Shin Chin trying to chase down Trivia Boy, who will eventually get away. But really, you can't step into this jungle. This is UBC's jungle now.
Yeah, not only can you not step in jungle, you can't even step to your turret. Vark and Trivia Boy were zoned out from their outer turret almost the entire time there. That is abuse. And hold up a second.
Yeah, Pros get that one. And one thing that kind of happened too off screen that is kind of underrated is that like Jamusi isn't instantly just destroying that tower while all that was happening. Jamusi is just pushing the minions into that tower so that all those minions can die. The reason you don't necessarily want to destroy that tower, even though there's plates available, and I know you're just like thinking about that gold denial is almost bigger than actually getting gold in this game. So you're able to kind of push those minions to the tower, let it die there, because if you were to destroy that tower, now your minions, it takes longer to get to you, so you have less gold kind of coming towards you, and meanwhile you're just completely cutting off a gold income for the enemy team. And I'm gonna talk about this fight happening over top lane because Kazahana is just everywhere on this map. Blowing another one. Doopy is here, trying to do something, trying to be a jungler, but that solar flare will hit, forcing Doopy now to flash away. Shin Chin just trying to find an angle to Zenith Blade, does eventually hit that set Zenith Blade and continue to move forward. They will kill that 6th kill for Kazahana, and this is looking like a bit of a jiffy dippy.
Little bit, you know, Johnny, we were talking about like high-level games. We were expecting this to be fairly close. Well, it looks like UBC went nope.
Nope.
They're just 100%, chaining this on there. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Pros now want to go over here. Zenith Blade does finally miss for once. As Kazahana though says, you don't even need to hit that. I'm gonna do a bunch of damage anyway. Trivia Boy trying to run out of here with their own ultimate to run out of there. Do get that one, but the tower will likely then be in their favor. Meanwhile, Jamusi and Yule are in a 1v1. And then who's gonna win that mostly? They both try to use the Inferno trigger, but Yule is gonna be able to finally walk away. And oh boy, 11-0 in kills. 5,000 gold lead. UBC are out.
Yeah, and like you said, Johnny, in the draft here, some teams like to draft, late game compositions with no way to actually get there. And Glaive Ripper did technically draft themselves a way to get there, but it's not been coming in whatsoever. And it really looks, like a typical late versus early game where the late game team doesn't get a chance to play at all before 30 minutes. And that being said, though, Glaive Purper, they just need to skill. They need to hold on, they need to skill. Klonk Gronk Zonk has been able to continuously just farm up till that last gank in that top lane there. He'd only died once and is up CS. The Nashor's Tooth is completed as well, so is doing some damage. They just need time. And because they got the first Drake as well, they put a bit of a stall on that soul timer, so they do technically have the time to skill up. They've only lost 2 turrets at this point. I know it feels like a lot more because of the kills we've been seeing, but they're not actually too far behind in terms of macro right now. They're behind in gold, for sure. Only 1 mythic, but they can still scale.
It's true, and Brando Dio fighting over here on KL. Some more members coming over towards the top lane, but the kind of crazy thing, if we were to turn nameplates off, we turned like this team, and I didn't know this was UBC. There tends to be a trouble with teams closing out games sometimes, and that can happen if you don't know if a team is organized enough to know even how to close out a game, how to close out this kind of lead. However, we turn nameplates back on. We know this is UBC. This is a very organized team. They have great macro. They know what they're doing, even down to the little things like I said about not destroying the tower too early, so they could deny as much gold and then make sure minions were coming to them as much as possible. They've now destroyed it because now they recognize, hey, destroying these towers allows us to kind of like get pure priority over onto all these objectives, and they're pushing them all in together on these awesome breakpoints, and they're pushing it all in now so they can go do this dragon. They know how to close out a game just by watching them do their macro, but here comes Doopy trying to make something happen, trying to attack the global, so even if they do go for that dragon, maybe they can do something over here, but that pretty much just signals that, hey, dragon is kind of free now because Doopy's over there and did not get the kill onto Brando Dio, so you're seeing 2 people work on that now while Shin Chin and Pros are just pushing in the mid lane because honestly the jungle and the AD carry don't even need all that much help. Doopy coming back towards the top lane, really trying to get something going for at least their Kale, because again, that is maybe their primary win condition. So why they're doing this, they get that tower down. It does help them out a little bit, but they're getting pressure from both the mid and the bot wave right now. So as much as you're doing work right now for Kale, it's come at the sacrifice of what's happening on the rest of the map.
Yeah, they're dropping Shelly in the mid lane as well. They're just brute forcing this, and UBC knows that they can. There's no real engage potential. They saw Quonk pushing, they saw Doopy pushing. They have base now, but at what cost? Shelly's gonna get 2 charges off, and that if they are looking to crack the base before 20 minutes potentially here.
And here we go. You do see Yule able to take an ultimate there, trying to make something happen. You're gonna have to do a really impactful ultimate to really make a giant difference right now in this game, because everyone is so far ahead on the enemy team. And while last time we saw like, oh man, the Samira got the late game and was able to kind of punch, and the Samira is clearly doing very, very good. We're seeing so much of this Graves work doing awesome stuff. 50 CS over the enemy jungler, 6-0-1 over 0-3-0 Doopy, and they're trying to get themselves back into this game and trying to kind of stall this one out. But right now, it's effectively being, the tempo is effectively being pushed right now by UBC. And here's Yule in behind everyone, but kind of recognized, I will just die until my rest of the team gets here. So it's still really just waiting for everyone here. And there we go. Yule utilizing Rumble's own ultimate to try to jump on this. Trivia boy trying to jump in to help too as well. Here comes the big flank. This is actually not a bad fight right now for Glaive. They're continuing to jump it in here, but here comes the reverse damage. Oh no, Pro's done so much. 4 of them are already dead. Here comes Samira to potentially finish this one off. Rando Dio will actually secure that last kill and ace. And if it was even gold, maybe that's a good fight, but spoiler alert, it wasn't.
And I'd like to report a bug to Riot, please. That ultimate is not equalizing anything. That equalizer just shredded the entirety of Glaive. They had, this is a Night Harvester Rumble. This is not even that Leandri's Rumble that we normally see. And you can just see how disgusting that equalizer is and how low level Glaive is, that they're already back up on the Rift for the most part. I like what they tried to set up there, and ironically, if they had actually been a little bit later to pull that trigger, that would have been a 5v4, because Shinshin was actually looking to back at that point. But unfortunately, they picked the 5v5, and when you clump up like that, the equalizer is just gonna wreck all you guys. When you're, how much is that? 9,000 gold up. It's no longer the equalizer. It's just a flat out unequal.
Yeah, and you saw Yule tried to use that very same equalizer, but you just saw the difference between right now, how much damage it does for one champion and for the other one. Because I went into the fight thinking like, hey, this might not be bad. Maybe if they can kind of pick off one kill and then back off of here, this might actually work out pretty decent for the game for her. But clearly, they're just too far behind right now. UBC picking up a clean ace, picking up the Baron inhibitor, which is arguably the best inhibitor to pick up because it gives you so much control over Baron when minions are pushing the bot lane. They have to go all the way to the bot side to answer those super minions, so they can just kind of easily do the Baron by themselves with like at least a 5v4, because someone has to answer the bot lane. So it's a nightmare situation right now for Glaive. It's a beautiful dream situation for UBC as they continue to kind of push on all these lanes and then continue to grab excellent vision, which right now is a relatively easy thing. But here's Shinshin trying to find out the Yule. Solar Flare does come down. Kazahana will clean up that kill. 8-0-5 now. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and part of the problem here for Glaive is how are they going to come back? We've got to look at what mechanics they really have here. You've got the Sejuani ultimate, you've got Alistair. That's your engage potential here. But Sejuani, the last time we checked, was 3 levels down. Doopy's now 4 levels down here, so they can't even try and contest for the Baron, even if Doopy were there. The Smite steal right now is going to be absolutely brutal. It's 600 true damage versus 760 true damage. So effectively, about 160 difference here. They're not even going to try and contest this. They don't have vision whatsoever either. It's blue side everywhere on the map right now. UBC's got a stranglehold on vision. They've got a stranglehold, on the objective control. And Glaive just don't have... Their engage doesn't survive the engage. Their damage isn't enough to take down tanks. Baron was kind of your best bet where it does, apply that debuff to armor and magic resistance, but they don't take that there. Mountain Drake's coming up right now, and we already see that they can't defend under their own tempo. So I feel like the only way they come back right now is if UBC misplay, if they can somehow find a flank onto Jamusi, onto Pros, and onto Kazahana, but it's 3 different targets, none of which are particularly easy to kill. and it just feels like they've got a snowball's chance in hell right now to try and make a play, but they have no choice but to go for it. And I'd rather see them go out in a blaze of glory than to slowly be strangled out.
Yeah, it's tough too, because normally what feels super good is this 2-item point for the Kale, Riftmaker, and Nashor's Tooth are just such great items, but that Riftmaker scales well on a long team fight. And team fights aren't long right now. Their entire team gets blown up instantaneously almost, and it makes it hard for you to really kind of get to that potential that Kale can do. And Doopy is once again seen Kazahana and just has to run away in fear every single time that happens. We're seeing, again, like Clonk is doing the right thing, trying to just like farm and scale up and get to the point where you can kind of 1v9 this game. They do have 232 CS. That is a good mark at this point in the game. Obviously, it's 10 CS per minute. It's pretty darn good, but it just doesn't seem like it'll be enough because, again, team fights just don't last long at this phase in the game. If they can somehow stall out like 6 minutes before these inhibitors go down, there's a chance, but they got Baron empowered minions, baby, and they were pretty strong. They're just sieging well, and UBC knows how to use it.
Yeah, Super is pushing up the bot lane, as you mentioned earlier. You know, the bot lane inhibitor already going down, and I feel like they need to pull a trigger here. Their base is falling and crumbling around their ears right now. And, you know, Zong, 5 seconds. That's how long it takes for Riftmaker to hit the true damage point. And I mean, this is the choke point right here, where it is going to be a front to back fight. You've got a turret, but if they don't push, that siege minion alone is just going to slowly take that down. Not to mention Brando Dio pushing up the mid lane as well. They lose these turrets, and you're going to have double super minions pushing into.
They kind of just have to go for some sort of fight here, and Shin might just force the issue, jumping in with that Zenith Blade, and follow up by equalizers on both sides of the team, trying to make something happen, but those ults essentially just zone people away from there. Now Kazahana is just pushing in onto the Nexus turrets. They're getting that last inhibitor down too as well. All the inhibitors are down. These are super empowered, Baron empowered minions now coming through with the cannons, coming through with some super mains too. That bottom hitter, that I guess respawned if there's some solace for now for Glade for Fur, but it's not going to matter too much. They just focus now their attention on to said bottom inhibitor. So it will be all 3 inhibitors down. Super minions will start pushing into space. Do they try to close out now? Do they just kind of wait out for this game to end, because it's just gonna end at some point? But they could just, you know, push now. This is sort of like that, like, okay, if we have any chance of absolutely anything, you gotta find some sort of pick somewhere if you're Glade for Purr, but they're just gonna continue sieging into these minions, and right now Glade for Purr are just like trying their best to hang on. They have 0 deaths.
They don't have the ults
right
for
now.
it.
They like, yeah, they just don't have anything going. Kaisa looking to try to jump in there with a W would be insane. It's not gonna happen. They're just gonna take their time here right now as UBC. They'll let those super minions come in. I think they're thinking, bros, we can, like, yeah, we lost 2 towers, but we can perfect game at least in terms of the kill score. So maybe let's just chill. It might be impressive to see a 0 on that death side. So they're all going to back off and re-engage once the super minions are all at their base.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a perfect game. There was a Cloud Drake taken. There were 2 turrets taken by Glade Purpur, so it wouldn't be a perfect game. But
yeah,
I mean, it is super rough to end a game with 0 kills, right? And again, like they're not a bad team by any means. This is not like a,
yeah,
it's supposed to be one-sided on paper, right? And yeah, and I felt like that the problem is they already blew the ultimates, you know, defensively when their last inhibitor turret went down. So they weren't prepared to take advantage of that window when there wasn't double super minions pushing to the base. When Baron buff was off, under their double turrets, their Nexus turrets, that's when they needed to make the play. They couldn't do that. And now you've got double supers coming in every lane. Look, you can already see everybody's just kind of stuck in base right now. Only Doopy's really roaming around outside. And I don't know why Jamusi and Kazahana aren't necessarily pushing up. They're trying to get all the buffs, I guess, and maybe they're waiting for the Mountain Drake. But if they push in with double super minions, I just feel like Glade Purpur might just literally die under a flood of supers here. 6 supers are enough to just rip through a team if, you know, you can't handle that. And there really isn't quite enough damage yet to really deal with that, and 5 members just trying to kill you.
and just look, you even see like Clonk Song got a couple hits onto Brando Dio. It does no damage. just a huge tank in front of you right now. It's not able to kind of take them out right now. And like Kale's real good at clearing waves, like the best among the best of them. And that's basically why this game is stalled out any further than it is. But here they are. They're trying to see like, hey, maybe we catch out to Samira. But Samira goes, no, bro. I'm just gonna back off here. They're playing this real slow as UBC. They don't have to kind of push super too hard. So they're just gonna get this soul, and then really can go for the final push and win this game. It's just kind of like a foregone conclusion at this point.
A little bit. And it looks like they're actually going to draw this out for the Baron here, which will be spawning in about
Sure.
10 seconds. And yeah, exactly. Sure. Like, what can they do about that, right? You get that. You get double super minions with Baron buff. I already said it was going to be hard enough killing 6 supers. Now, 6 supers with Baron. We're saying, Kale does well trying to clear minions, but I don't know how well she does against Baroned up minions.
Yeah, and it's like, if you
so
told
rough.
me, hey, there's a Kale in this game, they flame Horizon their lane, we're good. Like, right? You just like, oh yeah, that team won the game, didn't they? Not even close, because everything kind of blew up on the other side. And again, most of it started by the play of Kazahana. It started even with that level 1 play where they kind of forced Doopy off of that first buff and 3 buffed them right away, right? Exactly. So it just like sets you back on so much tempo. Was laid for Per, and they never got it back, and that's unfortunate. And the thing is, they first picked the Sejuani. Like, this was a thing they kind of opted into, thinking they were able to get away with this one, and they gotta go back to the drawing board when they kind of see a level of a team like UBC do what they did to them. Because, like I said, Sejuani does get there if you can get there, but sitting at 1 item right now, 30 minutes, it's super rough. Here is what's going to be the final fight. You're seeing it done from Klong Sunk, but it might not be enough. Double equalizer again coming through in this team fight as it was stolen by Yule, but look at the health bars as they are disappearing right now on Glaive per side. Like I said, fights don't even last the 5 seconds for Riftmaker to make a difference. That means UBC win this game 21-0. No kills for Glaive per, and UBC start this tournament in style.
Oh man, I just feel so bad for Glaive right now. They didn't even get Jamusi in that last fight.
No.
Jamusi gets away, and like you said, deathless here. They don't even lose a single person. In a way, what a match! Game 1 we said was an amazingly close match, and Game 2 I wouldn't call it close exactly, but it was still a really good match to watch. UBC played it so clean from start to finish. I don't think people really understand until you really think about it how hard it is to not die a single time through an almost 30-minute game. It wasn't as if Glaive just rolled over and fed kills. Like, they were making plays. They were trying, and they stalled, pretty decently long here throughout that series. And I want to point out that we are in round robin phase. So UBC and Glaive Purper here both won their first game. So Glaive Purper isn't out because they lost this. They still can make it, to the second round robin phase. They just have to win their next game. And I'm sure, as you mentioned, Glaive Purper will go back to the drawing board. The Sejuani kills, it kind of didn't work out this game here. They'll probably go reevaluate, and part of it, was draft. Part of it was also mechanics, the way Doopy kind of struggled to try and find anything after they got 3 buffed, and I'm sure they'll come back stronger here. And for UBC, this has got to be a huge confidence booster. I am not envious at all of their opponent in the next round here, because whoever it is, let me look it up here. C999 is going to be facing a team coming off a high who just went 21-0.
Yeah, that is absolutely nutty. But I don't know. I don't have too much more to say about that game. It was just kind of a big stomp. Glaive per, you're going to need some wings for the rest of this one, and you can get that from Red Bull, one of our wonderful sponsors. We're thankful to our partners at Red Bull Canada for supporting local and growing esports in Canada. They have a fantastic prize for the first place team this weekend. Each team member will be receiving a solo queue bundle, which includes the coveted solo queue mousepad, which is dope. So I'm going to drink this during the break, get my energy recharged as we get into our next match. That one will be Alex is back versus Chase Side Bun. And this is another really, really huge one. Alex is back is SFU's second team, so they're really, really hyped team that we'll look forward to seeing on the stream. So stay tuned. More Signature Series, TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive coming in a little bit right after this break.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the TGS Signature Series, brought to you by Dailyhive. All right, so that was a little bit of a stomp, but we are hoping for, a little bit. We're hoping for a little bit of a closer match here today. We got Alex is back versus Chai Side Bun. It might be Chai Side Bun.
Yeah, I think it's Chai
Now that I
Bun.
think about it,
Yep.
yeah. So we got these two teams coming straight at each other as I kind of like quickly peek on this one. So we got in terms of just like kind of just straight solo queue rank, this is maybe like a little bit lower in terms of that we've seen kind of previously in the day, but sometimes that's really fun too. These two teams do seem pretty closely matched though, however, on that front. So I'm kind of excited to see what these two teams can bring in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think the tournament organizers have done a great job here of, trying to balance out the teams, at least what we're seeing on stream here. So very glad to see that. And as you mentioned, Alex is back is another SFU team. I believe they've got
Mhm.
3 teams currently in the tournament. So
Mhm.
this is the one of the other 2 besides the one we saw this morning, SFUF. And Chai Side Band, I'm not sure what their background is, but like I said, or like you said, pardon me, the rank wise, they're fairly even here. We're looking at
Mhm.
I believe mostly diamond players here
Yeah.
for both of these teams. So still fairly high level stuff. And as we saw in the last game, right? Like rank doesn't always matter. Pros versus
Yeah.
Yule was supposed to be the biggest mismatch, and pros just came in and stomped anyways. So I'm still looking forward to seeing what we see here. And we've seen such different picks from game 1 and game 2, and I'm hoping we see some more interesting off the wall sort of picks coming through here in game 3.
What I've seen kind of fun about this tournament, at least so far, is that like sometimes you just kind of get lots of people picking a lot of comfort for themselves. But I think largely due to how the items have really impacted the game so much, you're seeing a lot of people maybe more willing to experiment because it is kind of the early rounds, but also just like maybe just more willing to experiment with different champs because the items are so wild. Like obviously we're seeing a lot of Samira priority throughout this game, and if you look at kind of like the champions, not a lot of people even played that much Samira last season. No, it was only kind of available near the end of it, but still, you're seeing a lot of people willing to kind of pull that out and pulling out just team comps that all focus around it. So we have a 2-0 win rate right now, at least on stream for the Samira play, but it wasn't like all of that. Of course, we saw in the other game what so much of what the rest of your team does around this pick is really what makes it so powerful.
For sure. And, these 2 teams coming in right now, Alex is back, Chai Side Band, they are part of Group G here. And both of them currently sitting at 1 win, 1 loss. So this game right here kind of decides who's going to go forward into the second playoffs, because the top 2 teams from each group is going to make it to the second round of round robins here. And right now, Group G has Lyndon Jai, first place, 2 wins, hasn't dropped the game yet. Alex is back, Chai Side Band. There will be no tiebreaker in this group, I don't believe. Whoever wins automatically qualifies to this. So only one of these teams is coming out. It's a best of 1. So I expect them to start pulling out all the stops here.
So yeah, this ends up being an extremely important for either of these teams to win and continue going forward in these games. So it'll be very excited to kind of get as we watch this. So I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun one. Of course, just seeing any of the local teams just like makes me a little giddy because again, sometimes I do a lot of casting kind of like south of the border, like remotely, of course, but like south of the border with stuff. And it's just like you just hear all these North American teams, and it's always just like whenever they say NA, they really just mean US sometimes. So it's super exciting to see like homegrown teams, especially like we saw UBC just like dominate just in that last match too. Homegrown teams playing well, and right now they're all doing super well on stream. So it's fun to watch them kind of go and really use this tournament as kind of like that a way for these teams to build more and gel as a team.
Yeah, for sure. And there are, I mean, US American teams here in this tournament. It's just so far, I mean, it's been Canadians performing pretty well. And like, as a Vancouver myself, I'm quite glad to see that happen. Gotta admit, Soren Glaive. But yeah, here, we're seeing 2 other teams. Like I said, I don't know what the background for Chai Sai Bun is. Don't know if they're Canadian, they're American. But either way, I just want to see a nice, good matchup here. And we are just having a slight bit of delay here before we get into draft coming up from, I believe it's Chai Side Bun here. And hopefully they'll get that resolved soon, and we will be going hopefully into pick and bans. But while this particular group might not be having any potential tiebreakers, some of the other groups are looking just, at how the other groups are panning out. It's not quite so clear cut for a lot of them. Group A right now has Boosted Bonobos and MPG Team 3 currently sitting in first place here. They're looking pretty good depending on how that game goes. Group B also has Isekai for Mona's Thighs, which I believe is the other UBC team. And we actually are into pick and bans now.
Boom.
So you can check that out on the brackets on Battlefy. But for now, we've got this game to look at.
Yeah, like we were mentioning before, like you mentioned before, this is a hugely important one. Winner to our second part of the day. So we're seeing Fiora being banned out. We're seeing the original spin to win champion in Katarina being banned out too as well. And Jax taken out as well. So we're seeing one thing too in this tournament that we're seeing a lot is very varied bans. And sometimes you go, okay, is this just because people have different solo queue stuff and they really want to go to stuff? But no, it seems like it's more interestingly people just banning stuff that doesn't seem to counter the comp they want to play. So that is very intriguing. Amumu has just kind of been a staple ban so far in this tournament because Amumu is just crazy strong right now. But we're seeing our first 80 carry ban too come through as our second 80 carry ban is we'll not see Samira in this game, but also Jin. So in terms of those like top tier solo queue at least ADCs, those both are gone, and we're seeing more Sejuani priority as that's being picked up on the side, on our blue side right now for Alex's back.
Yeah, and I mean, Sejuani has kind of come in as sort of the poor man's Amumu, that when Amumu's taken away, Sejuani is the next one on the table. Premier tank, just not quite as much damage as the Amumu. And I can't say that I'm disappointed to see the Samira ban here, because like I said, I want to see new things. And we've been seeing Samira, we've been seeing Jin here. They're both banned. Great. So because of that, we start seeing different ADCs. Now we've got the Ashe Lulu coming out here, and Ashe is, I think, one of the few sort of typical crit style ADCs, which is still viable in the current meta. Or I should say viable. I feel like most ADCs are viable, but is more common in the current meta. So I'm very, very glad to see that. And Lulu as well. And one thing that I have kind of seen or was seeing before preseason hit was Lulu in the solo lanes. And I feel like in preseason, it's still viable. So I'm going to consider that Lulu a flex pick. It probably is going to go support. But for now, you know,
Yeah.
I'm still hoping that we see maybe a solo lane Lulu here.
Yeah, right. Tried to nerf that away, trying to take up some damage away from the queue, which is mostly just using the solo lane. The supports don't often level that up past the first level until they have to. So there's that. Ooh, we're seeing a Yasuo come through. So while Sejuani and Leona don't necessarily do the knock-up to help supply the... Oh, wait, was Sejuani charging in count?
Yes. Yes, it
does.
Q does count as a knock-up.
Cool. Awesome. So there is some synergy, at least in that front. So we're seeing a Yasuo game, which is always just fun because sometimes that blows up or gets destroyed. So either way, you get some vindication, whether you're a Yasuo lover or a Yasuo hater. So that's going to be in there. And speaking of exciting champions, Akali, another person that everyone either hates or loves, Akali jumping around is going to be able to either gets a lot of kills or will get destroyed. That's kind of like both boom or bust champions with Yasuo and Akali in this game. That's really exciting to me.
Yeah, first half of the draft is done, and the only thing we can say with any certainty right now is somebody's going to die somewhere on the map here. I sincerely doubt we'll see another zero death game, especially like with a Yasuo, with an Akali. Interesting to note, though, for the Yasuo pickup thus far is that there actually aren't a lot of knockups here. Usually when you see a Yasuo comp, you want to load as many knockups as you can. And so far, we're only seeing that one knockup from the Sejuani so far. There is still Ornn on the table. Top lane tanks are still an option, but we already see that for the side of Alex's back, they have loaded up already quite a bit of tankiness here. So I want to see a bit more damage come out from them here. And Jace, Vladimir are going to be the bans coming out from Chai Side Bun. They're not scared of Ornn. They're not scared of more knockups, it looks like.
Yeah, they're definitely just going to continue to get rid of some other things that just seem to be really, really powerful in the top lane hands of Samza. Just making sure they don't get those really two great scaling top laners that are potentially were available, but they'll deny that for now. So we'll still see they do have counter pick 2 as well. So right now, as they secure their jungler, it looks like here, as they go to lock in this Skarner, they will give this top lane a counter pick, or potentially they flex a Kali to top and give mid up counter pick. It is theoretically possible there too as well. So we're seeing Kennen locked in for the top lane and potentially Galio coming in the jungle.
Mid lane Yasuo ADC?
Yeah, so ADC. That's where you got there.
I think that's, I mean, there's a potential we see a Kennen ADC. Like, I've not seen it since I think Reckless was the last guy to pull it out in pro play, but I mean...
Who immediately stopped once it was the one time NA looked better than EU for a little while. If anyone remembers that Rift Rivals tournament. But Darius is going to be here. Oh boy, we got lots of just snowbally champions in this game, and both teams are looking to skill check their way to victory.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be so rough for Hanser here on this Akali, trying to navigate these team fights. The amount of just AoE that's going to be coming out from Alex's back, the entire team. The Kennen slicing Maelstrom starts, and suddenly Hanser's not going to be able to do anything. If he goes into that Maelstrom, he's probably not coming out the back end of it. And it looks like it will actually be, that Yasuo ADC for Hyakulol here does play that champion. And it does so well with that Leona as well. And you can target Lulu, you can target Ashe either way. If you find any of them there, that's a kill lane in the bot lane. So, we said in the past 2 games, the bot lane, we keep looking at that for action here. But, those 2 games are nothing compared to this. Yasuo Leona screams kills. Hyakulo needs to find kills. If he doesn't get kills, he might potentially just get poked out by the Ashe, by the Lulu as well. And I like the fact they did this because now Galio into Akali, that's a great lane for Galio here. He can just taunt up the Akali. Sure, you go into your Shroud. Galio doesn't care if you're in your Shroud. I'll just pull you right out. Let's go fishing here. We'll find ourselves an assassin. So the lane matchups coming out from Alex's back, they're just so good right here. I really like what I'm seeing. The team fight as well, so strong. I feel like it's really going to be on Chai Side Bun to mechanically outplay this fight here. They have to just be better because their composition, not ideal. Their lanes, not ideal.
And the crazy thing is, you lock in this Skarner pretty late into this draft too, and like, who do you grab? like maybe if you grab someone just way out of position out of everyone else, it might be fine. But like, even their squishiest targets, say you grab Kennen, cool, you brought Kennen closer to the rest of your team. If they're not instantly dead, they ultimate, and all of a sudden that fight gets turned around huge. So this is going to be very important, these laning phases right now, I believe, for Chai Side Bun, for them to come out at an advantage. Darius basically is like that one champion that, like, I don't even care what I'm about to fight, and there to make it happen. So I expect some top priority being applied into this game, because if this Darius gets behind, Darius feels like a very, very useless from behind. We saw a Sejuani behind last game, so like it'll feel sort of similar to that. But if they can kind of do similar to things in that game, but they don't have like kind of that like Graves big counter jungling action there, so Sejuani might actually be able to play in this game, obviously on a different player playing them, but we might be able to actually get to see Sejuani do Sejuani things in this game too as well. So there's a lot of potential for this game to go really awry right now for Chai Side Bun, but I think we feel like we can just outplay this enemy team in the laning phase, and that'll be very, very important for them to do that, because huge team fight potential right now is Alex's back, even if they don't have a backline AD carry.
Yeah, and I guess they kind of don't need one at all.
No.
They're all in, right? Like,
Yeah.
forget it. And Nicky said, who's kind of going to pick? The only target he has is Hyakulo here. And if everybody's running in, I've seen this unfortunately happen at the top of any amateur scenes before, where when everybody's doggy piling in, Skarner can't click the right target. And if you can't find the Yasuo, you pick anybody else, Hyakulo is just going to wreck your team.
For sure. All right, while we're waiting for our competitive integrity pause here, let's give a shout out to one more of our sponsors in Herbaland. Herbaland makes nutritional gummies right here in beautiful Richmond, BC. Shop the whole collection from clean candy to specialty performance gummies at herbaland.com. So thank you, Herbaland, for helping us out here at the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. And we have 2 teams in here. If you are just tuning in, again, this is a very, very important match for them to move on to our second part of our qualifiers on our first day here on this tournament. Alex is back and Chai Side Bud currently tied. Winner basically gets to move on into the second part. So very huge game, very important what it's going to do to the standings, and like even everyone else in this group are basically just watching to see what will happen here, because this affects a lot of the tournament going forward. Both teams, at least on paper, pretty evenly matched. I think we both kind of agree right now that potentially Alex's back might have quote unquote won the draft, but we'll see. We have in the top lane, that's Samza. Darian is playing the jungle. Mid lane is Space Glider. Hyakulal in the bot lane position and supported by Solus.
Yeah, and on the other side of the rift, it is going to be Chai Side Bun with Sad in that top lane. Il Luva here in the jungle, Hanser in the mid lane, 17 in the ADC role, and Kura here in the support position.
And we're going right into the rift here. We've seen a couple wild games today is over. The first game was just like, I don't want to call it Clown Fiesta, but it was just like a wild west
It was
fight.
a jungle safari tour, right? Like they just roamed around. They didn't.
Yeah, it was wild. The second game was a wee bit of a stomp, and honestly, I just enjoy close games, so I'm hoping for one more close one and potentially a lot of fighting in this game. Because again, we Chai Side Bun probably know they need to win this lane phase to kind of win out this game. And if they don't, Alex is back has got a lot of fight potential and a lot of re-engage potential, even if the other team does get a good engage on. So we're going to see that. We're currently just seeing a line of scrimmage from both teams, kind of the most conservative start to a game we've seen so far. Game 1 had an invade that didn't necessarily go anywhere. Game 2 had an invade that ended up being extremely impactful despite there not being a kill. But we're seeing two teams here just kind of playing it safe. Sometimes you kind of get that when you know this game is so important. You don't want to int it all the way at game 1. But you see at least 4 members of Alex's back over here potentially trying to look for some cheese in this river brush.
Oh,
and
no.
17 is right there. Zenith Blade hits. And oh no, like I said, you don't want to int this first game. Your flash is gone. That doesn't mean the game's over, but it does make the next 5 minutes pretty stressful for an AD carry.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a bit of a yikes there. Great setup actually from the side of Alex's back there, especially because I was thinking about the Spires there. When we did see Chaisite Bun pick up that Spire, it actually meant that it's gonna be very hard to invade because the Spire can potentially catch if somebody messes up hugging that wall there. But they were just like, forget the invade. I'm just gonna straight up take a kill. And well, they don't get the kill, but they get the flash instead, and that will help facilitate a kill now because now 17 has to be so careful, and they do get the blue buff to start. You know, we were talking about how Skarner is in the Graves, not quite as strong on the invade, but with the Spires and all that, could potentially look to get something, but now they can't, and we might instead start seeing vertical jungling because of that invade. We are seeing Luva hitting immediately towards the enemy blue buff instead because Sejuani just doesn't clear quite as fast.
Yeah, we're going to continue to monitor how they fight with all of that as Iluva is taking this blue camp, as you mentioned, and checking out what they're going to be able to kind of do in the jungle. What's kind of nice, I joked earlier that we're actually going to see Sejuani play League of Legends in this game, and I truly believe that because you don't have as much potential to just completely punish out this jungler based on the fact that you are playing Skarner, because you're both trying to like level up the 6. Is essentially what's going on, but they could potentially meet over in the jungle too as well, as we're watching this bot lane kind of trade a ton of damage onto the Leona right now, and you kind of get at least a little bit of that, but a lot of pressure already being put on by Hyakulal as they're already with a good CS lead. They're going to get the cheater back off, which is a pretty significant advantage, honestly, in the early part of the laning phase in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's huge, especially for, you know, the likes of a Yasuo here, who their item spikes, they don't have to have like a huge big ticket item, no BF sword required for them necessarily. It's small pickups, so Yakulo able to go back and, you know, purchase, you know, even just a pair of boots will help him get in there faster. And I like the fact that he picked up a control ward so early. Because, like I said, for Alex's back, they've got solid lanes. They don't necessarily need to find ganks that early. They can leave Darien to just keep farming in the jungle, get that level 6. They all want to hit level 6 too. So if they can isolate their lanes, it's actually better for them than necessarily trying to force things early here. So I like that control ward pickup. You either get lane control or you get to make sure you don't get ganked and you can continue that isolated 2v2.
And I kind of like the aggressive purchase too, even just boots. Like, obviously, like, what do you mean aggressive boots? Like, mostly when people cheater back, they'll just like, okay, cool, I got a free call, right? And then you just scale from that. This tells me that you're trying to want to use that movement speed to make a play. And you can definitely do that on a champion like Yasuo. And of course, when you're dealing with kind of double range on the other side, having a little bit more move speed gives you more closing speed, and that could potentially be huge. So look to this bot lane to potentially be looking for another play. And again, remember, Ashe does not have flash for at least another couple minutes here.
Yeah, and Ashe took cleanse as well, so we should probably touch on the fact that that's not like a heal exhaust bot lane, which is usually what you see run into a Yasuo here. She took cleanse, and I think the cleanse for 17 here kind of makes sense in that you're scared of the Leona, but at the same time, it won't cleanse the knockup coming from Hyakulo, and you have to be careful. And we are now seeing a gank, but you can't catch up. The Skarner, who are you going to gank a Skarner here? All your lanes can run away. You go to the top, he's just going to turn into an electric ball and just zip away there. You just saw Galio kind of walk away. Did he even Justice Punch? I don't think he did. He just walked that one off. And if you go to the bot lane right now, they can just turn and kill you. So I feel like it's going to be so rough for Chaisite Bun to try and find a gank. And then, like we said, the lanes right now, you can already see Sad's not able to find the advantage in the top lane so far. Mid lane's going even, bot lane's going even. So they might not win it, but at least they're going even, I guess. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, and that's potentially all you can kind of ask for at this point of the game when wall going down. Gonna just like not even. I don't even want to take your W down. I don't even want to proc my passive right now. Like get out of here. You gotta be able to not prevent that. And that's always so frustrating with the AD carry. It's just like, oh, how do you deal with this champion? But we'll see where they kind of do. You kind of know Skarner is trying their best to kind of power farm ish sort of their way so that they can help with their other lanes as they are trying to put on some damage right now onto this Alex's back bot lane. But Sejuani is here too. Dragon is spawned up, and they have priority in mid and bot lane, so that potentially means they can go pick it up. They will get spotted out for this as that Scuttle Crab was taken over there, so they know they're doing it, but I don't think they can contest.
No, and it doesn't even matter. Look at where Luva is. Luva was back in base. There's just no way to contest, number one. And not only that, but Darren's actually up significantly right now in camps. It's only 8 CS, but that's about 2 camps, 3 camps potentially here. So that's actually a pretty big difference in showing the levels as well. They know that they have the level lead in the bot, in the jungle. They're comfortable taking this. If anything, if you want to contest this, Alex's back will be happy to take that contest there. They want the fight. They want the kills. It's been really quiet. And now that they got Ocean Drake, that's the first Drake that gets picked up too. They're more than happy to continue just farming it out in lane. They've got an eventual health lead, regeneration lead. They can afford to, you know, poke a little bit better, trade a little bit better as well. So things are just getting rougher and rougher. The top laners, both of them took Ghost here, but we do see Unsealed Spellbook for Samza on the Kennen, which means that potentially there is a teleport in the back pocket as well. So when they start looking for fights, when they start looking for macro play, I feel like Alex's back just has all the tools they need.
Yeah, and they're doing this early game perfectly exactly how they wanted. I mentioned how Chastised Bun really needs to kind of smash a little bit of his laning phase, so if you go through 7 minutes and everything's just kind of even, you're up a dragon, you're very, very happy. You're up Ocean Dragon, as you mentioned, the best dragon in the early game, because unlike other dragons, it isn't like necessarily, oh, I'm going to shut up, because Kura is on top of that. We're also getting a teleport coming through here from Hanser as they're trying to get on top of this. Can they turn this one back down? Hakilo is real low and is real dead. First blood goes over. It does get traded on the Solus, but Hanser will be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, they had to make something happen. I like the fact that they decided to just force that play there. Because what else were they going to do? Wait around to just slowly get outskilled there? The TP is not that huge for Hanser either because, sure, like, you can't get back to lane immediately. But notice what they did. They rotated Luba to the mid lane so that Luba can pick up that CS in the mid lane. At least, you know, try and... I hesitate to say catch back up because I don't think Luba actually will be getting the full minion gold because they do have the jungle item there. So that is going to hurt Luba a little bit. But considering that Luba was already falling behind, it's better than nothing. And first blood, worth it any day of the week. You try and stop Hyaku Law from skilling for a little bit. Let 17 try and find a small way back in. It's a very, very small win, but you take what you can get at this point,
like,
frankly.
Sure, Kill and Leona is like, oh, it's Kill and support too. So I was like, Leona actually is pretty happy when Leona can get ahead because that's just quite a snowball champion. But it's true. You like you're saying, you just take what you can get. And right now, sure, would you want that cleaner? Would you want that to be a 1-0? Yes, of course is what you want. But you're up against a pretty good team. So they're able to they're able to get what they can out of your nice play going down into the bot lane. So we'll continue to see kind of where we are. We are only on a 200 gold lead and that 1 dragon lead right now for Alex's back. So this game is nowhere near that realm of over, but this is what Alex's back wants. They want to kind of this game to just keep going in this direction. They are very happy if this game stays even throughout the majority of it, and then they can hopefully close out a win for them.
Yeah, right now Herald is available. Dragon going to be up in just under 2 minutes here. So once those objectives are up, Alex's back has agency, has initiative. They can try and force things because they're the one who wants the big team fights. When you look at Chai-Side Bun though, in isolation right now, Luva can potentially look to make something happen. Is level 6, does have the ultimate, the Impale available here. And right now, no one's really got the cleanses to get out. So this is your opportunity to try and make some plays happen here. Look for a gank, top lane, mid lane, bot lane, anywhere. If you impale somebody, that is potentially a kill for now. So I feel like now is the time they can try and make something happen.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they haven't done too much right now over towards the top lane. Meanwhile, we get the knock-up coming through and the Solar Flare and the Zenith Blade. They're going to do that. Oh, and that Wind Wall going to prevent 17 from doing any damage, and then puts them out of position to get themselves now hit by the last breath from Hyaku Lol. And what a wonderfully played bunch of mechanics put together by this bot lane duo, almost picking up another kill, also going golden to not even trade a kill there. But here comes Hanser, who does just end up getting taunted by Space Glider. Now they're just trying to run away. They're just trying to find that kill into Solus. They eventually are able to do that. Can they actually trade one into Hyaku Lol as well? That'd be extremely impressive, and it's exactly what happens. Does pick up the double kill, eventually traded back to Space Glider. Now here's a teleport because Kura's still here, and Samzo wants to get in on the action, get themselves a kill. They're looking to pick that one up there. It will go to Space Glider. They improve themselves to 2-0. It is now a 4-3 lead and a 600 gold lead for Alex's back.
And Hanser is a monster there. The outplay was huge. And Chai-Side Bun, I count that as a win for Chai-Side Bun there. I know that ultimately I think that came out to a 3-2 for them. But they also managed to pick up, or should hopefully be picking up, Herald Shotley. Luva's trying to cut their way through that Herald there, but it's taking a bit of time. And meanwhile, Sad was just solo in the top lane. And we already said, like, Sad on the Darius. It is a bit of a tough matchup because it is melee versus range, but you're trying to do that. And bot side.
Oh, the cleanse coming in handy, but is it enough? It does not look like it will be. Last breath takes you down. Soulless gonna secure that kill. Meanwhile, Rift Herald being used over on the top lane, trying to funnel as much gold onto Sad as possible. But Samza comes in with a slicing maelstrom, going to pick up one kill. Can they pick up another with the help of Space Glider? Or at least Space Glider will clean that one up. They'll go to 3-0, and they get that as they continue to push that. But bot lane continue to be pushed right now by Hyaku Lol.
And they're also on the Dragon here right now. It is going to be a Cloud Drake. Having the cooldown ultimate is going to be huge for the side of Alex's back. And Hanser, I mean, Hanser's been trying to do what they can here. He's been doing great so far, but I don't think you want to walk into that much CC there. I'm already surprised that somehow he survived, taunts, stuns, knockups the last time, but this time they're healthier. That's even riskier. And from what, was fairly even after that bit of a fight in the bot lane, it's suddenly just swinging completely Alex's back's way. This is how they want to run their team composition. They want to group up, and when they've got even numbers in 3 or more, when they group up in 3 or more here, they have strength together. No COVID on the Rift, so they're happy to just group up, clump up, no social distancing required.
They can just hold hands and run around. What a world that would be like if we can all just do that. Maybe one day, but here we go. Nice gold lead right now for Alex's back. They're continuing that up. Dragon spawning in another minute or so here, so they'll wait for that one kind of come in. Or sorry, rather they just took the last dragon. It's been done for a minute now, so they're got that lead. They have the kill lead in the mid lane. They have this bot lane that are doing some work. Rage Blade already completed right now for the Yasuo, so they're just gonna continue going forward and keeping that up. Nice lead by the jungle too as well, about a 12 CS over the opponent right now too, so they're just continuing to do that, and everything that Alex's back kind of wants to happen is basically some great solo play we have seen from Hanser, and that has been kind of like the thing that's keeping this game a little bit together right now for Chai-Side Bun. Does have a decent amount of gold on to the Akali, does have that Rift Maker already built, so we'll see if they're able to extend that advantage at some point to the rest of their team.
Yeah, and we should also probably note that Luva has been looking for ganks as well and hasn't been able to find them. So that's one of the reasons why Luva is actually now behind in levels in gold. It was because they were trying to make plays. But I mean, you take Predator as a rune. That tells me you want to find fights, find picks.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Unfortunately, we actually haven't seen it on the Rift. I don't think we've seen a single Predator come out so far. And the Soulless miss. I don't think it does. Nawambo comes through. But the Lulu ultimate does save Lulu themselves, at least for a little while here, trying to turn this fight back around to 17. They're going to get the Galio coming down too here as well, so they'll continue their re-engages. Alex's backspace player starting off with a kill, but Hanser, once again, picking up one more kill for themselves too as well, but they'll eventually get taken down by Hyaku Lol. Now they'll throw attention on the 17, who does flash away. So 2 for 1 right now for Alex's back as we tune into the top lane for a moment as Sansa and Sad are trading some blows there. Yeah, and honestly, that fight went a lot better for Chai-Side Bun than I thought it was going to go, seeing that engage there. And Hanser's, again, able to somehow find a kill on the back end of that. He's 100% of Chai-Side Bun's kills right now, and honestly, I can't argue with that. That is the person you kind of wanted on here. Sad right now. can't really punish Samza because of the range disadvantage, whereas Hanser can look to find Hyakulol, actually shredded down Solus in that last one there. And Solus finding kills right now, not ideal, but I like the fact that they rush the Zeke's convergence. I'm a huge fan of the Zeke's convergence on Leona here. What it does is basically it increases your damage. It gives you an additional, right now 60 damage every time you immobilize or hit or hard CC an enemy. And Leona is the queen of hard CC here. So that bot lane's going to get really, really scary. Kura's been doing a great job with the wild growth so far to keep people alive themselves in that last fight. And it's great, but if that 60 damage is applied over and over and over again, that wild growth health, that bonus 312 health, that's basically just 4 CC and you've cut through, or 5 CC and you've cut through it there. So it's going to be less impactful as we go on here, as the lead coming through for Alex's Max's bot lane continues to snowball.
Yeah, they're just looking to continue to run through that there. Noonquiver Biasso is going to be working towards their mythic item to keep this going. Shield Bow feels real freaking strong on the Yasuo or the Yone, either brother. So, got Yasuo in this game today, so they're trying to build that one up. Going to be able to do some monster amounts of late game damage, and then being followed up by Space Glider, who's sitting at 4-0 right now. Is a tanky boy, but does quite a bit of damage for themselves to get someone taunted up. It's pretty easy to blow them up right now. Tons of burst damage coming through from this team, and not to forget to mention Samza with that slicing maelstrom just makes such big differences in team fights. Dragon now spawning in 20 seconds here, so it will be up right away and ready to go. It is an Inferno Drake. It is Infernal Soul, potentially up for grabs right now. And here we go, Sad fighting onto Solus a little bit here. They're getting some damage, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit onto that front line, but here comes the rest of the team with Alex is back. They're working front to back now, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 so far in this fight as they continue to push forward, and they pick up another one. Like I said, Space Glider gets a taunt, does tons of damage. He will pick up a double kill now here so far. They're trying to run away, but here comes the flash from Hakulal. Iluva trying to at least slow down Hakulal, got their attention away from the Akali player, but just puts the attention on themselves. The Space Glider will finish off said Akali players. Hanser is trying to get out of there, but Space Glider finishes it off for their 7th kill of this matchup. Hyakulal now continuing to chase onto Iluva, trying to find them in the bush, does eventually get them down, gets that kill, and the dragon will go over to Alex's back. They're now on Soulbook.
A delayed ace there, 5 and a dragon to boot. And these are Inferno Drakes. These ones are getting dicey here because Inferno, we already seen how much damage Alex's back can do. And usually sort of one of the counters to an AoE wombo combo team is to be able to survive the upfront burst. But they've got Inferno Drake. They're picking up Inferno Drake, so their damage is going to be multiplied. They're already ahead, and they are the team that are looking for fights. And that team fight right there is textbook of what Alex's back is looking for. Great, you caught Solus. Great, you doggy powered and killed Solus right away. Solus got Solar Flare off. That's all they needed. Samson comes into the Slicing Maelstrom. If one big CC lands, the big CC lands. And then you're just kind of done there. And that's just what's going to happen. And Hanser has to just keep playing around, making sure they don't get caught by any of them. And I feel like we're still not really seeing Iluva do anything so far. We did finally see the Impale come out, but it was at the end of the fight, and it didn't really accomplish anything. I need to see it proactively because I really feel like that's their only real way of coming back. An Enchanted Crystal Arrow to find a pick, and then you need to CC them to death and back. That's the only way right now I feel like they're doing it.
It's certainly tough. Slicing Maelstrom gonna deal with right now. Hanser currently in this shroud. Here comes Durian here to help too as well. Iluva joining this fight, making it a 2v2. But now they focus on to Iluva here. Solus and Hakulal is no longer a 2v2. The rest teams here. Hakulal picking up that kill, and they get another one. They'll continue to focus onto the top tower.
Yeah, and at first I thought they were going to be able to finish Samza off. I mean, Iluva was there, but no Impale, no ultimate. And unfortunately, no kill. And instead, it's going to be a turret going over the way of Alex's back. They actually summoned Shelly, but Shelly didn't even get a single shot off on that outer turret. They're going to save the full thing here for the top lane, the inner turret, pardon me, instead. And they're just going to push that in. Space Glider and Hanser in the bot lane facing off. Their teleports will both be available very, very shortly here. So they just get the top lane inner turret. That's all they get. But frankly, that's kind of all they need for now.
Able to definitely get that one going. They're looking to getting the next get another kill onto Sad too as well. And Sad will just eventually live a grenade, but actually surviving over here as Luva come over to ultimate get back up, but that might mean the rest of the team is going to get focused down. While Luva does get taken out now too as well. Sad still trying to run away, is barely going to not survive that one. Going down is 17. They now turn their attention up to where Hanser is, who's kind of got caught up behind them, but is a pretty slippery person on that Akali right now. So 2-0. Space Glider does eventually stop Hanser's back over here just to be annoying. But basically, they will then take this tier 2 mid turret and keep on rolling.
Yep, keep on rolling. Just about sums it up right there. Alex is back in a big way here. They're the one calling the shots on the map. And I've been running here thinking, what can Chaisai do? And I know I was saying, oh, they can look for ganks early. And then I was saying, oh, Aluva can look for, a catch or something. Right now, I feel like there's literally nothing they can do. Because Yakulol is rarely in a position where he can get caught out. So if Aluva catches literally anyone else, there's more than enough tankiness. And if you don't pick up Space Glider, the hero's entrance instantly guarantees you're not going to fight that 1v1. And we've already seen that they need significant numbers advantage to be able to win any fight here. So I feel like to beat two people, if one of them's a tank and one of them's Space Glider, you're going to need, at least 4 people before you can kill them, before anybody gets there to reverse things. Now, Baron is up, and Baron is that big, sort of bait here. You can't fight a wombo combo team on open ground, or much less in a Baron pit here. So I feel like it is completely up to Alex's back to decide where they want to go. If we look at Vision, Vision has fallen down a little bit here. We're not seeing a huge, lit up Baron pit like we've been seeing in the last couple of games, but I feel like they don't need it. If you come in and fight them, they want you to fight them because they don't have an ADC to take down a turret. They've got Yasuo, who has to get really close range to take down a turret. So they'd rather kill you first and then take the turret. So rough decision coming up here for the side of Chaisai, but Infernal Soul going to be added to the mix in 40 seconds.
Definitely. 40 seconds to go. They're turning their attention now towards getting this Vision deeper into the enemy jungle, onto Chaisai Bun side here. So they got a little bit of vision there. And to be fair, Chaisai Bun, at least they have vision in their own jungle, so they know where they can at least approach from, or at least how close they can get before encountering everyone. Iluva, though, however, might be the one stuck out over here. And oh boy, Iluva, you're down, and you're the one with Smite. Space Glider, rather, will pick up that kill. And now they'll just turn around, dragon spawning right away. And this shouldn't be contestable right now by Chaisai Bun.
No, and I want to point out that Luba also burnt the flash there. So we'll not have that available for potentially flash over the wall, smite steal at the Baron pit, which is where I have very little doubt Alex's back is going to look to rotate to right now. They've got a huge lead. They've got Infernal Soul. Now is the time where they're pretty much at their strongest here. There is a blast cone behind the pit, so I hope they do clear that up to make sure there's no way that Aluva can potentially even look to steal. And Aluva is down a level. It's not the worst we've seen, I mean, compared to the last game, 4 levels. So it is still contestable if Aluva can get in the pit.
Now, see what they're going to do. They're being spotted out right now by the Ash Hawk, so can they get into this? Down to about 3,000. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come through and does get hit onto Solus. Let's see if they get engaged now. They're going to go for it, but flashing in is Space Glider. Going to be able to taunt them. The Sam is going to come by, slicing Maelstrom, slice you all apart, taking down another one, and then goes another one. Double kill coming through for Samza. Double kill coming through for Space Glider. One more for Hyaku Law means an ace. It means a Baron, and Alex's back has got a stranglehold on this game as we get a surrender coming through from Chaisai Bun. So that one will end it in 23 minutes and 53 seconds. Alex's back, dominant performance.
Yeah, an ace into a Baron into a surrender. I mean, that was really quick there. And well played to the side of Alex is back. We had said on paper they look fairly even. But again, another game where your elo might look even, but it kind of doesn't matter because it's not about the elo. We're in coordinated play now. You might not be great at solo queue, but if you can coordinate with your team, if you drop the team with that big a wombo combo and the opponent just doesn't have an answer to it, this is kind of what happens. 10-0-7 on Space Glider. I feel like we didn't talk too much about that Galio, but he was quietly just putting in the work here. The highest kill participation as well as the highest kills. Not the highest damage, though. That went over to Hyaku Law, who deserves it 8-2 and 8. Kind of expected it on that Yasuo, right?
Yep.
And that was a kill lane. It worked out. They popped off.
Yeah, it was absolutely dominant. They did exactly what they wanted to. They played that early game a little bit slow, and it was like not this crazy 3-minute kills and stuff action that we've maybe seen earlier today, but it was just like exactly what Alex's back needed to do. And then when they knew they can start pressing their advantage, they started doing it. And big ups to I always appreciate really good Galio players because sometimes it's like obviously when you play mid lane you want to play like flashy assassins or maybe even like control mages who just put down tons of damage, but like people able to play like the TFs and the Galios and those champions that really help the other team. Like, yeah, he's 10-0-7. His bot lane ends up doing the most damage in the game, and a large part of that is because Space Glider's performance and able to stretch that advantage throughout the rest of the game. It's certainly some impressive stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And like, we can touch on it, the fact that Galio makes this comp work and that you can't punish anyone because Galio is always going to be there. So yeah, huge for that. And I believe that's it for the round one of round robins here. I do believe have some tiebreakers to be coming up, and I believe that is getting sorted out right now.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll probably go to a little bit of a break while we figure that out. But do you want to give our shout out sponsor one more time here at the TGS Signature Series that is presented by Dailyhive. So if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, the Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. So we'll get into a little break here, see what tiebreakers we have to sort out before we get into part two. So we will be back with that in a few more moments here at the TGS Signature Series. So don't touch that browser.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. We're into our tiebreaker portion of part 1. We're going to get our first tiebreaker here, cast on screen. We have two teams that are looking to get into the next part of the groups. Pepe Hands are going to be on the blue side, and To Be Determined are going to be on the red side. So, again, we kind of move a little lower into like solo queue ranks, but we do get into two teams that would really love to be able to move on in this one, and it comes down to this match.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we kind of say like that we're moving down, but at the same time, one of the team had to take out one of the diamond level, team with, I believe, with a challenger on it and a grandmaster on it. Chips Without Salsa is in this bracket, so somebody took them down. So that's a pretty big deal here. So, I mean, whichever team it was, unfortunately, I'm not sure which one did it. But whoever they are, I want to see that team, come in huge here.
Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing is some kind of fun teams too, in terms of kind of like the champion pool. Like we've seen a lot of Samira priority in this tournament, and like both of these teams have put in a lot of work in Samira. So I'm kind of just expecting the ban out, but if it's not banned out, we are very likely to see another Samira composition kind of come in together today. Where we also see like a lot of Lee Sin play come in from there, which is always just like the funnest jungler to watch. So we've seen a lot of tank junglers, and yeah, it's all fun. And I know it's super meta because of how good like everything is kind of going on with the defensive items, but I'd love to see a Lee Sin game. I know you want to see a Lee Sin game. So hopefully we get some of that. We'll wait till we're into the champion select, and this could be a really fun one.
For sure, and I think I've been told that it's Pepe Hands who actually beat Chips.
Oh, nice.
Without Salsa, I believe. Not quite sure, but yeah, that's I believe, and their blue side, I think. So that should be an interesting one here to watch. And I'm curious. I mean, I'm seeing some names here that get outflayed, and I feel like if you pick a name that get outflayed, you better be a Thresh player.
Yeah.
And so I want to see. Like we have seen a Thresh game. But Thresh Lee Sin, I'd be down to watch that.
Yeah,
action, playmaking. That's kind of what I want to see here. We are into picks and bans, and again, another Zillion ban coming out. We had one in game 1 of today. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of Zillion. I don't think he's found really his place in the meta. So interesting that we're seeing so much today of it.
One kind of interesting thing too we want to point out about Get Outflayed has been basically spending their time playing top lane through this preseason, and potentially I think they're still playing top lane in this tournament. Meanwhile, while they have someone named Meta Slave Top playing support, so it's maybe role swapping for this tournament, maybe in a kind of for fun thing. So we'll see where that's kind of going from there. But we won't see that Samira in this game. That is banned out. Excuse me. We also will not see Cassiopeia or Fiora as well.
Yeah, the Fiora ban, that one's targeted at Mites here in the top lane for the side of Pepe Hands is sort of the champion they like to play a lot here. So that's a targeted ban. I actually like the Cassiopeia ban because I feel like Cassio is really strong in the current meta, like just a hair below Victor in the mid lane, as long as she can survive assassins. And so taking that out means you don't get sort of that hyper skiller, and there we go. Just waiting for it. The Mumu ban, we're still not going to see a Mumu. Makes sense. Just so strong. The Kayn ban's interesting to me, though. I wonder if that's targeted at Kindred Lamar a little bit.
Potentially, we'll say Kindred Lamar. That's a great name. Yeah, so we're seeing that, and will we see our first Kha'Zix game of the day? We will. Good. I was just talking about. I don't want to see tank junglers anymore. I'm a little bit bored of it, and now we're getting.
Let's get some assassins.
Lee Sin still on the table, so we'll see who gets there. Other interesting thing up to Victor. Definitely up and played a lot right now by Small Crow over here in the mid lane. So we'll see if that's going there. Our AD carry player here, Sphinx, does play a ton of Vayne or Jhin, both still available. Either one would be pretty hype. Get slightly more excited by a Vayne pick, maybe, even though I'm just personally a Jhin player, so maybe I would also still like that. I don't mind it that much, but who doesn't like some Vayne spotting? You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens there. Rek'Sai, so we don't get the Lee Sin, but Rek'Sai is still a pretty fun jungler. Gonna get in the hands of Kindred Lamar there.
Doubly disappointed. Not the Lee Sin we're hoping for. And you pick a name like Kindred Lamar? What is this, Rex? I don't like Kindred, but Kindred right now in the current patch is feeling very weak in the jungle. Unfortunately, ADCs as a whole don't have great itemization. And there we go. It's not going to be Sphinx with the Vayne because it looks like instead it's going to be Vayne picked up by the side of Pepe Hands here. And I love it. You've got the Kha'Zix. That's assassination. You've got the Vayne. That's again as close as you get to assassination as an ADC. I believe she used to have the assassination tag if you tried to look up assassins. I don't know if she still does, but in the current meta, it certainly would work here. And Victor too could be assassin. Once you pick up that Lich Bane, he gets so much burst damage. That's why he's considered the best mid laner. And I like the Xerath pickup. If that is a mid lane Xerath and not a support Xerath, Xerath can counter Victor by just simply never letting Victor reach him.
I'm a little bit surprised by the Vayne pick by Long Beach, themselves being does play a lot of Vayne too, but themselves being such a big Lucian player, she played pretty well into either Vayne or Jhin, at least through the laning phase. They decide to go, no, whatever, I'll just take the Vayne up. And then on the other side, you are getting picked up the Ashe, which has helped your team so much and does provide plenty of poke into that laning phase. So I do like that pick by Sphinx. They could have still just kind of went with the Jhin if they wanted to, but Ashe still a very nice AD carry for them to pick up as well.
Yeah, and we kind of didn't see Ashe have very much impact in our last game, game 3 for Chai side, but it just didn't manage to do anything. So I'm looking to try and see if Sphinx can make something happen here, because I'm personally not been terribly impressed with Ashe on the current patch. I almost feel like people play her like a support rather than an ADC, more for the poke with the volley, the vision and the enchanted crystal, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just personally like to see action. I feel like Ashe isn't one of them.
Well, what's surprising though about Ashe is that sometimes people just kind of forget Ashe just does more damage and auto attacks at the very beginning of the game. So potentially you have, if depending on the support you pair her with, and right now you're seeing them grind out something like the Nautilus, which makes a lot of sense because you don't want that pairing. If you get an aggressive support, your level 1, 2, and 3 are very, very strong on Ashe compared to other AD carries. So potentially Malphite, you can go in there, just land that point and click slow, and then have Ashe follow up with just more auto attacks. It can work out very much in your favor, so we'll see what they're doing that. Of course, that Malphite could go towards the top lane and be flexed instead, so we'll see.
Yeah, and Nautilus might have been banned out, but there is another CC bot support we've been seeing in the support, which is still available.
Yeah, Leona's still very much there.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the exact same thing, early levels with that Ashe, right? Like you said, levels 1 to 3, a lot of potential damage, and now Cho'Gath in the top lane here, and I've seen Cho'Gath come back quite a bit here. Just straight tank. The health gets so much here, and it's gonna be the Lulu to be paired with the Vayne. I love that as a support. That is one of the OG combos, and you just get that the protect the Vayne comp. People talk about the Jugger Maul, but I was always a bigger fan of the Jugger Vayne here, where you just let Vayne just run people down. Flashbacks to Uzi back in that season 4, season 5 there, and there we go. There's Leona pickup. As you expected there, they banned the Nautilus, you left the Leona open, and that's still going to be a huge pain in your butt.
Yeah, so that makes the bot lane 2v2 very, very interesting. So again, the Ashe Leona have a really, really strong advantage level 2. They're going to want to try to press that. Lulu can kind of try to help Vayne sustain through that. And if they do, Vayne then just kind of snowballs insanely into this late game. And then they have this kind of the siege from the back line there with Xerath able to provide while Cho'Gath potentially just playing peel duty right now for the Vayne. So it's a team composition built on a lot of damage over on one side of the map. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got a couple of more tanky boys right now in Malphite, Rek'Sai, and Leona, as they're going to be able to provide a nice little front line over there, where Victor and Ashe are going to provide a ton of damage themselves too as well. So they kind of have that straightforward team fight composition, while the other side just kind of have a little bit more chaotic action going on with them. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that one.
For sure. And as you mentioned there, on the side of Pepe hands here, they don't have that standard orthodox front to back composition. One thing that tanks usually bring to the table is initiation as well as a stable front line. And with the Cho'Gath, sure, you've got a huge tank, but he doesn't have a ton of peel, nor does he have that sort of engage. He's got rupture, great, but that takes time to land. It's not like the Malphite Unstoppable Force instant engage. So you're looking for engage pretty much at what the Haze is going to be running in there, or Long Beach is going to be running in there, but they're both kind of squishy. So like you said, it's chaos here for the side of Pepe hands. What they want to do is just try and, the messier the fight, the better here. And I know I harp a lot on it, but I feel like vision is always key. And the opposite kind is going to happen here for Pepe hands, where the fog of war is going to be key. You want to deny vision almost more than you want vision, though everybody wants vision. But if you can block out the vision from to be determined here, then you can start looking for those assassinations with the Vayne just tumbling out of the darkness here. Kha'Zix hopping out, insta-killing somebody, and Xerath just shooting people from like a map away. Nobody can even see the Xerath. That I feel like is going to be how they want to play this, right? And they don't necessarily have the the better lane matchups either. I think the lane matchups are going to go fairly even. Xerath beating Victor is range, sure, but if Victor gets in range, you've got problems spot lane. Vayne Lulu is just very volatile into an Ashe Leona. Kind of risky where Leona can just stun you to your face because he's short range.
Yeah.
Top lane, 2 fat tanks. We've been there before, seen it happen. Nothing is really going to happen without jungle pressure. So Pepe hands, I feel like that's what they want to do, is just the chaos, small skirmishes. TBD, standard composition, they're going to set up around their objectives. They're going to look for that front to back fight. They've got all the tools they need to have happen. So I feel like compositionally, I have to give it to TBD just because there's a reason why it's orthodox. There's a reason why it's standard. It's because it works. Yeah. But in my heart, I am hoping Pepe Hands runs away with this one because I want to see that chaos you're talking about. I want to see that action. I just want to see, kills coming in and TBD running in circles, trying to catch these elusive assassins.
Yeah, I want to see Cho'Gath just chomp on people. I want to see Kha'Zix hiding in a bush for like a straight minute because they know that if anyone comes in, they'll just jump and just instantly one-shot someone isolated. I want to see Xerath all just destroying people. They're just trying to run around and survive. Like this is what we want to see. Well, of course, though, our brain sometimes says, that might not happen. But we want to see it. So let's see if you can do it with Pepe Hands. While we're waiting for our spectator delay here, let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors in Vanas. Did you know that you can go to Vancouver Animation School to learn esports? I didn't, but now I do. They're accepting applications for their esports program right now. Check out vanas.ca to learn more. That's VANAS.ca. Thank you very much for sponsoring, and thank you very much to all of our sponsors for helping make sure this tournament is possible. So if anyone's just tuning in to our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive, we have Pepe Hands over on the blue side going up against to be determined in our tiebreaker here. For this group, winner gets to go on to our second part of day one here and see if they qualify for the rest of the tournament and our playoffs tomorrow. So we'll see what kind of goes on there. So let's introduce our blue side team. Pepe Hands in the top lane, Might Seer in the jungle. What the hey? I am Adib playing mid lane. At the bot lane position, you got Long Beach supported by Lucky Whiskers.
And on the other side here, we've got to be determined. Get outplayed in the top lane. Kindred Lamar in the jungle. Not on Kindred. Small Crow in the mid lane. Sphinx in the bot lane. And Metaslave top. Not in the top lane, but as support instead.
Yeah, a bit of floppy of kind of all these names, making things confusing. But it's kind of funny whenever you cast someone who's like named after a champion and the champion's like not in the game. So I'm going to say, I might just call him Lamar to avoid some confusion, because there's not a Kindred in this game. So we'll see what we kind of do there. But we're jumping into Summoner's Rift. I'm cracking open a Red Bull right here, and we're ready to go between Pepe Hands and TBD. Winner gets to keep playing in this tournament. So this is for a lot.
Yeah, it all comes down to this here. I'm not exactly personally sure how the three-way tie works, but just the situation we have in Group C. So might potentially see another match from one of these teams, but still, nevertheless, it's still dicey here, and you never want to leave your fate up to somebody else's hands here. So should be a fun one coming into this. Are we going to get an invade? It's going to be my first question here.
Looks like based on pings, we're going to see a 5 point from the blue side, and the red team though is. Looks like they're just basically doing their same. So nothing crazy, but last time I said nothing crazy was going to happen. They ended up doing a late invade, which is a bit of the debate, but I don't think that's happening this time around. So we won't see anyone needing to blow their flash here in the early game, which proved to be pretty rough for the Ashe in our last game. But today, these two teams are playing it safe as we jump into this tiebreaker between these two teams. And yeah, we're gonna continue to kind of track. I'm most interested by tracking what the junglers do in this game for sure. Oh, Might Seer and Get Outplayed seeing each other over here in the river though. I am Adib gonna join in too. Gets an auto attack in there. Gets the proc from their Arcane Comet, but just walking away is Get Outplayed. But taking a ton of damage to start the laning phase just kind of feels bad.
Yeah, and I want to point something a bit odd about what Outplayed did for starting items. He's starting Pots and Darksteel, and before that's a standard start. But now Darksteel doesn't help you with the Pots that much.
Yeah.
So because of that, it's kind of an interesting decision here. He will be down compared to starting a Duran's item, and the sustain is already he's already burnt one stack on that pot because he got caught out in the enemy jungle with no backup, no vision. So I feel like he's gonna have a rougher start in the top lane than otherwise expected, and I'm not sure that Darkseid's gonna be worth it unless we see Kindred Lamar looking for a couple of ganks in that top lane. If not, I don't think Malphite has a ton of kill pressure on a Cho'Gath 1v1.
Yeah, that'll be certainly interesting to continue to track through the game. Because like before, with Darkseid on the potion and Time Lord Tonic, it was just like this kind of busted start for a lot of AP champions that honestly I was waiting for them to nerf for forever. So in a sense they did by removing the potion part of Darkseid to kind of get rid of that, at least for this coming season. So it's an interesting choice, and I'm wondering if that was just more of like an auto. This is something I used to do, and you're just still doing it, and didn't realize. Again, it is preseason. Sometimes you just don't realize certain changes. Every single day I've played, I've realized something new, and I'm just like, oh, this doesn't do this anymore. Oh, this doesn't have an active anymore. It's just like Seraph's being the one that shocked me yesterday. I was like, what? Seraph doesn't give you a shield? Why? So I was tilted by that. But we're going to see here. There's that early game I was talking about. They're trying to jump out of that, but a quick flash, nice reaction time to get out of there right away actually lends to Metaslave top taking more damage in that exchange.
Yeah, and that's one of the scary things about the Lulu. When you go in on the Lulu, she can polymorph you right away. To be fair, Lucky Whiskers did not actually skill that polymorph whatsoever. So right now, it's just about the shields and the sort of slows there, but they can really poke you down when you go in. And level 2's power spike is usually when a Leona wants to immediately engage. Didn't work out. Level 3 now, so has a shield, and we are seeing Kindred Lamar seek and pray here.
Coming down. Metaslave top taking a ton of damage, but here is Lamar coming in. First blood. Gonna hit him up with that dunk and get him down. And I guess it's more of an uppercut because he comes from Rek'Sai comes to the ground and then jumps up. Whatever. It worked. And they're up 1-0.
For sure. Great. Very, very clean gank as well. Well played from Metaslave to start that out. Really soak up a lot of the damage, a lot of the pressure, and a good heal from Sphinx as well. If not, I think Metaslave might have actually gone down there. So that's 3 summoners blown on the side of to be determined spot lane. 4 if you include Kindred Lamar's flash as well. You look over, Lucky Whisker, no summoners left available, and it's cleanse on the Vayne, not heal. Perfectly normal, perfectly to be expected. Vayne just wants to be able to constantly be moving there, always be moving. So that means no more safety in this bot lane here for Lucky Whispers. They get caught, they're going to die over and over again. 2 for 4 summoner trait kind of might sound like it's okay, but I actually think it favors to be determined.
Here we go, Kindred Lamar over here by the mid lane. Looking to see if they can get a gank onto Iron or Deep. Small Crow trading some damage there, but it looks like Kindred will eventually just kind of back off here as we take a quick check-in to the big boys in the top lane, trading some more damage. But no, Kindred Lamar is actually still sticking around here, so that's as important to note right now. What the Hay is actually just going to farm here, while Kindred Lamar is kind of doing nothing, so that's a small bit of an advantage right now for What the Hay, despite the fact that Kindred Lamar, of course, has that kill already.
Yeah, and I'm Ajib at that point wasn't probably going to be pushing out. The wave was crashing into him there. He froze it in a perfect spot. So unfortunately, Kindred Lamar, there just wasn't a lot of gank potential in the mid lane there. So he did waste quite a bit of time. And What the Hay so far just been power farming, as you mentioned. What I'm curious to see is where and when they decide to pop up the jungle and start looking for some kills here. Because the Kha'Zix, even if Kha'Zix doesn't come out of the jungle, it still weighs on your mind, especially once he's 6, has that Void Assault, turns invisible. You're never quite sure, is he coming for me? And maybe I just can't see him yet because he's invisible. So I like what the Hay is doing right now. He's trusting his lanes to just soak up the pressure. And frankly, they've done a great job of it. Top lane, Might Seer here has managed to find himself, a significant lead mid and bot. They're behind CS, but they're comfortable with it. They're doing fine, and they don't really need any pressure. In fact, they're shoving up the bot lane right so far.
They can do with that. Here's another gang coming out. Already hitting 6 is Ghetto Flight, so using that ultimate to blow up. Let's see here, who's trying to flash away here. Trying to get at least a trade kill, but we'll get into the bush in time. So the minion doesn't kill. It's a good job by Kindred Lamar. One thing to note too, Hail of Blades right now onto that Rek'Sai does let you do just that bit of extra damage that really made that kill possible. So nice rune choice there, an aggressive one, and Kendrick Lamar rewarded with 2 kills so far. Well, we go back to the bot lane over here, and like I said, Sphinx just does more damage with auto attacks, trying to get it down to Lucky Wizards, but Long Beach doing a great job of forcing Metaslave top to back off and go forward, and now their polymorph, Metaslave, is getting taken out. Long Beach plays that perfectly, and they get away with the kill when they were engaged on it first.
Yeah, and Pepe hands just popping off right here. While that was happening, they were doing Drake. And in the mid lane, I am Adib actually pushing out Small Crow, almost getting the kill, burning the flash of Small Crow as well. So just action across the map, so coordinated there. No one could help anyone else out. And this bot lane is getting dicier and dicier for To Be Determined. Yes, they are down CS for Long Beach, but more importantly, Metaslave top on the Leona. Leona's strong, but Leona needs to be proactive. If Leona starts to fall behind, she feels worse than useless a lot of times here. So now in this bot lane, despite being able to CS better, it feels like they can't engage. And that just gives initiative and priority to the side of Pepe hands. Mid lane,
and I was saying, like, the first, like, level 1, 2, and 3 do come kind of advantage right now for Ashe, and that's, like, where Ashe feels super, super good in almost any lane. But then, like, you saw it already, just, like, level 5 fight, not that far off from the early game, and it was already in advantage when played really, really well by Long Beach. So it's a tough situation when you're kind of in this, because you have to kind of press and get an advantage if you are playing this bot lane right now for To Be Determined, but they don't get those advantages they were looking to get in the bot lane, and right now it's now in favor of Long Beach and Lucky Whiskers, as they're going to continue to scale up and eventually make a Vayne a nightmare.
Yeah, and they'll have another kind of shot at level 6 here with a bit of power spike. But first gank from Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix jumping on top to Small Crow. Is the burn gonna be enough? I Am a Deep will make sure it's enough that they flash in and finish them off with the Q. So nice kill going over towards the mid laner for Pepe hands, as they're keeping this game right in reach.
Yeah, and so far the chaos is kind of working here for the side of Pepe hands. They've been able to, make plays happen, and I really like what we saw. Like we talked about it, level 6, come out invisible, you've got the pressure everywhere, and he almost soloed Small Crow there. I mean, granted, if not for I Am a Dib there with the last Arcano Pulse there to pick that up, they wouldn't have got the kill, but Small Crow was brought down to that last bit of health from What the Hey, and that's just going to be really rough, and they're repeat ganking the top lane.
Kindred Lamar just keeps coming over here, because it's such an easy lane to gank, because Ghetto Flayed ultimate is basically the size of the lane. Gonna use that to destroy Mightseer, and Mightseer is just not having a fun time.
Not at all. Mid lane though.
Gonna try to make sure I Am a Deep doesn't have a fun time. Gonna jump on top of that one. Small Crow's gonna come through with their ultimate too as well, and will be destroyed by the by the Chaos Storm rather, and just completely blow up.
And I've got to say right now, from what I'm seeing from To Be Determined right now, it feels like every gank they're pulling is just a chain CC lock. When Mightseer gets caught, it's just double knock up and then you die. Mid lane, how long was that? I Am a Dip, I felt like got locked up for 4 or 5 seconds straight there between Metaslave and Small Crow, and that was even without the Solar Flare being used. So that is still available for this bot lane, or for even potentially a repeat gank into the mid lane maybe. So for all that Pepe hands was able to find some kills in the chaos, it feels like they have to work harder for it, right? Like they've got to try and make, find the right angle, whereas To Be Determined can just brute force and say, hello, I'm here. Yeah, you got hit by 1 CC. We're just going to keep you locked forever here.
Just absolutely doing beautiful work with all that crowd control. Makes it really hard to play the game. Feels like you're just always stunned, and always feels like that way when you're playing against stuff like Ashe, Leona, and it's just so much CC coming out aside from To Be Determined. That's exactly why we thought like they quote unquote won draft, because you just are able to do that even if you get like slightly behind, or if things are in an even state. It's just like feels really, really good for you. But we'll see where they can keep going over here. Kindred Lamar has been doing a ton of work right now in this jungle, sitting at a 3-0 spot, mostly kind of camping in the top lane. They get that one gank on the bot lane too as well. So they're kind of just continuing to roll on through. What the Hayes looking to try to find some sort of advantage somewhere, try to find someone isolated, because that's a huge advantage when you can kind of get that for this Kha'Zix. So we'll continue. They're farming well. They're still well within this game, and everyone kind of on this side of the map has been doing well on that front. So it's just they're kind of sticking in there, but they kind of know they need to get a little bit more of an advantage and do a little bit more than just stick in there against the team comp they're facing.
For sure. And you know what the hey going in aggressive like that might get caught out. Everybody sees him. They know where he is.
Oh, yeah. You press R. Good. Malphite pressed R, you're dead. Guess who else is pressing R? Kendra Lamar gonna jump on top of I Am a Deep. Gotta pick up another kill there. So 2-0 in this game right now for to be determined after that fight. They are now up 62 in kills and 1.4k gold.
And they are potentially going to look for a bunch of plates as well, dropping Shelly as they rotate towards Ocean Dragon. This is peak efficiency here from To Be Determined, just making the plays over. And it's funny because Kha'Zix is the Void Monster you expect to, come in, burst somebody, kill. But instead, it's Rek'Sai who's the Void Monster right now with the first Mythic off the map as well. The Prowler's Claw. And you don't see a lot of this Mythic, unfortunately. I'm not sure why, but it does so much work. And now fights.
Yeah, Ash wanted to use Enchanted Crystal Arrow on someone there, but it did kind of end up whiffing. But there's the follow-up ultimate coming in from I Am a Deep to pick up a shutdown bonus here. Now Long Beach is running forward and is be able to take one there. He's got the final hour. Going to try to spell that final hour for them. And nice stun. Going to be able to hit onto Lamar. Jumping in, his Might's here to try to do something. Can dread Lamar. Will finally pick up onto that vein. They're going to trade onto this fight here. It's currently a 3-4-2 in favor of Pepe Hands, but I Am a Deep joins this fight. They'll now make it a 4-4-2 as that last kill is secured by Might Seer. And that was a chaotic, wild time there, and let's review that.
Yeah, everybody kind of getting caught a little bit out of position. We thought the fight was breaking out in the bot lane, but instead it happened in the jungle first off, and I think that's a pretty big deal that it happened in the jungle because Small Crow just got taken out completely. We didn't get to see that Victor really participate in that fight. Now, Small Crow, after dying, did now pick up their Mythic as well. Luden's Tempest coming across, so they will have damage, will have wave clear, but needs to survive to be able to do that. And to survive, you need to not get caught in the enemy jungle like that with no vision whatsoever. And in the bot lane, Long Beach, we already said, there was a bit of a power spike for Sphinx and Meta Slave top at level 6. We're now well past that, level 8. The Immortal Shield Bow coming through for Long Beach here, not the Rage Blade that we sometimes see, so a bit more survivability. And Long Beach is able to start winning these fights. The 2v2s are going their way, but Meta Slave top doesn't want that 2v2 in the bottom.
Meta Slave trying to get on top there, tries to hit a Solar Flare, does miss the Zenith Blade follow-up too as well, so good job avoiding that is I Am Deep. Nice fancy work used with the mouse here, but Meta Slave is still right here trying to see if something can come up. Zenith Blade will be off cooldown in like probably a few more seconds here. Now it's up. They're going to go for it now. Get outplayed. Presses R.
2 people doesn't work. We'll send 4. We'll double down each and every time. And it just feels so bad. We missed one ultimate. We've got more. And now what the hey has to be careful.
Oh no, what the hey? What are you doing here? You're going to be forced to flash out, but splashing 2 is Small Crow. Going to take you down. Lucky Whiskers has made their way over to here as well, but will be forced away. And nice couple of picks now here going up for to be determined. And we got a bloody game in our hands, 16 kills in 14.5 minutes.
Yep, it's on track. I feel like most of our games today have been fairly high kill games. And to be fair, I feel like preseason in general does promote this sort of more aggressive, fast-paced game a little bit. So I think that's fine. And it's funny because we said that Pepe Hands wanted chaos and they want to be able to, make things happen. But right now it's to be determined who's been finding their chaos here.
Kindred Lamar, not on Kindred at all, but doesn't matter. We'll get that one going using the ultimate 2 to secure that kill. But Might Seer is still here trying to finish it off. But here's the rest of to be determined to make sure you can't do too much here. Kindred Lamar does eventually go down. And here comes Long Beach, however, wanting to make something happen over here. He pops the final hour to try to chase them down, but they will walk out of this one. Ends up being a 1-for-1 jungler for mid laner.
And Might Seer just ate all the CC there and still walked out alive. Did not care whatsoever. Now, what the hey, 1v1 and get outplayed.
Yep, going to jump on top of what the hey on top of get outplayed, who does not have ultimate currently available, is going to be up in like 10 seconds or so. So if this lasts long enough, get outplayed can just do it, or maybe doesn't even need it. Definitely didn't even need it, actually. Just takes them out 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, that's Sunfire ages for you there, the Funfire win game. It did get nerfed, but it still does a lot. And, I questioned that Dark Seal pickup, but got outplayed, proving me wrong. 7 stacks already here on this Dark Seal, and it is a cheap pickup. It is still, stat efficient as well. So, I mean, not a bad item, and he's certainly making it work for him here. That additional damage really helping out. And now Herald being hunted down once again by Kindred Lamar on spawn here. I like to see that because the first one helped them crack that first turret. And now if they pick this one up at 16 minutes, they'll have plenty of this time to decide where they want to drop it. And whichever lane they drop it should be a guaranteed turret for them here.
And they're going to want to continue to press that there as we watch Long Beach just push down this tower over here in the bot lane. Again, no plates there. It's past 14 minutes by a little bit here. So it's just going to get some extra damage onto it. But of course, just getting those minions to the tower does deny it from the Ashe, who is probably desperately wanting to just get some farm to catch up into this one. But Kindred Lamar trying to find an IMD, but Small Crow, whew, that laser does quite a bit of damage now as they continue to try to push that, because it's kind of easier to get your things to level up. You don't need to buy the item, but it is hard to live when everyone jumps on top of you. So Small Crow taken down, Dragon spawning soon, Lucky Whiskers meanwhile trying to really be disruptive over here as Sphinx doing some auto attacks onto the Lulu, but we're sitting at a 5v4 fight right now in favor of Pepe Han, so we'll see how much to be determined want to commit to this. But I think you just give this one up and let them have it. But I don't know if To Be Determined likes that idea. They're trying to find a pick onto the support. They're getting onto Lucky Whisper, take them out, get outplayed. He's going to pick up that kill. Here comes the rest of the team, though, here on Big Determined. They're trying to fund forward. Metaslave's going to be able to pick up that kill. Long Beach is going to be able to trade that right back. However, Sphinx is over here doing tons of damage onto as this Ashe, as they continue forward. Might Seer is being slowly ripped down. Kendrick Lamar will pick up that kill, but Sphinx just auto-attacking people. And ace 5 for 2. Huge win for To Be Determined when they started at such a disadvantage in that fight.
Yeah, a 4v5, and they win that. Props to Long Beach. That was a beautiful flash dodge, unstoppable force, but what are you going to do when you've got no front line? You come back up and everybody's just there. And surprise, you're sat in the middle of 3, and Sphinx able to put out the damage that I'm so glad to see an Ashe doing damage, because Sphinx felt like an ADC in that fight. The Kraken kill everybody. And props to Kindred Lamar. So far, almost every time they've caught Kindred Lamar, they've managed to trade at least 1-for-1 here. Every time they die, they try and find somebody on the back end of it. I am Adib, unfortunately, just a little bit too close to that Rek'Sai, who, frankly, I mean, the ultimate range is pretty big on that Void Rush. So they just constantly find I am Adib. They trade back 4-2. They pick up another dragon, and this one now, Cloud Drake. And we're going to be stacking, sorry, not Cloud Drake, Mountain Drakes, pardon me. And we're going to be stacking Mountain Drakes on a team with a Malphite. You're going to be super happy because that increases damage as well. And Kindred Lamar, this assassin Rek'Sai, if they get the soul, that shield will feel real good for them.
Yeah, continue. Ooh, Enchanted Crystal dodged by Long Beach, and then Zenith Blade dodged by Lucky Whispers. Outplayed, says this bot lane. But however, can you outplay the rest of their team? Getting a big flank here by Ghetto Flayed and Small Crows. They kind of jump in here. They're going to be able to melt that one down. Chaos Storm doing a ton of damage. Small Crow picking up that kill. Ends up being a 2-for-1. But we get this fight over here in the mid lane. Ultimate coming through from Kendrick Lamar. Does at least pick one of them off in a 2v1. Chaos is what we expected. And chaos is what we're getting.
Yeah, and we ain't talking about the Chaos Storm from Small Crow either. It's just everywhere we're seeing this madness here. The double TP into the bot lane, which we unfortunately did not catch on stream, but they double TP to the same thing. So it's just, I feel like Long Beach and Lucky Whisper saw it coming. They knew they were shafted. They just all in at that point. They were trying to get something, anything out of it. And like I said, I like the Vayne pick, but it's not working.
Trying to isolate, get out Flayed here is what the hey. Gonna get some help right now from Mike. So you're gonna flash, or sorry, rather, oh, and then the ultimate comes back out from Ghetto Flayed too. Trade that one back. Ghetto Flayed now gonna try to run away here. Does have flash available, does use it to dodge the knockup. It does have the help of Metaslave here too as well to be able to get the escape in. 2v1 outplay. Ghetto Flayed is just getting out.
Yeah, and I mean, for what the hey right now, it's just not going his way at all this game. 1, 6, and 5 on Assassin. That's not what you want to do. And now they're just looking at this ball lane over and over.
And here we go. Sphinx, like I said, just does auto attacks, just do a lot of damage. And forcing Long Beach to back off here. Teleport does come through from Nightseer to also force off Small Crow, who is coming down the river too as well. In fact, a lot of members right now of To Be Determined into Pepe Hands' side of the jungle. I am Deeb, who does not have any escape tools on that champion, is going to get absolutely blown up by Kindred Lamar over there. and they're going to continue going forward. They ain't done yet. Might Seer trying to use the blast cone to get away, but it gets followed by Metaslave as the Zenith plays hit as they're using it, which means Metaslave actually just gets taken out for it. A hilarious interaction on that play, so goodbye Metaslave for the next 30 seconds. But here's What the Hey here again, getting caught out. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will barely miss, but Chaos Storm's going to do a ton of damage over here, force everyone to back off, not be able to help out there, but What the Hey will at least escape with their life.
Yeah, didn't have to blow any summoners for that either, so a good escape away from What the Hey. But I am Adib right now is probably screaming, team, like Shelly pushing mid, and nobody was there whatsoever. I am Adib was desperately trying to hold that mid turret, and Kindred Lamar was just like, oh, it's the Xerath again. That's what I've been killing all game. I'm 10-4 and 6. 7 of those were probably from I am Adib. So, you know, more than happy to just go in and punish. And I feel like that's the problem with this composition right here. Like we said, you don't have a front line, and I am Adib is not an assassin, is not mobile, is not the Vayne, is not the Kha'Zix, has no mobility whatsoever. You're a glorified magic damage turret. So you kind of need to have people in front of you so that you don't get knocked down there. And unfortunately, they don't. So I'm Adib. I feel like it needs to play really, really far back. You know, make sure that they are paired with Might Seer, or else they're kind of going to get picked over and over again. And now with that mid lane, you know, losing both outer and inner turret, the map has been kind of cut in half for Pepe Hands. They have very little control around the middle of this map right now, and have to be careful in rotation. Every time they go through their jungle, top to bottom, they could potentially get picked off.
Oh, and they're potentially hunting right now for someone in the mid lane. They're all grouped up here, playing a bit of that NA ram. See if they're able to find someone. Moving into the jungle too is to be determined, so they might meet up right here, right by where this red buff would be if it was alive. Might Seer gonna walk right up to him. Sees 3 members, gets blown up, but still survives. Lulu ultimate does help that survivability for at least a little bit longer, but Might Seer eventually goes down. What the Hey tries to do something on a flank, but just means Sphinx picks up another kill for themselves. And really, really rough game for this Kha'Zix player, as Ghetto Flight is going to take up some more damage here. The rest of the team will focus down this dragon, and they put themselves on Soul Point and are rolling right now in this game.
Yeah, and I want to point out that when Might Seer went down there, there was no Sphinx. So that wasn't even, you know, sustained auto attack damage. That was just everybody else standing on top of him. Small scroll on the Victor. This is one of the reasons why Victor is considered so OP right now, is because you've got Burst with the Victor. The Lich Bane is completed. The Ludens is there. You've got Wave Clear. And you also have sustained damage. When that Chaos Storm drops, it will melt anything, tank or not, that sits in the middle of that storm. And because Might Seer couldn't move, did get shredded. And I am Adib playing with fire here. This is Kindred Lamar. He can just jump you from like half a screen away here. Has the flash as well. And now bot lane inner turret goes down as well. Dragon taken down once again. Baron is on the table, and to be determined, starting to run away a little bit in this game. Get Outplayed has not died a single time, and Kindred Lamar now double digits in terms of kills. 11, 4, and 7.
Yeah, just absolutely going crazy. It isn't the Lee Sin I was potentially wanting, but know what? The Halo Blades Rek'Sai is pretty fun to watch too, so I'll take it as he's sitting there, again, like you said, 11, 4, and 7, and just rolling with the dough. Over 10,000 gold right now in this game. Like 2,000 gold over their opponent jungler. Just absolutely another. Get Outplayed, meanwhile, is going to press R one more time to get onto the What the Hey. But What the Hey actually doesn't immediately die this time. And now we're seeing a nice play coming from Might Seer. Just walks up and feasts on the enemy. Probably denying a kill from right of the arcane, to be completely honest, but whatever. It's hilarious.
Worth, honestly. I mean, Might Seer right now, I feel like, is having more impact here. And just by being tanky and running, if he can survive, I think he has a slightly higher impact than I am Adib right now. And Get Outplayed is building straight armor here. There's no magic resist other than what was on that Sunfire Aegis, and I'm willing to bet money he didn't build that for the magic resist. Like, he doesn't give a crap. Might Seer is AP. I am Adib AP, but he doesn't care. He's going for What the Hey. And so far, Long Beach has not even, I don't think, really been able to play with Get Outplayed. When Get Outplayed shown up, it's just been instant death, because Small Crow usually showed up as well, and they've got enough burst there. So Get Outplayed kind of going that damage build. Dark Seal does lose a couple of stacks on that last death, but hey, it's still worth. It's still efficient.
Yeah, still giving him 30 AP. 350 gold. You'll take it. even though it is just like a little bit less than it was just a few moments ago. But they're going to start focusing down onto this Baron. And right now, with the Ashe, does do quite a bit of damage onto it as well. So they're doing this pretty quickly, considering the levels right now. 26 minutes here. What the hey, trying to check out to see what's happening over, but it's getting completely zoned out of it, so they can't contest this whatsoever. And they just take down the Baron, and now they turn onto the fight. Chaos Storm is landed on top of IMD, who's trying to just run away from that bloody thing, and they will get away, but it's enough to force them away as they now have Baron buff and are looking to do some work with it. Oh, here comes a little bit of a Rite of the Arcane, trying to take out Small Crow, but Small Crow goes golden and will survive.
Yeah, good play from Ayamadip there. Didn't have to burn the flash to get away, but I think, trying to pick up Small Crow on the back end of things is worth it there. There is a Baron buff on Small Crow, so if you kill him, you get that off of him, but you also break the stopwatch for now. I mean, Zhonya's potentially will come out, I'm sure, but for the next fight at least, Small Crow will not have that available. So you can potentially look to at least try and kill him. And we've already seen Small Crow is kind of vulnerable, is very squishy, is that huge glass cannon there. If he's alive and he puts out damage, great. But you can kill him quite quickly. And if you kill the Victor, you take out a lot of that damage so far in these fights. But I feel like there's just so much more damage. Even Get Outplayed right now, there's hard counters and instant
cleanse. Nice reaction out by Long Beach to do that perfectly in time. Didn't even look like he slowed down, so nice there. So Enchanted Crystal Arrow is down right now for Ashe, but it's a relatively low cooldown at this point. It's 90 seconds, so that'll be kind of up in the middle of when you're fighting for Dragon, potentially. That's up in 25 seconds, so they're hoping to get this bit of an advantage over here. They want this soul, and right now Might Seer, like you said before, is kind of doing a little bit of the carry job on their team, can potentially do that. Also, though, to note that this Vayne is actually pretty strong. In fact, actually has a 500 gold lead against the enemy 80 carry, so Vayne sitting on there with 3 items can do a lot of work in a team fight. So this is a big one. It's for Dragon Soul, and you have a souped up Vayne. There's a shot there if they can play this team fight correctly.
Yeah, they just need to siege us up here, because it's the same thing for Vayne as it was for Victor, right? Glass cannon. You go in, sure, you can get kills, but can you survive long enough here? And they've got the Zera, so they want to look for poke, and they can't even set up a death push because Rek'Sai's Tremor Sense keeps spotting them out as well here. Just don't let them start the dragon. That's all you need to do.
Some solid damage being put on by everyone kind of hanging around this bush over here. IMD trying to back off there. Did go down pretty low. Chaos Storm has come through. Might Seer now being the focus of attention of everyone. Sphinx has gone down real low. One more shot from Rite of the Arcane will do it. They will be taken out. Nice shutdown going in there for the mid later. And here comes Long Beach. Gonna put on that damage now, but Ghetto Flade's gonna jump in with the unstoppable force. Try to slow him down. Lulu Ultimate has now landed on Long Beach as they're trying to stay alive. But Kindred Lamar comes in and punches you in the face and takes you down. It's currently a 3-for-2 in favor right now of Pepe Hands, but still alive is Small Crow and Kindred Lamar trying to stop them from doing this dragon. It could potentially be a big win right now for Pepe Hands, as of right now they might just be happy with just forcing them off of this dragon, and looks like they are. So a big small win right now for Pepe Hands.
And honestly, that was pretty much as good a fight as Pepe Hands could reasonably expect to find there. And Might Seer, you can already see, is getting so tanky that he can just run in. Because Sphinx got targeted out by What the Hey right away, Sphinx couldn't shred down that monster Cho'Gath there. And now they can potentially do this because Cho'Gath's feast is not up right now, but I don't know if To Be Determined is aware of that. 1,000 damage would be higher than any smite.
Teleport now coming in too from Get Out Flay. Gonna try to get in from behind them. Does also have Unstoppable Force right back available as it's right up. Get Out Flay though gets Polymorph first initially here, so is just forced to kind of walk away. Sphinx is now working down onto the dragon, down to under 2,000 health. Jumping in those Mites here, trying to go over the steal, but it will be secured so far by To Be Determined as they continue this fight now. Ashe doing a ton of damage over there. Does help Smallco get over that fight, and they also take out the Cho'Gath, so a 2-for-0, and then the Dragon Soul is with TBD.
And Might Seer tried. What the Hey tried. They dived in. They were looking to try and be able to at least steal that away. It doesn't work, and now you've got shields on shields for Get Outplayed, and you've got shields for everyone else as well. Baron up in about a minute and a half, but I feel like they can frankly just take this last inner turret in the top lane without the Baron. They don't need that. They might even be able to take down the base turret because they feel like they're so far ahead right now. There's just so few avenues. You need the poke from I Am a Dip before any fight can really start out here, and then you need to keep Long Beach alive. And while we did see Long Beach able to put out quite a bit of damage, you can already see get outplayed. That armor that he was stacking to be able to push out What the Hey works really well against Long Beach as well. Just goes in and pushes Long Beach out. And on top of that, What the Hey can't even kill Sphinx in the 1v1 right now. In that last fight, we saw that What the Hey just doesn't have enough damage. He's 1-9-8 right now. Is so far behind. I think the only person on the map who's not a support who has yet to breach 10,000 gold. It's a rough Bug's life right now.
Definitely. And really, though, after all that being said, too, it was like such a narrow margin that Mightseer didn't secure that dragon, because it's exactly why you pick Cho'Gath, right? To be able to get into that situation where you can feast, where your feast is better than an enemy team's smite. And they could have done that. They could have held off this soul for a little while longer. And we've seen if they can get into a good team fight with the Vayne doing a ton of damage from the backline, they have the ability to kind of win skirmishes. So they really wanted that. And that was such a narrow margin that they didn't get that. So now they turn their attention over towards this Baron spawning up in 12 seconds here, trying to get the vision down on it, trying to deny some vision from the enemy team. But they're going to come going for it. In fact, they're actually pushing over the mid lane, which I think is fairly smart of them to make sure they push in that wave to put on pressure onto that turret so they can then come to this, and they're not really worried about anything else from the sideways or anything like that. So here we go. This team fight might break loose here as both teams are just currently poking each other, seeing if they find anyone. Mightseer trying to find a poke into someone. Enchanter with the Hey, but no follow-up currently available. So that's a big summer spell, or rather a big cooldown down right now. So they're going to continue to poke each other right now. A little bit of poke advantage right now, of course, for Xerath, because he does it from such a long range. But of course, Sphinx is trying to contribute too as well with that poke, with the W. And they're focusing a little bit on to get outplayed here, but they're just forcing them back slowly with the dragon. Meanwhile, Small Crow this entire time is just taking the mid lane. It's like, yeah, y'all do whatever you want. I'm just going to finish this game here. Kindred Lamar's going to get focused down over right now, get beaten taken out. They're teleporting back into this. Small Crow is now into this fight too as well. Everyone on Pepe hands though is continuing to focus down the primary targets. Long Beach will take out one, but Ghetto Plays will focus them back right out the other way. And there goes the rest of your team. Triple kill, and the ace comes through for to be determined. They get that and can crush a lot of this base.
I think this actually, I think they have enough time to push this in. Sphinx is up. That's the ADC. You've got Victor with the Lich Bane. They don't need a push in top. They can just rush the mid lane potentially here. It's going to be at least 10 seconds before What the Hey comes back up. But at 110-8, I'm not sure. Well, maybe he can kill Sphinx, and maybe that'll be enough to stall. There you go. Small Crow just running in now. They have recognized the opportunity too. They're going to go for this.
Ooh, here we go. What the Hey has just spawned. Let's see if What the Hey can do literally anything about this. 5 more seconds till anyone else from their team spawns up too as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will make sure you go down. Small Crow will finish that off with the Chaos Storm as well. And the victory will be secured by TBD. And they take down Pepe Hands.
TBD playing that one well, closing out really well. And that Mountain Soul really spelt death here for Pepe Hands. Because when we were looking at that poke, sure, I Am a Dip on the Xerath should have been winning the poke war, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
Because the shields just kept refreshing. And so all the poke he lands, only a small bit of it gets through and it doesn't even stick. So great play coming out from To Be Determined there. Super happy to watch that. Kindred Lamar on this Rex side. He was wrecking something, all right? 14, 5, and 10. Just absolutely massive. I loved watching that. And props to Mightseer as well. 8, 6, and 4 on that Cho'Gath at the end of it there. Not even running the Funfire Wind Cape. He went with the Frostfire Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Kind of worked out. He tried to do what he could. Unfortunately, it just didn't pan out. I do feel like this one was kind of a draft thing, but I'm glad to see that Pepe Hands tried something new, tried something different. The Chaos didn't work, but I was glad to at least see it.
And like, there was a world they won that game for sure, right? Because you saw the fight just before that Mountain Soul where they actually came out in terms of kills ahead of that one, and you're like, okay, that's a good advantage. You stop them from getting the soul right away, and then of course you might see exactly why you play Cho'Gath, flashes into the pit, tries to feast it to secure or at least prevent the Dragon Soul from the enemy team. That could have extended this game a bit longer because you needed them not to have that soul so that your carries could do enough damage to really take them out. But they got the soul and then they just couldn't fight anymore after that. And it was a good game, and I hope they have their heads up high. They did play a very, very good tiebreaker here. So we have no tiebreakers left for now, so we are going to actually take a quick break to about 4 p.m. PST. So we will be back a little bit later. But one last shout out to a sponsor here before we go on. Let's give a shout out to Monster Cat. So if you're looking for the perfect soundtrack for your creative content, look no further than Monster Cat Gold. You can download and stream thousands of songs and add music to your Twitch and YouTube videos without fear of DMCA claims or strikes, and enjoy amazing perks, including early access and more for only $5 a month. So if you want to get good music on your stream, you're worried about that whole DMCA stuff, you don't have to worry about it with Monster Cat. It's a great little thing they're providing for you there. So we're going to take a break here with our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. We'll be back with the second part of our day one action, getting our new groups, as we are excited to see who's going to move on in this tournament. It's been a fun one so far. We'll see you in a bit.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
galaxy in my mind I've made for you. This tragedy comes to life out of the blue. And I don't know why, but I feel most alive when I'm searching for these signs of life, in the hopes that they'll lead to you. There's a fantasy in my mind I've made for you. The agony comes to life in waves of blue. And I don't know why, but I'm drifting away from you. Oh, I'm drifting away from this galaxy inside of me. Don't wanna be your enemy. No, this fallacy, it's guiding me as it takes me away from you. And I'm drifting away from you.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergies. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you.
Hello friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS That You Should Know, where I go over everything esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, we're talking about airports, possibly getting lost in them. That's right friends, I asked this question. Have you ever been in an airport and have gotten lost? Didn't know who to go to, who to talk to? Well, me too. I'm afraid to admit it publicly, but here we are. Today, I want to talk to you about an important game to maybe help you with that. So, without further ado, let's take a look at an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. An airport for aliens currently run by dogs is, and I mean this, is an open world comedy adventure game. You talk to stock photos of dogs, solve their problems, eventually you'll have to catch your flight. And they call this a dog airport game. The whole concept of the game is, of course, well, dog interaction. You, being an alien, presumably, are going to dog and asking for directions, solving the problems, and who knows what, finding purpose. The game is currently in development under, well, TBD, under 2020X by Strange Scaffold. So make sure you put this on your Steam wish list, as it's certainly going to be a game that you don't want to miss for the riveting story of helping these aliens and dogs in this airport currently managed by dogs for aliens. That, friends, is it for the TGS Thought You Should Know. I thought you should know about this game, and I hope you wishlisted as well on Steam. We've linked it below so you can check it out and the official trailer. I'm your host, Steve. So until next one, friends, goodbye and good gaming.
Time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Hello friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS Thought You Should Know, where I go everything in esports, gaming, and technology news. When I was looking for news this morning, I got hit by a curveball when I was checking one of my favorite retail sites and I saw a new product listing. That's right, HyperX has announced another new microphone. They announced the SoloCast this morning, and I'm pretty excited to check it out. This mic is designed and meant to be used for on-the-fly podcast recording, or if you're just recording some stuff on stream. Let's take a quicker look at the specs and why you might want this mic. SoloCast is an easy-to-use USB microphone for streamers and content creators with features like plug-and-play audio recording, the famous and classic tap-to-mute LED sensor with an LED status indicator, flexible and adjustable stand, a boom arm attachment, and it's multi-device ready. The plug-and-play features are pretty sweet as there's a mute button right on the top, just like the old Quadcast. The device is compatible with PS4, Mac, PC, and, well, of course, all streaming and output platforms. The microphone itself is a cardioid-styled mic, which is one of the most common microphones in podcasting and content creation. For the price point of $59.99 USD, you can't go wrong with adding this microphone to your arsenal or even trying it out. Well, friends, that's it for the TGS Thought You Should Know. You know where to find us on social media, Gaming Stadium CS on Twitter, and the Gaming Stadium on the old Facebook and Instagram. So until next one, friends, goodbye and good gaming.
Yeah.
friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS How You Should Know, where I go over the esports, gaming, technology news. Today, I'm going to teach you how to play Star Wars Squadrons professionally and competitively. There's a few things you need to know so you can jump in and be an all-star ace. First up, there's 4 positions you need to know about. There's your fighter, there's your interceptor, your bomber, and support. Each of these play a pivotal role in, well, we're going to be looking at fleet battles, not dogfights, because that's a whole nother mess. In fleet battles, your support ship should always be hanging out with your bomber or your interceptors. And the reason why is you either want to be cloaking them or refueling and resupplying them, because these are going to be your heavy hitters, especially your bomber. Your bomber, in a sense, is going to be a lot like, we're going to compare this to soccer. Your bomber is going to be your striker. This is going to be hitting capital ships and frigates. It's going to be your team lead and really your ace, because there's a bunch of other abilities there that they can do and take down pilots. Next, your interceptor. This is your midfielder. They are responsible for making sure no bombers get through the middle line. They take out any fighters and they're targeting AI ships to keep your morale up. Lastly, your fighter. Your TIE fighter or X-Wing fighters should be guarding near your capital ship or around your frigates and making sure no AIs are doing any damage. They're focusing on raiders or the corvettes coming in, and they're really defending your team there. Lastly, as a team, communicate. Use your pings, use your calls, and make sure you guys are in a Discord call so everyone knows what's going on, and especially you're talking to your supply ship. That's right, your supply ship needs to know what's going on and who's where and who's struggling, because they're really going to hold your team together. So with those quick tips, I hope that helps you improve your game in Star Wars Squadrons. Maybe another time we'll go over some builds. We'd also like to thank this episode's sponsor, Herbaland. Herbaland Gummies is a partner of the Gaming Stadium, and you can check out more at herbaland.com. They are a creator and maker of vegan-friendly gummies that are low in sugar and quite obviously delicious. You can use code TGS15 to get 50% off your order, and, well, they're fantastic. All right, friends, until the next one, you guys know where to find us online. I'll see you guys around. So, goodbye, and good gaming.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Hello friends, welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS That You Should Know, brought to you by Herbaland. Today, we're going to be doing a community feature where we talk about, well, one of the local communities that you should know about. Today, it's all about Alberta FPS. That's right, nice and simple, Alberta FPS. It's run by the ringleader, that's right, tin of salsa, a literal tin of salsa. I'm kidding, of course. They lead the games, they do community events. You see some things happening in a Discord, such as Fortnite nights, Valorant nights, as well as Call of Duty and other games. They also do a lot of Apex Legends. So if you're looking for a new gaming community to dive into and play along with, Alberta FPS is definitely something worth checking out. We've linked them below, so you can check them out as well, or we've added them in the stream chat. I'm your host, Steve, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we're very thankful to our partners Herbaland for supporting this episode. Herbaland Gummies is located in Richmond, BC, where they make vegan-friendly gummies. They're absolutely delicious, but don't take my word for it. Go ahead and check it out yourself at herbaland.com and use code TGS15 for 15% off your order, and you too can see the wow factor with these gummies. So friends, till the next one, goodbye and good gaming.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Hello friends, my name's Steve. I'm with the Gaming State. I'm here to announce a new exciting program that you can jump in right now. It's called TGS Game Plus, and it's our new loyalty rewards program for you. So how does it work? Well, first up, sign up for any of our events online. That's right, it's that easy. So sign up and play in a tournament. You get 15 entries. Wowee! But it gets even better. If you're watching our daily YouTube videos and commenting on those videos, you get an additional one entry per video that you comment on. So there's gonna be tons this month. So it's that simple. Sign up for any events, play, watch, and comment. It's that easy. And we have some amazing prize packs that you can win. So what are you waiting for? Our YouTube link is below. We'll see you online, and we'll see you in the games. Hello friends, my name's Steve. I'm with the Gaming State. I'm here to announce a new exciting program that you can jump in right now. It's called TGS Game Plus, and it's our new loyalty rewards program for you. So how does it work? Well, first up, sign up for any of our events online. That's right, it's that easy. So sign up and play in a tournament. You get 15 entries. Wowee! But it gets even better. If you're watching our daily YouTube videos and commenting on those videos, you get an additional one entry per video that you comment on. So there's gonna be tons this month. So it's that simple. Sign up for any events, play, watch, and comment. It's that easy. And we have some amazing prize packs that you can win. So what are you waiting for? Our YouTube link is below. We'll see you online, and we'll see you in the games.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS Thought You Should Know, where I go everything in esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, I wanted to talk to you guys about a unique game I discovered on the old Steam, but I recall seeing this at PAX East or West. Don't know which event, but I saw it there years ago, and it caught my interest. There's this new game called Due Process, which is the tactical FPS. In a sense, it's all about breaching, clearing, and taking down the enemy. But this is where things get crazy. It is procedurally generated maps each and every time. So there's no remembering maps, there's no remembering entrances, it's all different every single time. And that's what truly makes this game unique. It's a new experience every time. So you can argue this is a solely skill-based tactical game because you have to plan before you go in, before you breach, and it's just exciting. So I invite you all to check it out on Early Access. Steam page is linked below. Until then, friends, I'll see you online. So goodbye and good gaming.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Hello friends, my name's Steve. I'm with the Gaming State. I'm here to announce a new exciting program that you can jump in right now. It's called TGS Game Plus, and it's our new loyalty rewards program for you. So how does it work? Well, first up, sign up for any of our events online. That's right, it's that easy. So sign up and play in a tournament. You get 15 entries. Wowee! But it gets even better. If you're watching our daily YouTube videos and commenting on those videos, you get an additional one entry per video that you comment on. So there's gonna be tons this month. So it's that simple. Sign up for any events, play, watch, and comment. It's that easy. And we have some amazing prize packs that you can win. So what are you waiting for? Our YouTube link is below. We'll see you online, and we'll see you in the games.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love, without your love,
Hello friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS That You Should Know, where I go over everything esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, we're talking about EA Play. That's right, EA Play is a wild and really cool subscription service that you should know about. EA Play is more or less EA's answer to Xbox Game Pass, where they allow you to dive into over 100 games from the EA library, including some classics like The Sims, Peggle, Bejeweled, but of course those are my favorite classic games. There's other games on there now like Jedi Fallen Order, Mass Effect, as well, Need for Speed. There's a ton of games for you to enjoy and check out for a low monthly price. The cool thing is, they've also teamed up with Xbox to include it with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for console. While you do get to take advantage of some of the library pickings like Dante's Inferno or Alice Madness Returns, you don't get the 10-hour trial for new games like you would with the original service, like diving into Star Wars Squadrons for a bit. So if you're looking to dive into a new EA game and you're just not sure if this is the game for you, you can sign up for EA Play, where it does give you that 10-hour trial. Or if you have Xbox Game Pass, the regular service is included with Ultimate Edition for console. It's a pretty sweet service, so you should check it out.
We'd also like to thank this episode's sponsor, Herbaland. Herbaland Gummies is a partner of the Gaming Stadium, and you can check out more at herbaland.com. They are a creator and maker of vegan-friendly gummies that are low in sugar and quite obviously delicious. You can use code TGS15 to get 50% off your order, and, well, they're fantastic. All right, friends, until the next one, you guys know where to find us online. I'll see you guys around. So, goodbye, and good gaming.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the TGS Senior Series presented by Dailyhive. We have our League of Legends tournament. We're moving into part 2 of our qualifiers. I'm Johnny Esports, your play-by-play caster. I'm joined by Random Minion Caster. How was your break?
It was good. Managed to get some food in me, and I'm fueled up and ready to go for the second set of round robins here.
Rock and roll, dude. And now we're getting to basically the cream of the crop. Some really, really high level teams, kind of like D2 and up, basically, are all the players. And I'm very, very excited to see what kind of happens going on today. So, in our first matchup, we have Chips Without Sauce versus LF Hot Art and GF. And these two teams kind of made their way here really impressively. This Chips Without Sauce team, even though like they were a little under the radar before, they have beaten teams like UBC and SFU in the last tournament, like with a slightly different roster. So they come into here with a lot of hype and a lot of momentum, and they've made it to our part 2 of the qualifiers. So they're looking to keep that going.
Yeah, for sure. Chips Without Sauce, I mean, when you just look at their roster, they look pretty stacked. They've got a Grandmaster player for their support in the form here of Magi, and their mid laner, Doxa, is a challenger player. So on paper, they're looking really strong. But I do want to point out, they went 2-1 in the first round here. They actually lost to Pepe Hands. So,
yeah, which is
I mean,
like kind of wild. We saw them just in our last game before the break, of course. So that's pretty wild. I believe they're moving over towards the red side. We'll Chips Without Sauce, and then we'll have Hot Art and GF. I'm just probably going to go with LF because that's shorter and maybe easier. So we'll be casting this game, immediately getting rid of the Vladimir out of this game to start.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, really strong scaling champion there taken out. It wasn't really a priority for most of these teams, but, maybe a little bit targeted. Yeah, towards the top lane there specifically. So we'll have to see. And the Resh ban coming out as well against Rarest Form makes a lot of sense. He's played it game 1, game 2, did a lot of work on it, and of course the obligatory Samira ban. I'm expecting to see the obligatory Amumu ban. I do believe the Battlefy stats state at this time that Amumu's 100% ban rate. I recall there was an Amumu in one of the games, so the Battlefy stats maybe not 100% accurate, but still
either way high.
Yeah, really high.
Yeah, and again, according to those Battlefy stats, Samira apparently was only not banned in 2 games, and those are the 2 games on stream. So if those stats are correct, that's pretty wild and pretty funny. Kind of was hoping we'd see more Samira, but I think these teams are going, nah, it's over. Although it was bad on the blue side, which is the interesting half of that, where you think you could keep it up and let red side ban it, but looks like not want to deal with that whatsoever. They'll also ban out the Syndra here.
Yeah, and the Syndra here is one of Dox's most played champions, and did play it game 1. Just a general, really scary, oppressive mid lane pick there. They did nerf Syndra a couple patches ago. It did absolutely nothing here. And the Orianna ban, which is interesting because Zia does play Orianna. Did play game 3, and maybe I think that's what they were kind of targeting out a little bit here. And it's going to be the Jin lock and Amumu not banned. So I'm kind of excited. Maybe we'll get the Amumu.
They're at least hovering it for now, so we'll see if that gets locked in. One more note on those last couple mid lane bans. The interesting thing about banning the Syndra is that it is also a pick that Xayah does play too as well. So they ban out the Syndra and then gets their Orianna banned, which is their like 1 and 2 most played champions last season. So that's interesting little tidbit there. But there we go. We do have that Amumu lock in.
Yeah, and I mean, this will be, I think, the first game we get to see Amumu here on stream at any rate. So I'm super excited to see, because we've seen Sejuani, and Sejuani, like I said, was kind of a poor man's Amumu, and did kind of struggle a little bit. Didn't necessarily impress with it. It was okay. It was stable, but it wasn't scary, for like a first pick. And whereas the Amumu is supposed to be that champion who can, solo Baron. I think I was told by a fellow caster Diatripa that it was 27 seconds to solo it with Amumu at level 20, the moment it spawned with Demonic Embrace and Sunfire. And Kindred actually going to be locked in here really. Did play it game 3 in the round 1 play in the first round, but
excellent.
I personally don't feel like Kindred's very strong, so I'm super excited to actually watch and cast this year, because I want to see how they play around the very weak early game that a lot of ADCs are struggling with in the current meta.
Yeah, and especially like the whole mini game of trying to get the marks with Kindred there. It's interesting to kind of just track where it's a go, and like the enemy team can track that too. So it's like seeing how they change their priorities of how they're interacting. Like Kindred morphs the game a little bit, which is like why I think it's an interesting champion in organized play to check out. So we do get the Victor lock in. So Zaya does get themselves onto a control mage that they are comfortable with. And then Malphite's locked in over on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Victor, we've already spoken about him. Just very, very strong champion. So really solid there. Malphite here is a very safe sort of top lane pick. I mean, it's no Ornn, but the engage is really solid as well. And just synergizes so well with the Amumu, because Amumu does actually get in there before he can use that Curse of the Sad Mummy. Whereas Malphite gets Unstoppable Force, instant engage allows for such easy follow-up there from the Amumu, from Jack Sparrow. And we are now seeing the Leona being banned out, which to me makes a lot of sense. You already see the Amumu, you already see the Malphite. The whole morning, it feels like it's been, whoever's got the bigger wombo combo.
Yeah.
So naturally, you want to take out the Leona, because if not, you start getting that Venn diagram of death, and things got getting real dicey here.
Exactly. Like with the Amumu, with the Malphite, those are just like ultimates you almost can't miss. Like it's really sad when you miss either of those ultimates, because they're just gigantic. And then if you were to add Leona on top of that, it would just been like, oh, GG next. Like honestly, through the draft. So they are going to avoid that situation. They also followed up with a Zed ban, not wanting to see Doxa play that champion, because that's scary.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, assassins are super, super strong in the current meta, both AP and AD. Personally, I feel like AD assassins are a little bit stronger. But yeah, either way, you just want to take it out. It's one of those champions who can go and assassinate the Victor. We've already seen Victor brings a lot of damage to the table, but it's glass cannon. So if you hit Victor hard enough, fast enough, well, you don't have to worry about the Victor at all. And they do ban the Zed, but the Echo gets picked up here, and I'm assuming that's going to be a mid lane Echo here for Doxa. So you took one assassin out, you still have to deal with another.
Yeah, more AoE. What kind of interesting too is that both these middle laners are like have Zoe kind of like in the top of their champion pool, but then neither of them decide to lock it in for this game. Zoe may be outside of the meta right now anyway, but just because these two players are just such prominent Zoe players, you just kind of think that maybe that would happen. But either way, that's not in this game whatsoever, unless some sort of weird flexing ends up happening in the rest of this draft. But we so far see the Alistar and the Ornn, so they've now picked up the rest of their front line because they drafted all damage at first, and they had to start building that. So now they have their front line. They get that premier Ornn, and they also get Alistar to help out too.
Yeah, we saw in game 2 what happens when you don't draft yourself a proper front line in the current meta. Everybody just gets blown up here. So yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the Sion would have been great too. Good engage, solid engage. But Ornn's just so strong. And the scaling he gives as well. When you've got the likes of a Kindred, the sort of auto attack AD champion, it makes a lot of sense to draft, the Ornn, so that it can do even more here once the Mythic gets upgraded. Morgana going to be the final lock-in here for Maggie here as the support. And so you get that Senna, Morgana bot lane here, which is just so threatening. And the poke they can put out is massive. Sure, an Alistar at level 6 can Unbreakable will away from a Dark Binding here, but Dark Binding is just a Q. Unbreakable is an ultimate. So that bot lane, there's going to be a lot of poke coming down. And I look at the top, and it's not quite the circle they might have wanted with the Leona, but Echo's got his own circle, so that Venn diagram's still likely to come
and
through
Morgana's
here.
got a circle. Like there's a whole bunch of circles. Senna hits a W and then creates a circle. It's a bunch of circles. It's officially there. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of AoE that's going to be hard to deal with. And the interesting part is you have like the Jhin and the Victor, while they both gain a bunch of like movement speed, either through like crits or how Victor gets movement speed, but they don't have like a dash to kind of get out of those kind of things. So that'll be interesting. Kindred's like little hop is like barely a dash in a way. So your carries right now are pretty scared of a lot of AoE that can come out from the other team.
Yeah, that being said, though, because they've got so many carries, they kind of have options. Even if you kill Ruli here, even if you kill Ziad, even if you kill Static, you kind of have to kill all three, because any one of them can pump out the damage in these sustained fights. So I feel like a lot of it will come down to execution. Can they survive the engage? But I feel it's so hard to, because like you said, Malphite and Mumu, it's so hard to almost miss with these champions if you're, better than I mean, these guys are some top players. Like this is diamond average or higher because you've got Grandmasters challenges here. It's unlikely they're gonna miss. And you can flash out. We did see some beautiful flashes to get away from Unstoppable Force, but that's every 5 minutes. Unstoppable Force end game is like a minute and a half, so they can just keep re-engaging on you. So I feel like a lot of it comes down to execution. Can they dodge out? Can they make sure they don't clump up and they don't die? So I feel like the ease of execution, once again, with chips without Sauce, and because I feel like the whole morning has been just who's got the easier to execute, easier to engage composition, I feel like I've got to give it to chips without Sauce. But this draft, I think, is closer than what we've been seeing for some of the other games. So excited to see what the teams can do with this and what sort of team fights they can present us here.
Yeah, it certainly feels more like both teams got what they were wanting to go for. Like, they left up the Amumu. So you know that, like, looking for Hot Art GF was planning that to let them have the Amumu so they can have kind of their pick at the jungle. And they still kind of got this Kindred that I believe they want Ruli to carry on. So we're going to see if like that game plan actually comes true. And like you mentioned, yeah, you have this big Wombo, but say you blow your entire Wombo combo on just Victor or just Jin. That's what Ruli's there for, to be able to carry the rest of the team fight when they no longer have that Wombo combo to see what they can do. So we'll see how this ends up going in today's match. I do want to give another quick shout out to our presenting sponsor in Dailyhive before we get into the match here today. The TGS Signature Series is presented by Dailyhive. So if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. So once again, thank you to our presenting sponsor for the TGS Signature Series. And we definitely appreciate you for letting us have a tournament like this one because it's fun and I enjoy casting it. And I'm sure all the players enjoy playing in it. I'm sure all you all enjoy watching it because it's some pretty darn high level League of Legends. It's great to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, while you were presenting that ad about the Dailyhive, I was just thinking as well, you know, with the compositions, we talked about the Venn diagram of death coming out from the side of Chips Without Saucy, but we forgot about the circles on the side of LF here. And they have one big circle that kind of matters a lot. They've got two circles, but one really matters. And that's the Lamb's Respite coming up from Ruby here. That alone can nullify a lot of what we see. And so I feel like it's going to come down to that. That will make sure that even if they don't dodge the skills, they can still, you know, win the fight. And so we'll have to watch because that's a lot of weight on Ruli's shoulders here. And they have to hit level 6. And yeah, we'll see how that one works out.
Yeah, and it's certainly the theory that they wanted to answer with it by leaving up the Amumu so they can grab this champion because they can theoretically just ult and it nullify all of it. So we'll see if that comes into fruition. Let's introduce our teams here. On the blue side, we have LF, Hot Art, and GF. In the top lane, we got Down. At jungle, we have Ruli. In the mid lane, we got Zyad. In the AD carry position, you have Static. And at support, Rarest Form.
Yeah, and on the red side here, we do have Chips Without Sauce, and it is going to be Mippo in the top lane, Jack Sparrow in the jungle, Doxa as their mid laner, Practice for their ADC, and Maggie here as the support.
Excellent stuff here. Excited for these two teams. Again, we are through basically what was our part 1 of the qualifiers. We're into part 2 now, so we've kind of eliminated a few teams out of our. These teams are the ones that were able to kind of make it out of their first little group here. And of course, they're trying to make it to tomorrow's playoffs. And they need to start racking up wins now to do it against tougher competition potentially. So very excited to see where these teams go. Do we finally see like a crazy, just like 5-on-5, everyone run into the middle kind of team? That's my favorite start to a game, but it looks like we won't.
I would love to see that too. Unfortunately, it is all best of ones right now. So we had the round 1, which was 32 teams, 3 best of ones. This now, the second round robin, same thing. It's 3 best of ones. So teams kind of don't want to throw away their games. So I don't, unfortunately, think that we will get to see that sort of maniac, you know, just running at each other.
I want it though, Random.
I know.
I just like do it for the stream.
Maybe
people.
tomorrow. Maybe when we hit
tomorrow.
the point where we get best of 3s. Yeah, but
yeah, people.
Come on, guys. We want to see action here. Level 1. We're bloodthirsty over here. Yeah, and tomorrow's format will be, I believe, it'll be down from 16 to 8 for tomorrow. So again, half the teams make it from today. Quarterfinals will be a single best of 1. Semis will then be best of 3, and finals best of 3. I believe it's going to be the format tomorrow. So we've got potentially 7 games, and hopefully, like we said, you know, teams, you know, when you've got a bit more buffer here, when you've got a best of 3, like level 1 shenanigans, they might be more willing to pull some of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Especially on such a long tournament, it also too feels like you don't want to just like play a super long tournament and then think about the one time you went for a level 1 invade and it went horribly wrong and that's what like knocked you out of the tournament. Like you never want that. These teams have already kind of played 3 games of League of Legends here, some of them 4 with a tiebreaker, and now looking to play 3 more. It's a bit of a marathon the first day, even if it's only quote unquote best of ones. It's still a lot of games of League of Legends in a row. At this level, so it's pretty intense as we watch these bot lane kind of trade with each other a little bit here. But we're definitely looking forward to seeing what these two teams kind of put forward against each other. They've gone the long road to get through that first part of the groups and are now facing each other with I think really interesting team compositions that kind of like have different game plans but are ultimately looking to win a big team fight. So this game could go even forever and then suddenly explode at some point. So I'm excited for it.
Agreed. I mean, normally that's, I think, how most of the games usually play out. But from what we've seen so far in this particular tournament, with the tournament meta seeming to be just constant fighting here, I'll be very surprised if we pass 5 minutes, without like a kill happening somewhere here.
Well, especially since we see ganks kind of happening in bot and mid at the same time here. Here we go. Ruli coming into this bot lane is going to get sussed out a little bit here. Maggie hitting a nice binding there. But here comes Jack Sparrow getting on top of Zayad with those bandages. But Zayad able to move their way out of it. Didn't even have to throw flash, which is pretty significant. Neither of these ganks blowing flash on any side. So that's huge. Ooh, Doxa putting in some nice damage here. Both of them kind of on low health, but Ruli's now made their way over towards the mid lane, so maybe something spicy happens there, or they just move on to do the chickens. But Doxa still looking to fight here, put himself under 100 health, does get a little bit of that shield. There was Zaya trying to trade back some of the damage. Both of them flash. One more auto could potentially do it if Zaya can reach him, but that tower's in the way. Oh, he does get him! Nice first blood put together by Zayad. Ooh, there's the action we wanted. There it is.
3 minutes on Twitter, Johnny. I told you before 5 minutes we're gonna get a kill. These teams have no chill whatsoever today. They're just going hard, and I love it. The narrow escape in the mid lane. That's gonna be flash and teleport burn from Doxa. The flash gotten out from Ziad as well, and now bot lane again.
Jack Sparrow slowed down from Practice's auto and then hit by the W. Rarest form just trying to survive here will not be able to do so. Practice picking up their first kill of the game, evening the kill score at 1.
Yeah, and that one gonna go over to Practice is nice. There's also assists going over on that one. So the mid lane kill was a solo kill, and the assists do give more gold as well. And that's why, despite First Blood going to Ziad, the gold advantage is actually lying with Chips Without Salts right now. And they're doing pretty decently. We're not seeing huge leads. Like the last couple of games, Game 2, Game 3, we saw like some jungle shenanigans and one jungler falling really far behind quite early on. But so far, both junglers content to farm their side of the jungle and just look for the occasional ganks.
Yeah, right now, Amumu actually maybe surprising some, leading in that just farming stat currently. But Kindred potentially wanted to spend a lot of time to farm up and become a late game threat. So we'll continue to track those numbers here as Maggie gets himself in a little bit of trouble here, gets pushed back by Rarest Form with a beautiful play by Alistar, able to set up the 80 carry for a nice kill.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, that's the way you kind of have to play when you're the Alistar into the Morgana matchup here. If you play too passively, you'll just get poked down a little bit, bit by bit there. You want to all in, you want to basically force them to fight big fights, not just short trades. And I like that Rarest Form just came right back, and doesn't matter, that they kind of lost, that he got killed early. He comes back, he looks right for aggression right away. You need to assert yourself as the Alistar champion here. And I mean, the other thing they have to keep in mind is look at the way the vision's spread out right now. They don't have good ideas of where the junglers are necessarily, so they don't know when you start playing aggressively like that. Is Kindred just waiting nearby? So there is an aspect of mind games there. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Ruli, the jungler, able to get 1 mark already, which is good because Kindred needs to try and get marks as quickly as they can here. So one thing we'll have to track right now is stacks for both the Senna as well as the marks on the Kindred.
Certainly, obviously, Senna kind of gets like 100 marks and is just like an insane 80 carry at that point. But a smaller number to track for Ruli. Like just kind of getting to 4 ends up being a huge position if you're not super familiar with the champion. Just kind of gives you a lot of what you need and a little bit of that extra range.
Yeah, I mean, each mark they get really helps a lot, but more importantly, it's the range. So each hunt increases range by about 75 there, so up to 4, which is why 4 is sort of that magic number, because at that point, suddenly she really is a proper AD carry who has range and doesn't have to like kind of walk into range of the Amumu. And we are seeing a lot of rotational movement here. Are they trying to pinch Ruli?
Yeah, they're trying to potentially come down here as we watch Static and Rare's form trying to put on some damage onto Practice, who will then get the black shield and move back slightly away. But here's Ruli in this invade here. They're all surrounding Ruli. Where are you going to go now? You don't really have a lot of options. Your options are gone. Doxa picking up that kill.
And no Lamb's Respite available means that you get caught right now, you die. Great collapse there. And I like the patience, the way, you know, they spotted Ruli, I believe, on that pink ward there and then tracked and guessed where they were gonna go. And mid lane, we are getting a bit of a trade here.
Yeah, definitely using that Chaos Storm right now is Zai to force Doxa into a bad situation to take a bunch of damage there. And that's what I was saying about that mini game that warps a little bit there. You saw that Mark kind of go over onto that Grump, and then everyone goes, Kindred's there. Like, Kindred wants this, so they just end up going there and just surrounding the Kindred. And it's just like, it's the dangerous game you play when you play as Kindred, because you want to get those. They're so important, but without proper vision and without kind of tracking the enemy team, it's so dangerous, and you've seen a very, very good play of Chips without Salts to prevent that.
Yeah, and it not only costs Ruli his life there, but it also costs them the Inferno Drake. And because it's the first Drake, this is the only Inferno they're going to get all game here. So that plus 4% damage, that just goes straight over Chips without Salts, and there's no answer whatsoever from the side of LF. They won't have a chance. And that Gromp, the mark does fade from that now, so at least Ruli won't be baited towards trying to having to invade without pressure once again. And now small leads being accrued by Chips without Salts in most of their lanes here. Even in the bot lane, the CS is a little bit to the side of Static, but because of the kills, the assists down there, they're actually pretty much even. So Chips slowly accruing small leads. And while we are seeing ganks happen, I'm not expecting huge fights till all the outs come out.
Ooh, and Doxa meeting Ruli over here in the jungle. And yeah, and the other note on Senna is that Senna usually kind of just goes down a little bit of CS just because she's so awkward to CS with in general, and that you're kind of okay with that because actually it increases the chances of souls end up kind of coming up. So it's sort of a weird balance of, it's like, I missed that CS, but maybe you got a soul because you missed it in a weird way. But it's always something kind of weird track. But you're kind of always okay if you're coming out of like 10 minutes at a laning phase, you're down like 10 CS out of it. You're usually okay with that as a Senna, because just the way you scale is slightly different since you infinitely scale on those souls.
Yeah, exactly. Same as Kindred. They have different priorities. Gold isn't everything necessarily. We do see now Herald being taken down by the side of Chips without Salts. They have a lock right now, it feels like, on any fight in neutral territory. Doxa just feeling pretty strong. He's actually down a level right now, but because of the way they've been rotating, they've been moving, you know, they get Dragon, they've got Herald, and they can just convert that to more gold anytime now. We are seeing again the Scuttle, pardon me, in the bot side of the river, being really locked down by multiple members of LF here. They're just trying to make sure they do spot that. Gromp has spawned once again with the mark on it, so really
might want to go there, but currently is going to pay some attention over towards the mid lane instead first, as we see that they don't really get a whole lot done. We saw a Dawning Shadow come in from the bot lane, and basically Ruli just kind of backing off from that one. So nothing kind of to report yet on that front. It's still 2-2 in kills, and they are up right now. About 800 gold is Chips without Salts. But they're going to be able to use kind of like that pressure they put to establish a little bit of deeper vision here. They actually find Maggie out over in the jungle, and they're going to try to see if they can put some pressure onto them. They do want to get this deeper vision here so they can properly get this mark without as much pressure this time around. So right now they're all over here. This entire bot lane is all over here kind of helping. The mid and the support from the bot lane is coming to help Ruli out here. So this is a big one. They're starting to do it now. Amumu's actually over at the mid lane, so not here this time to just completely punch out Ruli, and Ruli's got some help. That Rift Herald is being summoned, so they're trying to put on the pressure, but Ruli is going to be able to finally eventually get that as Practice makes their way here. But again, they do a good job of trading objectives. Sometimes you can't get everything you want, but yeah, you got that mark. We're going to get a bunch of damage on those towers. They don't quite get it, but that's just ripe for the picking later.
Yeah, I mean, 200 health on that mid lane turret. That's basically a hope and a prayer for a mid lane turret there. 2 autos.
And all the
I think,
plates
or
too,
3.
right? Like, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the goal just ballooned from, what was it, 600 before to now over 1,000. And they contest so much that while all that's happening, Ziyad, Static, and Rarest Form were not getting CS because they were drawn out to try and protect, or to try and get, pardon me, that Gromp for the side of Rulia. So it's, it's really tough here. And now they might be setting up a dive. TP's coming in.
They're trying to jump onto practice right now. Going to jump on top of them. They're going to be rooted up here and eventually get burned down. Zaya trying to run away from this fight here. Be happy with the pick they got. They do trade away Rarest Form too as well. So it's a 1-for-1. And they'll continue to try to get some of the CS though. But they are setting up for this Dragon 2 as well.
Yeah, and from what looked like an early game where Chips without Sauce was really running it, we have seen now LF come back a lot. And we have to keep in mind, these are the top 16 teams. These are the better half of the teams that came in this morning. They're here for a reason, and now Down's being chased here.
Ooh, Down, yeah, exactly. Making way over towards this Dragon to try to get a team fight going there. You're going to use Call the Forge God to try to force them off of here, but Jack Sparrow just keeps going forward. So does Down. Going to jump on top of Static, who's going to try to flash away. Uses that force shot, but it's not enough to execute anybody. Gets rooted up here, doesn't have anywhere to go, but is able to reload the gun in time to at least pick up 1 kill. It does get traded back as Mippo does take them out, but another ultimate from the Amumu does stun a bunch of them up, but he actually ends up dying after that. Mippo trying to trade a kill here, but it ends up being a double for Zayed, and now Rarest 4 jumps on top of Practice and Maggie, knock them both up, but everyone else is so low that they can't really follow up as they're trying to back up here. Maggie trying to find a pick with that binding here. Zayed now moving forward with so little HP, just boldly wanting to test what this bot lane of Chips without Salsa will do about them going forward. And this extended team fight kind of keeps going on here. Jin has respawned and is making his way towards the bot lane. Let's see if Jack Sparrow then continue to move towards here. Remember, they want to get this dragon here done. We're getting a teleport now from Mippo as he comes to rejoin this fight. And it's kind of insane that this is kind of still going on. People are kind of backing up, but still sticking around. Ruli now is meet up with Mippo, forced to use the ultimate, trying to live with Lamb's Respite away from Mippo, but will not be able to do so. Mippo picking up that kill. That means the jungler for LF Hot Ardent GF are no longer here, and Chips Without Sauce are going to finally pick up this dragon.
And it was a 4-for-2. It was very worthwhile, but they don't really get much off the back end of that. It becomes a 4-for-3, and they lose that dragon. So dragon stacking going in the favor here of Chips Without Sauce. And that bot lane fight was such an odd one, such an extended one as well. Practice wasn't really even in that fight. And credit to LF here, because their team played it beautifully. All of them low health, just the way they kept weaving in and out of fights was such that Chips Without Sauce could never really kill anyone. So they just kept, rotating a fresh body up there to tank everything while they dished out the damage. Ziyad on this Victor, really scary. 3-0-1. Played that Chaos Storm perfectly as well. The lasers constantly coming out, baiting as well. And yet another one to track, because I do believe we already have an upgrade here. The Q and the E, so the laser as well as the Siphon Power have been upgraded. So that is that bonus, almost like Lich Bane style damage, as well as the movement speed and the laser here coming out all ready for the Victor.
Oh, Mippo made his way over here towards Zaya, trying to help out Doxa here. That laser then doing that much damage here. Ruli has come to join as well. They are trying to focus down Doxa, but they're going to use the Chrono Break to get out of there and then kind of move their way back through it. Zayad is down. They're continuing to try to get this fight to keep going. Mippo then ends up picking up Ruli. Doxa might finally die at some point in this game. He's going to live well behind enemy lines there. Eventually gets taken by Respawn, but Down and Mippo now here are fighting. But here comes Jack Sparrow wanting to continue that. He hits the bandage toss, trying to get it out. Going to use that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it gets pushed away. Rarest form, but eventually Down goes down. And these fights are just like keep going and happen all over the map.
Yeah, and they're kind of all over the place. Really, I mean, because of that Lamb's Respite that was used earlier to really no effect at all against Mippo, did not have it available for this fight. And I want to point out that the last fight, Lamb's Respite wasn't used either. So I feel like we haven't seen really make this Kindred pick work out just yet. We are on 3 stacks here, for 3 marks here, pardon me, for the Kindred, 28 stacks for the Senna. So a ways to go for either of them to really quite skill up. And Jack Sparrow, the Amumu, with just the Sunfire Aegis right now, The major difference between the Amumu and the Sejuani here is that Amumu's Despair, his W already does % health damage, so it's not like he needs necessarily to get a ton of items. His one item spike is fairly big for a tank here, and down on the Ornn has to respect that. It's not just a straight damage, straight number damage coming from the Sunfire Aegis. It's a % health. He can shred through tanks.
And the kind of interesting thing we've seen throughout this whole tournament is that like high priority on a jungle pick that was maybe just outside of the meta we were speaking of, and they're like, okay, let's see what their game plan was for prioritizing this high, and then it not working. So it's a little bit of a story that's being told over and over again in today's games, and that it just seems to be true once again in this game. Ruli now sitting at 0-3, does not have a mythic quite yet, where the opposing jungler does have that highly valued Sunfire Aegis, as we already have been talking about all day, really. So it's things going very well for Chips Without Sauce again on that team composition that's just like the quote-unquote easier to execute, as you mentioned, Draft.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like LF is out at all, right? Like,
True.
again, we can see gold leads. We can see a 3k gold lead, but in game, what they're going to be seeing is the item lead. It is extremely heavily Chips' favored right now, and they could look to dive down.
Yeah, they're potentially looking to get onto down here. It actually threw me off that you said down, and I looked down, but you meant the champion or the player down. And I was like, down where? But anyway.
Down at top lane, what do you mean?
Yeah, down in the top lane, which is not confusing. But speaking of going down, it might be him, because Doxa is going to jump in there and finish that kill, following up a Mippo ultimate. And here comes Jack Sparrow using their own ultimate, but here's the Kindred ultimate. This is why you picked it. Survive that wombo here, but how long does it last? Jack Sparrow still takes out Zayed. Ruli will be the next one to go down. Doxa picking that one up. Curtain Call doing just enough to get one more kill there too as well. So at least they got one of them. And Jin trying to do some work here, but 3 of your teammates are dead.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough. And to be fair, Ruli that time did try to get the Lamb's Respite off. They did what they could, and unfortunately, when you're just that many people piling on you, there's nothing you can really do about that necessarily. So that's a kind of unfortunate. But Maggie sidestepping the last bullet just a little bit there, let it through, and Mippo paying the price. I was looking at Mippo, you know, it looked like, oh, the team's gonna gather around, they're gonna block the bullets, and Maggie's like, nah, you can take this one. You're the tank, right? It's your job.
I don't want it. So funny, super funny. Rarest form jumping now onto practice, gonna get the W follow-up from Static, and 3 shots will be enough for this Jin to pick up the kill. So it's not poetic or artistic, Jin, I'm sorry, but you got a kill and we'll take it. Ocean Drake will also go over to your team.
Yeah, that's a good pickup here from the side of LF, because Chips needed to reset after all that top lane shenanigans. Sure, you picked up a bunch of kills, you didn't get any objectives. They'll be okay to give over an Ocean Drake. Ocean Drake is strong in siege situations and in laning, but with the way these compositions want to work here, giving 1 or 2 Ocean Drakes over is not the end of the world. It just makes it a little bit more annoying. But nevertheless, I still do think Chips has sort of the initiative right now. They're the ones who can call the shots on the map. And are we going to see a big real fight? No, just a little bit of poke in the bot lane so far.
Yeah, Doxa using that chrono break there, but doesn't actually get a whole lot going with it. So here comes Rarest Form, gonna be able to jump over this wall, has the Unbreakable Will, becomes a super tank, and then is just cleaned up by Zayed. That is a significant shutdown going over towards this Victor. Meanwhile, we turn over towards the mid lane, where Down is using the Call of the Forge God. Gotta see if they can get anything going on with that one, but will not be able to get that. Jin not able to follow up anything significant after that.
Yeah, they're going to drop Shelly in the top lane here to look for their second turret. So far, all the turrets in favor of Chips, and the bot lane turret finally going to go down in favor of LF, but you trade 1 for 1, and Shelly's going to keep on pushing in the top lane right here. Jack Sparrow is there, does have the bandage toss available. They could look to force this one here.
Oh, here's Mimpo 2, Rarest Form trying to push them back. Unbreakable will not going to be enough. Sorry, I meant Unstoppable Force. Similarly named. Anyway, Mippo comes in there and just able to destroy through that, and they destroy another tower, and now they turn their attention to the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it is up. I feel like it might be a little bit risky to try and take it here, but they could just turn right around instead.
Mippo turning back around. You do have this Curse of the Sad Mummy gonna stun up a ton of you, and it's actually a stun now, so it's insane. Practice able to pick up another kill too as well. Mippo will pick up one more to make it 3. Can they go 4? Can they get the ace? They will. They blow them all up cleanly, and now they go to this Baron.
Yep, now I have no problem with them going for Baron. There's no contest whatsoever here. And just so well played. I can't believe that Jack Sparrow, he held the Curse of the Sand Mummy for so long there. I thought he had used it earlier, but no, he just didn't use it. And now Doxa just diving into the turret.
Yeah, Doxa jumping in on that static, trying to hit the W, but nicely dodged by Doxa. I thought potentially was going to be able to follow up with enough damage for the kill there, but it doesn't really matter. His team's picking up this Baron. He's actually going to move towards where these minions are and push them in. Trying to get a curtain call to here to do anything to answer that. Ruli now also trying to jump in, get this kill. Flashes forward, but Doxa with the execute, getting you down. Outplayed.
That Lichbane Hex tech, I mean, Doxa knew the limits of his damage, and that was played so well. I thought he was dead when he, Chrono broke backwards towards Ruli there, but hey, I mean, that's why he's the player and I'm just the caster, because he knew exactly how much damage he could do, just instantly turning it. And Ruli's Kindred pick has really not been working out. The Lamb's Respite not used when the bandage, when the Curse of the Sad Mummy was coming in. It wasn't used again there when he got turned around on. It's just not working out for him so far. Maybe it's a change. It's now a stun, no longer a root on that Curse of the Sad Mummy. So it does stop Ruli from using it when he gets stunned up. So maybe you have to use it a bit more proactively. But if this is your counter pick and it doesn't work, then leaving that Amumu open, I feel like was a really bad move if you're not even sure how your skills work against the Amumus here.
Yeah, it is a bit of a feels bad. And you like the theory of stuff like that too, right? And you're just like, man, like I like that they thought of this like creative kind of counter to what this very, very meta like permaban champion is. But it's not working, just like feels super bad. So you want to see people try that, but this is like why sometimes people don't try it as we watch Down and Doxa fight a 1v1 over here. Called Forge God does miss as Doxa is going to continue to pile the damage. And while you're a tanky boy, Doxa just eventually does enough damage, is going to eventually win that fight.
And that's, I think, the second or third time that Down has unfortunately missed the Call of the Forge God. So that's been kind of rough as well. They're not getting the big skills they need to. And now their base is being forced open in the mid lane here. While Dogs are split pushing, their 4-1 gets to work because they took out Down already. So it's a 4-1 versus just 4 people. They have to pick their fights, and they're going to lose the mid lane inhibitor and the bot lane inner turret as well. I'm not sure there was a point of having 4 people sit in the mid lane if you can't defend that inhibitor.
Yeah, they're not able to kind of get that. They continue to do, again, some damage down towards bot, pushing the minions all the way over there was Doxa. Now they'll turn their attention over this dragon spawning in 10 seconds. It's not soul point or anything, but it's still just like another ocean drake that you'll take. It'll put you on soul point. So they will take that. They are kind of hovering around is LF, trying to potentially see if they can contest something or pick someone out, but they aren't going to get that at all. Chips Without Sauce are sitting on 3 dragons now and are really putting on the pressure as Down is just trying to deal with some waves here.
Yeah, just trying to catch CS, I think, at this point. And Ornn right now, level, I believe, I think it's level 13 that he starts getting to upgrade his mythical item, and then 14 for everyone else. And he's just trying to get the levels because they need those ornaments now. They needed it about 5 minutes ago because they're falling real far behind. It's almost a 10k gold. It's 9k gold at this point. And with Ocean Soul being threatened right now, in about 4 minutes, when that Ocean Drake comes up, if the side of Chips picks that up, they're going to be nigh unkillable here. They've got 2 tanks and somebody who can chrono break. Baron coming up in 2.5 minutes, and now they're collapsing in on Down.
There you go, Practice running up with that Glacial Augment, able to slow down quite a bit. Maggie, just to be safe, is going to flash forward and use the Soul Shackles, but it does actually eventually have to back up as the rest of LF have made their way over towards the side here, so they're not able to pick up that kill onto Down, but still are pushing in this wave, still have a lot of tempo advantage, still have like 9,000 gold advantage, so it's really hard for LF to fight against Chips Without Sauce right now.
Yeah, I think for the side of LF, their best bet, throw 2 or 3 people in with the Ram's Respite and try and let Zia just Chaos Storm his way through the tanks, because he does have the Leandri's Anguish here. No Lich Bane just yet means he can't necessarily burst, but Sid, they're the ones getting caught out.
Oh, here comes Jack Sparrow jumping in with that Banner Toss. Going to get really pretty low here. Does have ultimate. Does flash back in to use it. Is going to stun up a few members there. They're going to continue the fight going forward. They do kind of trade that Amumu right now, but for 2 lives of LF, so they're going to continue moving forward here. Maggie's going to lock up and get the root onto Zyad, who gets blown up by Practice. Rarest Form is trying to stand tall and try to stand in there, but it will not be enough. 4 of them are now dead. Only the Ornn remaining, but they're destroying the base. They're destroying these Nexus turrets. Doxa is jumping on top of Down now as they've finished one of those Nexus turrets. They're working on the second one. Doxa going to use the Chrono Break to heal up some of that health there that Down was trying to get at least some damage onto. This Nexus is going down. This win will beat Chips without Sauce, and they are rolling through game 1 of our part 2 of our qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really solid game 1 of this round 2 showing here from Chips without Sauce. Very, very clean. They got the lead and they knew how to run with it. I mean, right from draft, the moment they got the Amumu, they already kind of knew they had the advantage in draft, and they just rolled with it. That's why Amumu is so strong. 1-2 and 11 for Jack Sparrow. Mippo, though, 8-2 and 6. And between the two of them, they made sure Ruli never got a chance to really use that Lamb's Respite. I think I saw it once all game, and even then it was just, buying time from Zia. They were kind of shafted. Oh, sorry, twice. They did one in the jungle as well. But none of those times were in those big 5v5 team fights. So Kindred pick, I really think didn't work out. And Down as well, really struggled. 4 times that game. Call the Forge got blocked. And to be fair, it wasn't all that he missed. Once or twice it was stuns going down, but just it feels like the picks didn't work out necessarily. And Chips without Sauce, just so clean. And whatever they did during that break, it worked.
Yeah, and it's really impressive for one of our teams to watch kind of over here, just without Sauce. So I'm sure we'll see them more in this tournament as we keep going forward. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, but I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors here in Red Bull. That's these guys. We're thankful to our partners at Red Bull Canada for supporting local and growing esports in Canada. They have a fantastic prize for the first place team this weekend. Each team member will be receiving a solo queue bundle, which includes the coveted solo queue mousepad. So thank you very much, Red Bull, for sponsoring us and helping make this tournament possible. So we'll be back with more TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive after a little bit of a break. We'll get into game 2 of part 2. We'll have UBC on the stream again versus the Bloody Bloke. So stay tuned for that. It should be an explosive one.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love, without your love.
shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? I saw you all alone. Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Stranger stand lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers stand lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the TGS Signature Series presented by the Dailyhive. Well, we're into game 2 now of part 2 of our qualifiers, and we're going to see two teams that just won their last game, and UBC has been dominant throughout this whole series, but we'll see what the Bloody Blokes are going to be able to do, as again, they've won their last game too, so these two teams are raring to go.
Yeah, and I mean, the last time we saw UBC was round 1, game 2, and that was one of the most spectacular games we've ever seen. 0 kills whatsoever from their opponents, who I believe was Glaive Purper in that game. And UBC's just been stomping their way through so far. So game 2, round 2, are we going to see a repeat?
And to add to that, Glaive Purper are real good. They made it to the second part, and they won their first game of the second part too as well. So Glaive Purper is a real good team, and they destroyed them. According to our Battlefy stats, you have over here Jamusi on the 80 carry with a 69 KDA, just like absolutely popping off in his games. They've even threw in a crazy game where pros decided to just like play Tristana throughout the tournament. Like they're smurfing. They're absolutely smurfing on this tournament right now, and it'll be intense. But that all being said, we don't want to just downplay how good this Bloody Blokes team too is as well, because they want to challenge them.
For sure, and Bloody Blokes has won their game one as well. So both these teams currently 1-0 in their second round of round robins here. And Bloody Blokes, I mean, they've living up to their name. Their games are bloody matches here. 24 to 20, pardon me, was their game one score in a 32-minute game. So slugfest, more than a kill a minute. And while that has been the trend throughout the entire day today in this tournament, the Bloody Blokes, they know how to play close games. So I feel like if UBC doesn't pull away really quickly here, the Bloody Blokes might be able to pull out something here.
Yeah, and they kind of want to be able to do that. They got a puncher's chance at this game and are looking to potentially that as we jump now into our draft. So we do have UBC over on the blue side and Bloody Blokes over onto the red. So we're going to see that Riven not in this game, already taken out, getting that out of Zevris's pool.
Yeah, and Zevris has been playing pretty much Riven and Shen. So,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, considering that that's the case, it makes sense to take out the Riven. Maybe you first pick the Shen yourself. But the Rumble for pros, the only game pros has not played Rumble was the one game they played Tristana. And I mean, Tristana mid doesn't sound that troll until we also mentioned that Shin on support played Ziggs.
Yeah,
so that's the sort of game they had there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a for fun game for them. But pros so far on this Rumble all tournament long has been looking like his own name, right? Again, we talked about it a little bit before. The first time they were on the one platinum player on this team, so you might think, oh, maybe that's the weakness. He got solo kills on this Rumble. He was able to do the most damage on this team, a team full of tons of talented players. So pros belongs on this team regardless of that solo queue rank. What we will not see again, we will not see Samira once again, because that's kind of an insane pick. We also won't see the Yasuo. So these two really fun champions that we did get to see on stream at least once today, we're not going to see again this one.
No win walls today. We're taking them all of them out here. We want our projectiles to actually go through for a change. And I'm sad we don't get to cast Samira, Johnny, because we got to cast the only two Samira games in round one where she wasn't banned, and it was such a fun time.
Yeah, exactly. But Amumu still up as a note, because the only jungler ban kind of over here was the Skarner, which is a big pick for Drago, to be fair. But they leave up the Amumu, and even UBC is going, yeah, we're not going to let this go. We're going to keep it there. So that's pretty huge, considering they decided to ban Aatrox over in the top lane. And while that is a good champion on Brando Dio, you still are thinking leaving up the Amumu is real scary.
Yeah, I almost feel like leaving up the Amumu is more dangerous than leaving the Samira up, honestly, right now. Kill is up and available, though. Gimme that LP has played that kill already at least once. Unfortunately, I don't know what they played last game, but it's a scary champion. It does take time to scale, though. And I feel like Amumu kind of puts a bit of a timer on you there. Or not, pardon me, not a timer on you, but puts a lot of pressure in the early to mid. So a lot of times you don't get to hit that late game in any reasonable state. We have seen a kill earlier today, and it just never got to the point that they wanted to get to.
Yeah, but potentially want to do that. And I did mention before how it's potentially a flex. So Shen also potentially a flex could support top lane. So we'll see where that ends up in this game too as well. We're also looking over on the other side. Jhin just seems to kind of be that de facto top tier 80 carry when Samira is not in the game. That's being hovered now. I would imagine that gets locked in. Just you got a good front line. Jhin just does a lot of work in a short amount of time. So that will be in the hands of Jamusi, who again has been just completely insane this tournament.
Honestly, I was hoping for something like a misfortune there, which Shamusi just played last game. Because, I mean, when you've got the Amumu, Curse of the Sad Bullet Time, that's one of the OG combos. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it this time. And instead, if they pair an Alawi with this Curse of Sad Tentacles, could be just as bad. But instead, it's going to be the Zoe. We talked about how Zoe's not been being picked. There's a lot of Zoe players in this tournament. She was one of the safest blind pick mids previously. She hasn't fallen off. The new items really haven't hit her much at all. She's just as good as she always was. And so I'm glad they pick it here, the blind pick. And again, we have to keep in mind that for Zevris, they often favor Shen, and often that kill goes to the mid lane for Gimme That LP. So I'm sure UBC Premier is aware of that as well. And that Zoe might be sort of their counter pick. It's nice and safe, it's distant, and it's high poke, and Draven is in the house.
That's really one more touch on that Zoe pick too. Pros last season did play it at a 69% win rate with a 4.1 KDA, so really, really comfortable on that champion.
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy to pick it right here. But we are getting a Draven game. Debt looking to stack tons of gold and maybe pay off that debt if he's able to get that, or lose all the stacks and then stay in said debt. So we'll see. It's exciting there. Leona, which potentially would have been a nice pair to go along with the 80 carry, that will be taken care of and be banned out though.
Yeah, and so far Foxy's been playing really supportive Enchanter style supports here. She's been playing the Yuumi and the Seraphine here. If you pair Yuumi with Draven, normally Yuumi's not very strong early game, but Draven out of all the ADCs kind of doesn't care how good his support is. He just goes in with those spinning axes, and he can really punish at Jhin as well. If you time it right, if you catch Jhin reloading, that's free punishment that Draven just lays down, no counterplay whatsoever. So I mean, Foxy can go with that Yuumi, and then your Draven becomes a juggernaut kind of in the mid to late game, or Seraphine can punish as well. There has been quite a few Seraphine picks. We haven't seen it on stream, but I've been told mid lane it has shown up, support it has shown up as well. And I personally have yet to cast Seraphine on stream, so maybe this will be my day.
Maybe it'll be your chance. Seraphine's kind of a wild champion too. Just so many particle effects, and it's fun to watch, and you get a little bit of different music when she's around, which is also nice too. But yeah, Draven coming into this game too is another champion I'd like to sort of bust themselves. Like it sort of already has Yuumi on themselves. Almost it feels like when they get that movement speed buff, you add the actually having Yuumi on you, so you're healing, you're moving, and like you said, if you time it when Jhin maybe uses a 4-shot at an inappropriate time, Draven just runs at you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that. So as we continue through the bans, we're seeing a lot of tanks being banned out. The Hecarim and the Sejuani are being banned out right now, so we're just going to force Drago to potentially use something else in the jungle. Maybe they will end up carrying that Shen for themselves. Again, we'll see. But we're looking at the Morgana now being picked out for the bot lane here for the Bloody Blokes.
Yeah, and I mean, the Black Shield onto Draven works just as well here. I feel like for the side of UBC, their support needs to be a tankier support. And that's why the Leona ban, the Nautilus ban. Because if you are going to run Draven Morgana, if you run an Enchanter, you have to be really careful. If the Enchanter or Jhin, either of them, they get hit by a Dark Binding, they could potentially 100-0 you here in the early game. Well, throughout pretty much any phase of the game. Karma at least have shield, so I guess kind of better than just a flat Enchanter, but still going to be a little risky here. The tether, the binding can actually cause Draven to drop axes, so I feel like that's kind of maybe the thinking here. There's good poke as well. Karma does sometimes it's considered a bit of a counter to the Morgana pick as well, and instead we're going to see a tank come out in the top lane here for Brando Dio, and it's going to be that Malphite, and we've already seen this Malphite Amumu combo. It just seems to be the preference of a lot of the teams here. Point and click sort of AoE engage doesn't seem to fail too often.
And Trundle will join us in the jungle, it looks like. So that Kale, I believe, will end up going down there into the mid lane potentially. And we'll actually just revisit that once they've officially locked in where everyone is. But yeah, Trundle it is kind of that answer to the tanks. You just take all their resistances. They're going to stack them all up. You just take them for yourselves. So we'll see what we're going to do with that. It's kind of like a run at you composition right now, putting in a Bloody Blokes. Like Trundle just wants to run at you. Draven just wants to run at you. Kale's going to be there to follow up. Shen obviously will just do Stand United to join the team. And they're just going in a straight line. But no one's going to stop the straight line. The unstoppable force, the cry of the sad mummy, just tons of AoE on the other side. So it definitely potentially creates a scary situation for you to run into. But hey, maybe Bloody Blokes have no fear. they're into playing it. Who do you like out of these two compositions right now so far?
I mean, Amumu Malphite, Johnny.
I know.
Every time we see that combo.
But it's always it's a team with Amumu and Malphite, obviously. But yeah.
I mean, I love the fact that we got the two Samira games in round one. Now we're getting two Amumu games here in round two. And I just can't argue against the Amumu and Malphite. So far, nobody in this tournament has shown me a counter to it, right? Like, it's just so easy. Like, you talk about wanting to run, and like you said, you're running into a Malphite, you're running into an Amumu. Good luck trying to get past them. You're also running into a Zoe as well. A single Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to stop whoever's charging in dead in their tracks there. The poke, the damage that can follow up is going to be absolutely massive. And I feel like, well, yes, for the side of the Bloody Blokes, they want to get in there, they want to brawl it out. Shen and Trundle want to do that, but while Draven wants to run forward, he wants to get in there. He can't get too far ahead of himself. Same with Kill. And the problem is a single unstoppable force, nothing. Well, that's why it's called unstoppable force. Nothing's going to stop it. He just gets into the back. And we've already seen what happens. Kindred, wants to press R, but if you're stunned up, if you're knocked up, you can't use that. Same thing with Kill, the divine judgment here. If Kill is knocked up, if Kill is stunned, you can't make somebody invincible. And we could potentially see Gimme that LP getting bursted down without being able to properly use that ultimate. I certainly hope that's not the case, but there is precedent for it.
Certainly, and I like to say it. I mentioned last time we had a KL on the stream that I actually really feel like this world where you have this KL flex top and mid makes a lot of sense to me. That very early game, yeah, maybe you give up some priority, but into the right matchup against another laner that's not necessarily hard pushing you in the early game, you're able to get a lot of really good wave clear in that mid game that gives you priority for objectives. Kind of once the KL at least hits like level 6 or so, and then can kind of actually counter the push of another team. So while we're waiting for our spectator delay here, going to give another shout out to one of our sponsors in Herbaland. Herbaland makes nutritional gummies right here in beautiful Richmond, BC. Shop the whole collection from clean candy to specialty performance gummies at herbaland.com. So thank you once again to Herbaland for helping us with this tournament and sponsoring us. If you're just tuning in, this is the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. We do have two teams coming in here after winning their last game in part 2 of our qualifiers here. They are UBC on the blue side and Bloody Blokes on the red side. UBC so far has completely torn through this tournament, doing absurd things, absolutely destroying people, having a deathless game in there where they only lost 2 towers, but really they kind of just let them have those 2 towers while they destroyed everything else in that game. We got to see that one on stream. You have a Jamusi on 80 carry who's been featuring a 69 KDA at least through the first part of our qualifiers here, and I think even last game still produced a double-digit KDA, so just like really, really freaking high up there, and just keep it going. But again, Bloody Blokes made it this far too. They won their last game, and as you mentioned, have played a lot of bloody games. They very appropriately named their team, and they're ready to fight. So I'll introduce our players over here on the blue side, because once again, we have the playing Kazahana in the jungle, Pros playing mid, Jamusi at 80 carry, and Shin at support.
And on the other side, as you mentioned, it's the Bloody Blokes coming in here with Zevris in the top lane, Drago in the jungle. Give me that LP in the mid lane, Det in the ADC position with Foxy bringing up the support here.
Now these two teams are gonna come out. I keep asking for a crazy spicy level 1. I don't see it out of this one. Maybe the team with the Morgana, because if you hit a binding, but I don't see UBC running straight at you with this team composition, not at level 1. So they do end up all just kind of chilling. More people grouped up right now for Bloody Blokes in case there's some sort of invade on the other side. But right now there's a chill start to this game. You can all breathe a little bit.
Yeah, and I feel like almost every time I start seeing stacking, I feel like we might get a potential late invade, because that's baited us a couple of times today so far, but looks like maybe not here. Instead, the junglers, might just start out their respective blue buffs. And interesting to note here with sort of how the teams have gone. We are seeing Hill of Blades Draven. I mean, usually you see Hill of Blades or you see Conqueror. I think Hill of Blades is the better sort of pick here, because you're looking to dominate early here. You just want to get those axes out as fast as you can, punish that bot lane again. And then we're seeing Conqueror Mumu. I mean, yes, it is not unusual to see Conquerors and Mumu, especially with Demonic Embrace, and everything. The amount of healing he does is just absolutely broken with that particular rune right now. It's kind of how he works. And because he's a melee champion, it's 9%. And with percent health damage, he just absolutely shreds tankier members as well. So that is indeed what we are going to see. And, I feel like for every lane right now, it is going to be UBC who has pressure. Actually, not every lane. Top and mid, they have pressure. Bot lane, though, always got to watch that Draven.
And interesting, too, they did go with the Dark Harvest Jhin, too, in the bot lane, which is usually something that you just go for that late game scaling amount of damage. But usually you would think Fleet Footwork just to try to, sustain through this Draven in the early game might be the call. But Yeah, I think they just believe, hey, we're gonna be able to win that skill check anyway. We'll just take the scaling item. Sometimes you get that disrespect. You saw a lot of that, like Damwon Nuguri back last year was always just like, I always took the scaling things, no matter what the matchup was. And a little more respectful this year as they went on to win the world championship. But yeah, you're seeing kind of like a little bit of that out of UBC. Just going like, yeah, we'll just pick the scaling stuff because we're gonna get there.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense, and that is sort of the default route. I'm not sure Jamusi gave that much thought into it.
Yeah. Probably not even
yeah, I mean, we do though because we're casters, and that's.
I also grab fleet footwork because I'm a coward. That's the other half.
No, you take it so you can run at them faster, Johnny. You can run at them faster. Whether that's a faster int or not, we don't talk about that on stream.
True. I also always go. What's it called? The run fast one with the dash. Cloud something. I keep forgetting the item names. But anyway, and it gets me in a lot of trouble because I'm running at people way too fast. So we'll see. We are seeing a great little CS advantage. So maybe they were completely right on this early. The 16-3 right now. They're pushing in this bot lane. Going to be able to afford a really easier cheater back, which is not something that is done very often on Jhin. Never mind Jhin versus Draven. So that's pretty insane.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd call this one a cheater back because they're just getting completely... yeah, they're getting completely punched. Look at that CS differential already forming up here. That's massive. And Det ran back to buy a refillable potion. That is not the look of a Draven that's confident. That's the look of a gladiator who knows they've been shafted and they're just trying to survive for now. So that's a really actually super bad start for Det here. And a lot of that early aggression doesn't matter anymore. He's under leveled, he's down in CS, and they're going to start losing control of this bot side as well. And I feel like that was the one lane that they really could look to win, and now they kind of can't.
Yeah, that is quite an insane start that maybe we weren't expecting. And yeah, apparently Jamusi doesn't need fleet forward. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just going to continue to scale up, get a bunch of those Dark Harvest stacks, and then eventually just keep killing people. So I ain't going to question an AD carry that's incredulously better at the game than I am. So he can keep doing that. He's sitting here with 16 CS over his opponent and just keeping that going. So impressive stuff right now for Jamusi, who's just been smurfing on this game. And know what? And credit his support too. Shinchin has been real aggressive. I believe leads the tournament right now in assists too as well. So just, doing exactly what this bot lane does, and they're just looking like the best bot lane in this tournament, and for good reason.
For sure, and it did come down a lot to sort of the supports, because Karma is considered a counter to the Morgana, can poke out the Morgana, heal, negate a lot of the damage, and gang to the mid lane.
Kalahama got to get the bandage toss in there. Does force the flash out of Give Me That LP. So they will be forced to go back there. They've already used their teleport, which is notable because now Pros is going to be able to push in this lane and potentially deny a bunch of minions from Give Me That LP. So get themselves a nice little CS lead. They're able to push that in quick enough. So nice work over here once again by Katahama, just proving that they are a master of the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, it was somewhat expected already. Zoe is already expected to win that matchup. And I want to point out that Pros is not running the unsealed spellbook we see on a lot of Zoes that lets you potentially, rotate through like 4 or 5, or 4, I believe, summoner spells in quick succession in one full fight here. Instead, it's the electrocute. So they're just looking to abuse in lane or even out of lane. And Det, the black shield does not protect you from fourth shot.
Yeah, Foxy trying to help her AD carry out by putting the black shield, but it just doesn't matter. And like you said, Karma, like a little bit of that counter, because basically an Empower Q just instantly gets rid of that black shield, and you can just do the binding right after to follow up. So it is a tough situation right now for this bot lane that we're trying to win through this lane right now, and gonna take a ton of damage here. Does get that black shield to prevent the root here, but here comes Drago to try to help out this bot lane. But Jamusi is going forward anyway. Tried to go for the execute onto Det, but will pay for it with their lives, as Xerxes has already made their way down too as well. Shinchin does trade off that kill, to be able to take out Foxy 2 as well. The rest of them are now back here, so Draven still lives, while Jamusi actually ends up being the first one to die in this one. But no, Draven's not living anymore. Brando Dio said none of that. Gonna jump in there and finishing off that kill. So what was started off as a 1-for-1 is now a 2-for-1 after that move by Brando.
8 health. That was how low Det got. 8 health. Should have died by all sensible reason there. And I don't know if you could see that, but there were missing pings going down in the bot lane. I suspect it was Jamusi screaming like, why are you guys not killing him? One auto, guys, one auto. Brando Dio does, grant him his wish, flashes in, picks it up, and gets out clean here. So great play coming out from UBC. Kind of what we expected. We're not going to see a deathless game, but I mean, we are seeing the makings of a bloodbath. And you know what? No first blood in 5 minutes. It was about 6+ this time, so a little slower.
Pros just at this early part of the game, a drowsy hit into a nice Q there, nice paddle star. Already half health, give me that LP, and that just gets worse and worse as the game goes on. They also have, of course, that Infernal Dragon, which, 4% really doesn't do a whole lot in the early game, but, that just adds up for the later game. So this Zoe is going to be scary, too, as well, as they currently are sitting at 14 CS over their opponent.
Yeah, and one of the things about this mid lane matchup as well, it's not just about the pressure. Hold up as Drago's coming in.
All right, Brando Dio in quite a bit of trouble here. Drago is right there. Let's see, getting some help from Kazahana and Pros too as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to stun up. Drago tries to flash away, but Pros will pick up that kill. Meanwhile, we turn to the bot lane as Det has gone into a ton of trouble here. Does get burned down, and now slashing the mastery, getting the kill, picking up another one onto this Jin. Gonna go to a measly 2.0 KDA, but enjoying winning this lane right now.
Yeah, and for a second I thought Det was gonna get out with 4 health this time.
Right?
Got really low, but nope, not this time. They wanted secured and kills in multiple lanes here. That's the strength of what they have. Jamusi and Shinchin just really brute forcing that bot lane, and now they can start spreading it mid lane. Give me that LP almost punishes the collapse from top and bot. Were coming in, and give me that LP trying to just farm up the best they can. But I wanted to make a point about the mid lane that give me that LP is farming up. That's great. That's good. That's what give me that LP needs to do. But even though the CS is equal, one thing that's not being reflected right now is the complete utter lack of pressure that the Bloody Blokes have in the mid lane. That's letting pros just go wherever they want. Kazahana can go wherever they want, and Drago has to be careful, right? Drago's got no access to the scuttles here. That's why we're seeing the scuttles are going the way of UBC right now. They're the ones picking it up, a lot of these objectives, and they've got neutral objective control, and there's very little Bloody Blokes can look to do when they don't have a winning lane and they don't have pressure from the jungle.
Curtain Call coming down onto this bot lane. Jin putting tons of damage onto Foxy. She's got herself a little bit of trouble here, down to about 200 HP. Here comes Pros, firing out everything. Jamusi will finish off that kill. Here comes the Shen trying to shield up, but it will not be enough. But there's at least a kill traded, as Draven did get the kill onto Shinchin there as well, so a consolation prize, but it does still mean you're down 2.3k gold right now as UBC have this lead.
Yeah, and part of the problem too was that Det actually died before he got that kill. So he already lost 75% of the stacks that he hadn't already lost from his previous 2 deaths. So he doesn't actually cash out as much as you normally like to see there. And so great, you get a kill, and we can never sort of underestimate the impact that a kill can have for a Draven. But it's not going to be that huge cash out. He's coming back to lane now with a Vampiric Scepter and a Serrated Dirk. So yeah, you got some lethality. You at least now have enough damage to be able to match and potentially beat Jamusi, but you've got to actually reach him, and no boots for him.
Give me that LP after dodging a little bit of damage from Pros. Tries to go further forward, but Kazahana has jumped in over here. Going to try to ultimate themselves, but the Divine Judgment rather is not enough to save Give Me That LP, and they get taken down.
That was just, great teamwork and coordination. Shinchin running in as well. They're like, nope, that's my mid. You get off my mid. And Pros looked like he was taking a beating, but we have to keep in mind, too, like, there was comms. I'm sure they were making the call, like, hey, we're coming. We're on our way. Just buy a little bit of time, because we did see the portal jump, I don't believe, being used to sort of dodge out there. They knew exactly what they were on, and now they get the Herald for their efforts. And UBC just looking as dominating as they were the last time we saw them. 3-0 in round 1.
I mean, they died twice, so it's kind of falling off here. Falling off the rails here. This bot lane, I don't know, pretty sus at the moment.
Yeah, 100% of their death in that bot lane. I don't know, man.
Oh boy, UBC is a scary, scary team in this tournament right now. We're at the 12-minute mark with 10 kills, and 8 of those right now, of course, towards UBC. And they're looking to try to add another one. Jamusi just runs for, oh my goodness, how much damage does that one W do? Oh, Jamusi.
Wow.
Curtain Call, gonna spell death for Det. They go away. They're down 40 CS already. Now they're down 3-1. And that's just the kills on Jamusi. 3-1 on Shinchin too as well. So, whoo, bot lane's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting kills, but not quite this way here. Det is now down 2 levels, and Foxy, you can see Foxy wanted another that. She's just like, nope, peace, I'm out. Like, I'm not even going to try and body block, and actually, I do think that was the right call.
Yeah.
I think the slow from that curtain call would have killed in mid lane. Another Drowsy. No follow-up, though.
Give me that LP, taking quite a bit of damage here. Trying to help is Drago, and we've seen now twice this Amumu is trying to be answered with a specific jungler, and I think they thought they potentially had it with Trundle, but it's still just like not really the answer for that. We talked off air rather, a little bit about it, and I actually think maybe besides just banning the champion, potentially the way to fight would be to pick an early game jungler and try to counter jungle this Amumu and get them out of their game, but that's not something that's provided right now by Trundle. It's not something provided by the team comp you put together because it's hard to jungle as a team right now with them. And here comes Drago trying to make something work for them. Pros gonna use that portal jump to pretty much just troll a little bit, as eventually go down. But yeah, at least you got yourself a kill on a gank here by Drago, but here comes Foxy getting themselves into a bunch of trouble. Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's going to lock them up. Kazahana will pick up that kill.
I think a little bit overkill to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but you know what? The cooldown's not too long, 109.5, and you know, they're strong enough, I think they're okay. They're going to drop Shelly and actually brute forces. They might be able to get the turret off the charge here. Actually, no, it'll probably survive, I think, a little bit, but yeah, it's real close.
Yeah, real close, but again, they're just like pretty happy with getting all that gold from the plates. Jamusi, meanwhile, will also push in this bot turret. And again, I mentioned this last time, and maybe I'm just like a little too giddy about things like this. They had the opportunity to destroy that turret like 5 minutes ago, and they just like are smart enough to kind of leave it up to use that as a tool to deny more CS. And now you're at double the CS on Jamusi over Det. They've now decided it's at this 14-minute mark. Let's collect all these plates, then destroy this tower, get that first turret. And now they've really done a ton of damage to the economy on the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, you know, showing Det how it feels like to be in Det at this point, because he's really far down. I mean, no completed item whatsoever, just sitting on a whole bunch of little components. And then you look across to Jamusi, and there you go, Eclipse done, you know, Boots of Swiftness as well, and now it's Zerberus who's next on the chopping block.
Pros doing a ton of damage with that Pal Star. Got Xerxes to about half health, but they're gonna try to flash away, make something happen. Curtain Call has come to join this fight, and it does so much damage. I'm kind of used to how bad I am and how not this far ahead of enemy teams when I use a Curtain Call, that it's virtually just slow, but when you're Jamusi and you're good at this game.
Yeah. And you gotta feel bad for Foxy, because in the bot lane, you could tell that she didn't want any part of that. She knew Curtain Call would be a death, and now she goes in, she did die this time.
Oh, Drago
the chickens.
Gonna get the Divine Judgment to at least save them for a little while here, because Zahana's gonna jump in now, blow them up, did not even need to use the ultimate, so Curse of the Sad Mummy still available. If any sort of re-engage wants to happen from the enemy team, but I don't think they will want to fight anything here. Draven's just pushing the bot lane, trying to at least destroy a tower and get something back for them, but they're also losing the top tower as Brando Dio has now pushed that one completely in, and they're just owning this jungle on this side right now.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? We keep talking about how strong Amumu is, but I feel like this game, out of all the games, is when we can say Amumu is not broken. Kazahana is not the reason why they're 12-3 right now. Granted, 3 kills, but some of those felt a bit more like a bit of a KS there. But you know, it was really just his lanes just shredded on by themselves. Like bot lane, especially Jamusi and Shinshin, you know, they're combined 6-2 right now. Granted, they're 67% of the team's deaths, but they are also half the team's kills. To be fair to them, so you know, they're kind of making up for it a little bit here. I mean, yeah, still sus, but they're really strong, and they've just been dominating, snowballing every single lane now. That's 3 turrets down. The entire outer sort of ring of turrets right now for Bloody Blokes is down, and they just can't contest anything. Any of the major objectives they can't show up to. I feel like if you replaced Amumu with a Sejuani, you know, with a Zac, with any other sort of tanky jungler right now, they'd be perfectly fine. But the problem is, now that they do have Amumu, who is that premier tank jungler, it's just icing on the cake. They just have no way in.
Yeah, they're definitely just doing anything they want now. They're pushing into this tier 2 turret in the mid lane. See if the fight break loose over here. but they don't have the minions quite yet, so they're not that crazy. But Brando Dio is just waiting for an opportunity to jump over this wall. Does have Flash 2 available. Does get this ward to see that they are over there potentially planning that, so that signals to the rest of the team, hey, maybe don't be on that side for at least for now. But Brando Dio then goes, fine, I'll just walk up the middle. They now have the minions to continue on this push. The W will root up Drago for a moment here as Pros continues to put on tons of poke damage. Actually takes a little bit of turret damage there, so a little bit too much from that. Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds here, so really they are just pushing this in, getting this priority for this Dragon. Do have tons of vision in this side of the jungle too as well, so it is scary right now for the walkthrough. Foxy is trying to clear some of this up. Brando Dio, though, however, is going to walk up and try to force her away from this potentially. We hear the curtain call going down over here. They're trying to find it onto the Kale as we're watching Kazahana kind of run around in the jungle, but Brando Dio is right here. Divine Judgment being used on herself, on trying to get that onto Give Me That LP, trying to survive there. Does lead to Brando Dio's death, but here's the curse of the sad money, hitting 3 of them up now. Jamusi following up with damage, going front to back. Pros is going to end up picking up that first kill. We do get at least a shutdown bonus onto Give Me That LP, so it's currently a 2 for 2, and you'll take that if you're Bloody Bloke, seeing how everything was going in UBC's favor. You'll take at least an even fight. But, you know, Zoe says, nah, I ain't making this even. Oh! The damage. Where'd your health bar go? With the combination Paddle Star off the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and just Jamusi walking up and hitting you, instantly blown up is dead. So ends up being still the advantage for UBC, and now they're moved away towards this Dragon. However, Teleport now coming in from the respawn. Give Me That LP, who does have this Nashor's Tooth now completed and wanting to run into this fight with the double buffs to see what they can do. Gonna fight onto Jamusi first, who's down to half health, who does trade away onto Give Me That LP, has used the 4 shot already. Judgment. Oh, Jamusi is so insane in this game, is so insane in this tournament, does have 4 shot available. Will they use it on Xerphus? It's almost enough to take him out. It is enough when the burn finishes that off, and now they're running at the rest of the team. Brando Dio just goes straight at them. Drago is going to be the next target. He's going to eventually go down, and oh my goodness, Draven is still kind of alive at the side there, but they're going to run away while they finish this Dragon.
And you know, starting from that last fight, which feels like it was so long ago, but really it wasn't. I mean, it looked like the Bloody Blokes had some life back to them, right? They won a 4v5, a fight which, you know, they had no business winning, and it came off a lot of Give Me That LP's back, you know, just dodging out the curtain call, flashing out the unstoppable force. It looked so good. They turned that fight 2 for 2. It's a win for them. They get a bounty off Kazahana. And then you see Det join them, and you suddenly realize that if that had been a 5v5, it would have made 0 difference. Because Det literally got 100 to 0 in one quick, like that was less than a second. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble, landed. The Paddle Star and Jamusi just one auto. That was enough to take Det out. And in the following fight, you saw Give Me That LP. No Divine Judgment that time. Did unfortunately go down. And where it looked like they had glimmers of life, they are again on the back foot here. That said, like you said, Nash's Tooth is up. Leeching Leer, so some Omnivamp. We're not seeing that full Rift Maker just yet here, but Give Me That LP is scaling. Give Me That LP has good positioning, and so maybe at Baron they have a chance, but Det...
Oh boy, Unstoppable Force will knock you up. Everyone else will finish kill. Curtain Call now coming down from Jamusi to try to catch up. Drago over here will slow them down, but not enough to take them out. Drago will walk away eventually from that one. Red Buff is over here, and this is would be kind of spicy if anyone from Bloody Blokes tried to get this one. This is pretty much just Jamusi's, even though Jamusi already has one, but of course is denying other red buff from the enemy team. There's a little bit of insult to injury. They jump back over this wall. Got to start on this Baron. Let's see if they could do any sort of stealing over here. It's down to 8,000 health. Drago trying to find their way into it right now. 6,000 health now left onto this Baron. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does get on the Foxy. They will Black Shield that one up. Drago trying to move forward. Gets completely blown up. Pros picking up that kill. Xerphus trying to get on top of Pros here. Could potentially give a kill over to Give Me That LP, but Give Me That LP is now stuck in a terrible situation. Curse of the Sad Mummy will slow them down. Divine Judgment will save Give Me That LP at least for now, but eventually they die just like the rest of them. Jin, double kill. Zoe gets one more, and 4 people are dead, and Draven again, last one kind of alive, but not for very long, as they're just chasing down Det, who's just trying to run away. Is Kazahana gonna find them? The bandage toss here.
Oh, they're diving!
Kazahana finds them. So a delayed ace. No, not quite there yet. There you go. Finally get it. Not technically an ace because Drago has respawned because that's this game lately. Everyone still respawns before the fight is even over. But they're going to take this middle inhibitor. They did take that Baron. They took basically all their lives. And they're just going to reset and do it all again.
Yeah, a greater than 10k gold lead. Johnny, I think this is the first time we're seeing more than a 10k gold lead, right? So far today?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if they had 10k in the Deathless game, but I don't even think they did because there was good CS on the other team that basically at least got the gold at least kind of close. So this might be our first 10k gold lead of the day.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be really, really rough for the Bloody Blokes. And honestly, like I thought they had a chance at Bear, and maybe they try and do some sort of hero play there. You know, Drago flashing over the wall, Smite stealing. But the problem is that was based on the premise that they could actually even try and get near there. Give me that LP was on the bottom side of the map when Baron was started, and without flash, there was really no reason. Without teleport, there was really no reason why Give me that LP should be there. And Foxy.
Oh, tries to black shield themselves, but that does nothing when Jin W does 80. So you're gone. Foxy, unfortunately, getting caught out there a little bit here, and Dragon's not even up yet. Like, it's still a minute and 15 seconds there, so a little rough to be that far out. Xerfes is just trying to farm, man. This is just rude. This is bullying at this point. They got to keep going forward. Curse of the Sad Mummy is still going to hit 2 people. Unstoppable Force will hit the same 2 people as they wombo the combo. They'll continue to press forward to hopefully take out Drago here. And Drago, just try to live, will not be able to do so. Double kill goes over to Brando Dio. They continue pushing this bottom turret, and they'll look to get another inhibitor.
And Brando Dio has quietly gone 5-1-9 here, threatening even his mid laner in terms of, you know, kills right here. Just all of UBC right now. They're truly a very well-coordinated team. They decide each one of us will take 1 death for the team here, even things out a little bit. But
so no one gets to be called out as the dirty feeder because everyone has equal deaths.
They gotta make their bot lane feel good, man. I mean, their bot lane did all the work, and now, you know, they're just gonna fall back on this. The dragon is a calling here, and that will be the Ocean Soul. And if you thought it was hard enough for anybody on UBC to die, it's going to be even harder now. I mean, Kazahana is sat right on top of a pink ward. They're just rubbing salt on the wound right now. They want to make sure that, yep, you know we're here, you know we're taking it, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, 13k, a lot of gold. Draven tries to use the Whirling Death to go for a YOLO steal, but it's a little bit early. They secure the Ocean Soul. 2 inhibitors already down. Only the top 2 turrets are kind of left right now for the Bloody Blokes. So, gotta believe they're just gonna start sieging that. The teleport, in fact, is coming through straight to that top turret as Brando Dio goes straight there to force back Drago so that the rest of the team can just bring in the minions and continue the siege and finish off this game.
Yeah, and for the side of UBC right now, they just need to group up as 5. Don't even bother split pushing. You've got such a strong 5v5 right now. You don't have Baron buff, but you don't need it. You can dive a turret, and no one turret is enough to protect against this sort of dive here.
Yep, here's the Unstoppable Force. Going straight for the back line. They actually do a decent job of forcing back and getting a kill onto that one, as the rest of them actually weren't able to quite follow up onto that big ultimate. Foxy taking a bunch of damage here, but it probably still doesn't matter. They continue the siege. They push in the minions. They're going to take up this tower and eventually finish it off. There you go. It is now done. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does hit the Drago. Shinchin, a little troll, breaks the sleep actually with an auto attack. So that's going to be a little bit less damage. They were able to get away eventually. Zephyrus is able to flash away to live, at least for now. Shinchin will pick up that kill now finally onto Drago. They're pushing onto the Nexus here. They're trying to at least kill Jin, so they at least can say they did that once or twice this game. So they finally get that one down. Xerfes ends up going down. Pro's putting on the damage clinic. Kazahama, just a big front line in front of Foxy. Double kill now comes through for Pros. Only Foxy left remaining. Only this Nexus left at half health. That won't last long. It's a big win once again for UBC as they continue dominating this tournament with an undefeated run so far.
Undefeated, and it also kind of feels like they haven't really been even challenged by these teams they've played against so far
No.
here. I mean, I would call that padding their KDA at the end, but I think it actually cost Jamusi more of his KDA than it actually had
Yeah.
there. But yeah, they're so strong. And where do you even begin to attack this team right now? It feels like their bot lane's really strong, their mid lane's really strong. You gave them a Mumu in the jungle. There's nothing to be said when Kazahana gets that. Brandon Dio as well on this Malphite, 5-2 and 9. And if we look, at the damage spread as well, it's definitely not the Amumu because Kazahana actually did the least damage on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody out damaged him. That is how well the team as a whole is playing. And give me that LP. Highest damage on his team, only out damaged Kazahana. Fell behind even Shinshin. That's it's a shellacking.
It's a shellacking. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break before we get to our last game of the day. So we will shout out another one of our sponsors one more time. We're gonna go to our presenting sponsor, Dailyhive. The TGS Signature Series is presented by the Dailyhive. So if you're ever wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. So we'll take a quick break here. We're going to get into our next game in a few moments. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. See you soon.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. We're here for our last game of the day, and it's bound to be a banger. We have two teams currently undefeated in our qualifiers part 2. That is Ninsassin versus Glaive Purpur as they come into here. Last time we saw Glaive Purpur, it didn't look super fair. They kind of got completely smashed by UBC. However, they've been really good in this tournament outside of that game. UBC just really just feel like on another tier right now. So looking forward to see what they can do in this game. However, Ninsassin being the SFU team are one of our tournament favorites too. So this could still be a very, very tough matchup for them. And I'm excited to see what they can possibly do here.
For sure, Johnny. And I'm a little bit scared here because I like Glaive Purpur. I've caught them before. They're a bunch of really nice guys, and I was actually pretty hyped for them. And then when they went against UBC, my alma mater, they just got smashed. And part of me was kind of happy about that, but part of me was really sad. And now they're facing Ninsassin, the main roster of SFU. I feel like they should do pretty well. Decent. Like, I'm not expecting a smash, but I'm kind of scared that we might get that again here.
It's certainly possible because Ninsassin really has been kind of absolutely insane in this tournament too as well. So we'll see what we do move over towards the blue side as Glaive Purpur, and then Ninsassin is over onto the red side in this game. And let's get to going. I'm also looking forward to cast Klonkaronk Zonk again, just because that name is amazing. They will not be playing Shen because they banned it out themselves. Hecarim also being banned out now on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, Klonkaronk Zonk, he can be a carry player. I believe he just played Kled in the last game they played against Isekai for Mona's Thighs there. And yeah, I mean, he's good when he can get, a chance to really shine, but a lot of times he just gets put on tank duty. That being said, I've seen him carry on tanks as well. And if there was ever a time, for tanks to be carries, it's in the current meta. Yes, Sunfire did get nerfed, but really it hasn't stopped anyone at all here. So we'll have to see that. And the other person I'm keeping an eye on is Yule, because we talked about Yule in the mid lane on specifically, like, for me, I remember the Yone game, but that's something that we have to see. You carried in game 1 on the Silas in round 2 here. So I feel like maybe he can redeem himself a little bit. Unfortunately, Kled gonna get banned, so we're not gonna see Klonkaronk Zonk get that top lane carry this game.
All right, just ban a Mumu here. I don't need to see another Mumu game. I'm good. I think we're good with that at this point. But we're gonna wait in as this clock ticks down to see what their final ban is. They leave up. They leave up being Well, let's see if they want to play it anyway. Jin being banned out, so at least that AD carry will not be seen in this one.
I mean, I feel like there's absolutely no reason why you don't pick it. Doopy does play it. Like, Doopy's practiced that Amumu before. So, I mean, in the first round, we got to see 2 out of 3 Samira games. I mean, are we going to get to see 3 Amumu games potentially here?
Yep.
Yes, we are.
Oh, boy. Well, Amumu, hello again. We missed you. You're our friend now. At least at the this round 2, you're going to be there. Eilith and Misfortune, or sorry, Rakan and Misfortune being picked up. So the bot lane secured immediately now for this team, as they will see what the other teams pick. Just happy to blind pick those champions.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact they took the Misfortune away, actually, because we've already spoken about, that curse of the sad bullet time. So I feel like giving that to any team is super, super scary. The Rakan is also great to follow up as well. And now Kale actually going to be locked in for the side of Glaive Purpur here. And we spoke about, how Kale so far, we've not seen Kale get a chance to scale. But I feel like you pair it up with something like an Amumu, and suddenly you actually have a chance, because the Amumu makes all those early game moves, the pressure, paired with a Leona, no less.
There you go.
This is a ton of CC lockdown, and I personally feel like Leona is a hard counter to Rakan here, because you go in, Shield of Daybreak right to the face, you're not battle dancing your way back out of that one. So I feel like there's already some really good early game, and if Klonkaronk Zonk is taking that kill to the top lane, that is a carry champion. There is a chance we see him pop off.
And here we go. We are seeing our first Lilia game, at least on stream of the day. Let's see what Ricky can potentially do on this champion. Actually hasn't played too much of it in solo queue, so it's like it has 1 game on it in solo queue, so potentially something that maybe they pull out of normals a bunch, and now we're just gonna try it out today on the day, and a game they pretty much really want to win to put themselves in a nice position going into our playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for both of these teams, they're pretty comfortable. I don't believe that like a loss here would necessarily put them out. Might bring them to a tiebreak potentially, but other than that, I mean, they've smashed their division here so far. So I don't feel like they're worried if they have to go to a tiebreak. They're pretty confident here in Group C. So it's more just for seeding for tomorrow, and also kind of for bragging rights and for redemption. Because like I said, right, Glade Purple the last time they're on stream, 0 kills is a bit tough to swallow. And it's not representative of the team at all. I want to make that very, very clear. That is not normal for Glade Purple. They are an incredibly good team normally. Like UCL, Risen Divine level team. So
again, they've won every other game besides the one that we're on stream. So if they lose this game too, and the only like games we stream of theirs is losses, I'll feel like we curse them ourselves, and that'll be that. Camille being locked in over here. A-list will be able to take that over in the top lane. Camille just provides a huge range of engagement. They kind of got like this really, really heavy engaged team composition, but like not with a lot of tanks, where we've seen this basically been a tank meta right now. So it's a little bit scary for an assassin, but if any team could do it, it could potentially be them. And now we're going to get Yule's Yone, which is something I wanted to see when I kind of just saw that this player was playing. It got banned last time we were out here, and Yone is here to play today.
Yeah, I mean, that Yone pick is super, super scary. Are they actually going to lock in a Varus? I mean, okay, so first of all, Glaive Purple likes to troll in their picks. But, I mean, the thing is, it actually wouldn't be a bad pick for them right now. I mean, it's more and more lockdown. You've got the kill. It will be the Ezreal instead. Not a bad choice by any means. And now that I'm looking at, what has been locked in for the Assassins, I feel like we haven't really talked too much about it. Renekton mid. So that's actually a great answer to the Yone, which was completely blind here. I love it. It should suppress Camille. Aelth just played it last game and does pretty decently into the kill as well. So I feel like they've drafted themselves some really solid lanes in their solo lanes, the bot lane as well. Misfortune and Rakan. Sure, Leona counters Rakan, but at the same time, Misfortune brings a lot of early game damage, which Ezreal simply cannot match. And I'm hoping and praying we don't see a tier Ezreal to start the game. I've seen that so many times. It does not end well. Please build tier second. So, I feel like despite the power picks they have, the Amumu, the Leona, the Kayle, suddenly I don't feel quite as optimistic about their early game. I feel like we might end up having that problem where Kayle, needs time to scale up and might not get it. And so far, Amumu on stream is 2 for 2. Kayle on stream is 0 for 2. Something's going to break this game. Either the Kayle losing streak or the Amumu winning streak.
Yeah, and kind of the same thing. I really, really want to touch on that Renekton point again. I love it when they counterpick Renekton into Assassins in the mid lane. I think it's one of the best counters there, at least for the lane. It does certainly fall off the face of a cliff, kind of if the game goes later. But that's this entire team composition right now over on the red side. So Assassin here are really, really looking to absolutely smash this laning space and really, really blow us wide open. And they played a bunch of losing lanes over on Glaive Purple, so it could potentially be very, very difficult for them to take this late game. But it's one of those ticking time bombs. Like either it's going to get there because they stabilize the game and they're able to kind of like play that almost like, if to borrow Magic terms, like a control deck to be able to get you to that late game and if you stall out and stabilize the board. But if they can't do that, if the aggro deck comes in kind of smash you over here that the Assassin put together, they can really, really end this game super, super fast. So, hey, we got to jump on the Rift to find out what happens.
Yeah, and I want to point out this early as well, because it is the only AP damage that they have from Assassins. It's also sort of their late game scaling insurance, but they don't have real tanks on the side of the Assassins. The closest they have is that Renekton, maybe Lilia if she builds that way, but no tanks. We've seen that happens when compositions with no tanks sort of don't dominate the early game, can't find leads as well. They do tend to get smashed in the front because they just can't hold, especially when you've got the things like a Kayle who can absolutely shred people. Yone can just kind of dive by and can even, I mean, Yone is known as Assassin, but really you can also cut down tanks. That extra damage works on tanks just as well. And with the new items, you can certainly do that. So I feel like Nin Assassin's on a bit of a double timer here. Not only do they not have the better skill in comp, but they also don't have tanks. So looking at them to make things happen, and can they break the Amumu win streak?
Yeah, and maybe we'll finally get that spicy level 1 invade that I've been screaming for. So let's see what they gotta do here. While we wait for our competitive integrity, pause. Let's shout out one of our sponsors in Vanis. Did you know that you can go to Vancouver Animation School to learn esports? They are accepting applications for their esports program right now. So check out vanis.ca to learn more. That's VANAS.ca. Thank you, Vanis, once again for sponsoring our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. This is our last game of the day, I believe, for the stream. Are we going to do any tiebreakers? I don't know. I'm actually not sure, completely sure about that. Well, I'll confirm that in a moment for you all. But either way, we have a big matchup here. Glaive Purpur right now sitting over here on the blue side, and Nin Assassin, the SFU team, sitting over on the red side. Two teams that have been doing very, very good job. By the way, confirmed, yes, this is the last game for sure. So if you got nothing else to do right now, just finish watching this game, and we're all going to enjoy it all together. So yeah, this is an important game for them because, again, this just kind of guarantees that you're going forward through your group, and you're going to put yourself in a nicer seed, potentially avoid basically UBC in the first half of the bracket is kind of what everyone I think wants to do. So finishing off this win does help you potentially do that. So let's introduce one more time our blue side team in Glaive Purpur. We got Clunk, Grunk, Zonk in the top lane, Joopy in the jungle, Yule at mid lane. At the bot lane position, you got Vark, supported by Trivia Boy.
The red side, some hometown heroes, SFU's main team in the top lane. It's Aelf in the jungle by request of the captain and assassin. It's Ricky. And in the mid lane, we've got NA is doomed in the ADC position. It is your captain and assassin. And on support, it's Cobb68.
Shout out to the Machi Esports 2014 icon on Ricky, by the way. Rock and roll, dude. I love that stuff. I still rock my Starhorn Royal Club icon every once in a while just because I think that's cool. I think I'm hipster for doing stuff like that. So rock and roll to people who represented some old tournaments that were fun and bring back good memories of like a scrappy team like Machi Esports in season 4. So fun stuff as we get into our last game today of the series as it continues to load up in here. Yeah, this is, again, if you're kind of just tuning in and you missed a little bit of a talk about this draft, this is potentially a game that could absolutely blow up for an assassin one way or the other. They either blow up and destroy everybody, or it blows up in their own face, and they're not going to be able to do a whole lot against a team that just has more frontline, more tanks, more late game power.
Yeah, and I mean, for it's kind of been the theme for the entire day, round 1, round 2. Something's gonna blow up. We've said it before. Assassin matchups, non-assassin matchups, doesn't even matter. Even when we've got tons of tanks, the teams are just so bloodthirsty here. And it's the last game of the day, but honestly, with the excitement we've had throughout all prior 6 games, I almost feel like I'm still hyped enough to keep on going here. And unfortunately, no level 1 invade though.
Yeah.
That's been true the entire day. And Johnny, I'm hoping, I'm praying that tomorrow, we get a little bit more level 1 action.
Hopefully with best of threes, we kind of get that going. And we did have the 1 late invade, so that was like kind of spicy. At least it forced a flash out of one person, but I just
no, Johnny, I want blood. I just want blood. Flashes aren't enough.
I just want blood. And as much as, of course, we enjoy good macro and we enjoy teams and players doing the right things, it's also just really fun. So
yeah, and it's level 1. What macro can you have? Just have your slaughter pass. We can macro our way out of the kills later.
Exactly. And we, as much as we're memeing about this at this point, like sometimes that level 1 evade, just like even if you don't get any kills, it just gets you very valuable vision that really helps the tempo of the early game. So we're not gonna get any of that as both teams is kind of just line of scrimmage and kind of went to a little bit default setups. Both of them starting the blue because the blue buff is pretty important. Both these champions for their early clear speed, so they're gonna get that. They do at least get the signal that the bot lane went straight to the lane, so they know, at least on their side, they know for sure probably that Lilia went to the blue. Lilia often will take out the Raptors, actually, to kind of start off the jungle, but this time just kind of playing it safe.
Yeah, and I think also you kind of want a lane to help out here. The jungle has gotten a little bit harder, kind of, so I don't think it's a bad choice to do this at all. Get a bit of assistance on the bot side. And my concern right now is, we've said it before, Amumu feels so strong, and it feels like the only way, that successfully kind of beating Amumu so far is you kneecap him early. You go in, you invade, and you keep him down. Lilia is not the jungler who's going to do that. Yeah, I mean, Lilia can prance in and prance back out, but if she gets caught by Amumu there, it's not. She's one of the few matchups early that Amumu might not actually lose in the jungle. So, I mean, I feel like it is not necessarily what we've looked for, and we'll have to see if maybe it can outscale potentially here.
Like the very early clear of this champion is just so absurd that potentially, if you wanted to, like, again, take the Raptors to kind of start off with and do that work with Lilia to really mess up at least the early tempo of Doopy, that like could have potentially been there. But Ricky, again, deciding to play it maybe perhaps a little bit more safe, but can't play it too safe because, again, the enemy team is the team right now waiting to scale up. Want to play it safe and get themselves into that late game. So we'll continue to monitor where everyone's kind of doing that. Speaking of things to monitor, we like to check in on the bot lane kind of at this exact point, because they're coming in over here. They get these level 2s on both sides, but a level 3 advantage right now already for Vark and Trivia Boy, as they have this 6 CS lead and are pushing into this turret. So good early work so far by this bot lane.
Yeah, and they're doing just fine for themselves. They're pressuring it. They're not letting Misfortune sort of try and take control. And they're coming to back up Doopy here on this scuttle as well, because you've shoved out the lane. Why not at this point? And I like to see that on the Ezreal. I'd like to see even more that he did not start tier. He went Duran's lane, which I think is a much safer start and allows them to do exactly this.
True Boy jumps in. It leads to Cobb 68, jumping right back at them, getting some damage on the Vark. But now they're trading that damage once again on to Ninsassin, who's now down to about 200 HP. So good trading by both sides here. Advantage right now for Glaive Prepper's bot lane.
Yeah, and that is absolutely massive in the bot lane, that you can bully out the Misfortune, because Misfortune is strong early. Her base numbers are really high. And in the mid game, if she gets a lead in lane, that's how she becomes a huge menace. So you can shut her down early. That's absolutely huge. Doopy,
Trivia Boy flashes in and then gets a big Zenith play that takes him all the way towards the tower, and then kind of just forced to back out there. Does have Hex Flash, so is going to be able to wildly use flashes in this game. So Leona just applying pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be blind pressure, but it works so well because now you've burnt the flash on Ninsassin. Next time you go in with that Hex Flash, Ninsassin can't get out the same way here. So I really like that they did that, because when you burn that, now you can look for ganks, now you can look for pressure, and Ninsassin has to be careful. Every time he leaves the turret now, they need to make sure they've got enough wards. And you look at where Doopy is. Doopy's in their jungle too. On the mini-map, you can see that he's hovering, like taking the Gromp. He could potentially look to sort of collapse in as well. So that's going to be scary for Ninsassin.
Right, do we get a gank over here in the mid lane as Ricky has made their way over here? So far, not pushing far enough is Yule, but it does use the E, so it does force a situation where he's going to have to go back towards that. So Yule in a bunch of trouble here, trying to flash out, trying to get away, but the first blood will go over to the Renekton, and this is exactly why you play this champion into Assassins.
Yep, into pretty much any of the melee sort of mid laners, really, Renekton does so well. And unfortunately for you, Yone's sort of positioning tool doesn't actually remove him completely from danger. You will snap back at the end of it. So you could see NA is doomed and Ricky just waiting around that tethered form of Yule there to just come in and absolutely punish there. And yeah, that's great pickup. We said that they needed to make the early moves, and I feel like shutting down Yule is twofold here. Not only do you get NA's Doom the hit, but you're shutting down one of the potential hyper carries for the side of Glaive Prepper.
Big play and awesome stuff coming right now by NA's Doomed. Using that counter pick, it's always one of those ones that are a little bit scary, because if you don't do exactly what you just did, get that kill early on and keep that snowball going, is that good? It feels pretty bad going to late game if you stay even, or even if you're just slightly ahead. You really want to smash this lane. It's kind of the entire purpose of playing this champion. So they got that going for them now. Dragon, however, is got some good position right now for Glaive Prepper. They have a little bit of that vision advantage, putting the pink ward in that dragon pit, so you're able to see anything going on there, and they're considering potentially going for this, but we'll see. Eyeless, meanwhile, is fighting onto Clonk, Gronk, Zonk. Ricky coming over towards the top lane too as well, is going to do some damage here, going to try to use that divine judgment. Thank you. I want to say intervention again. I have to double check it real quick. Using divine judgment to live for at least a moment, but eventually still gets taken down. So nice gank over towards top lane.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected here. Like I said, when we looked at the drop, it was so well done. The Camille does beat the kill early. and with the Renekton against the Yone as well, that's a highly favorable matchup. So they're able to look and continuously punish these solo lanes. And for the side of Glaive Prepper, it's not the end of the world. Their solo lane swung behind is going to be rough, but they kind of just need to hold on and survive. Their bot lane's doing spectacularly so far here, and they're able to pressure, to punish. They burnt the flash. They haven't been able to repeat so far, and that's fine. They just need to continue pressuring, and Doopy's just been counter jungling for the bulk of it. He got first Drake as well. It is the Cloud Drake, so you do get some cooldown reduction, or pardon me, ability haste as the new one is called here. So it's not quite as effective, but still, it will give them more ultimates, and that's kind of an important thing for them come the mid to late. TP coming in.
Ooh, Droopy in a little bit of danger here. Exactly that teleport coming in from Aelith. Here comes the rest of the team. Cobb 68 is going to come in there and secure that kill. Aelith looking for more, however. Does not have ultimate available, so we'll see if they're able to get away with that. They're continuing to push in there, but meanwhile, we do have this fight over in the mid lane too, as well as Yule does quite a bit of damage onto Ricky, but Ricky will get away. So we're still sitting frozen at 3-0 in favor of Ninsasin.
Yeah, and so when you see that happen, it is still going the way of Ninsasin here because they picked up a kill and it wasn't answered. Yes, Zonk gets to continue farming, and that's something we'll have to keep our eyes on as well. How quickly or how much farm Zonk is getting experience and gold-wise. But it just feels like they're losing so much on the top sides of the map. And now a fight because Doopy's back.
Doopy's trying to fight over here. Does have Song to help them too as well. Curse Sad Mummy's going to stun up Eilith for now. Song trying to finish it off. Tries to flash forward to get onto Eilith. Droby now trying to flash away to get away from Ricky. And right now they're still alive, but they're still kind of in this side of the jungle. So it'll be interesting to see if anything can be followed up here. But Droopy is real low. Does avoid the bowling ball. But Song is looking to just come in there and auto attack down Ricky. But it looks like they will eventually still get away. So no kills, but a lot of low health bars.
Yeah, really close there for both Doopy and Aelith there. So good thing that they both managed to get out. Nobody really dies. Zong gets pulled off minions for a little bit. You know, loses a bit of farm. But frankly, Zong is doing great for himself there. Up in the top lane so far, is up CS, is able to punish, and is able to show, you know, that he's got some strength. And we have to keep in mind, this is not the kill which does true damage and exalted status. They did kind of put a bit more strength into kills early game so that she's not completely useless, but she does lose that true damage instead it's magic damage now. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that Kill is doing well right now. It's just still a little surprising.
Yeah, and just playing it well, especially like, and a lot of it too was the teleport that came from Eilith that came to help bot lane, just kind of relieve pressure over the top, allowed Song to kind of just like do a little bit for themselves over there while Eilith was trying to help the rest of the team, to be fair. So Song, though, you know, just doing exactly what you wanted to do. We did see a Flame Horizon happen on a Kayle, and it was still not enough to win. But again, that was a team composition that didn't quite have the same front line that he currently has, at least in the Mumu and the Leona. So that's a pretty significant difference in this game. It does have the team composition that could potentially work really, really well with this Kayle. Again, they just got to get there to that late game, and they're kind of on their way. Like, they're behind in gold right now. They're 1.3k behind. But they got that Cloud Drake, so they kind of have this insurance policy that could potentially like at least slow down the other team. Like, they didn't let the other team just get 2 Drakes to start off with. That's always huge when you're the scaling composition. So they have bought that much time with that Drake, and they're going to continue to push it forward and hopefully bring this to the late game, at least hopefully for them.
Yeah, and you know, if we look at how the gold is being spread, we'll actually put that on hold because Zong getting royal treatment here. 3-man gank at the top.
Yeah, they want to disrespect you, take you down. Aelith is going to finally pick up that kill, even up that lead that was created by the CS from the gold they get from the kill. So nice job from the team. We're going to make something happen here. Meanwhile, Vark has met Ninsasin over here, who is just trying to back over on the bottom side, and Assassin just taking so much damage, trying to just walk away. Flash comes through, also needs the heal, so taking out both their summoner spells is Vark using their flash for themselves. They of course have teleport on them, so not a combat summoner, but that's a nice advantage. You're going to continue to win more and more on this CS lead in the bot lane as you're going to push these minions into the tower and deny that away from Assassin.
Yeah, and Assassin pulling off some sneaky ninja moves there because you actually came in. We didn't get to see that, unfortunately, but you actually went in trying to kill Assassin as well. Assassin manages to get out, and now Doopy steals away the blue buff, but can he get back out when NA's Doom is collapsing and everybody else is
NA's Doom's got 2 levels on you. Is pretty nasty. Got that nice little stun here. Bork trying to help out Doopy as any way they can, at least by doing a bunch of damage. Does do a decent amount, but it will be not enough to stave away the kill. And now this dragon looks like it'll be an Assassins, as Play no longer has their jungler, but hey, potentially Ezreal can make this uncomfortable, at least for them, because right now you hit some really clutch W and Qs. It could potentially make this look really nasty. You also have Yule awkwardly using the E incorrectly on the side there.
Just dancing over there.
No, that's so awkward. At first I was like, okay, maybe they're gonna flash in, jump, doing something crazy, but instead they just like... yeah, you hate to see it. But now here comes the rest of this red team to come assassinate you, Yule. You hate to see it. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, Johnny, you know, that was kind of rough, unfortunately. True Shot Barrage was already used by Park, so no real steal attempt available. Oh, Doopy, are you going to get caught here? I think Doopy's still actually fine at this point if it's just against Ricky. The problem, though, is look at the mid lane with Shelly charging down there, took out the outer turret, and that's going to give, you know, sort of the advantage to the side of Ninsassins to be able to just collapse, and Doopy's in a risky position here.
Yeah, they're continuing to push there. Doopy misses the bandage toss, does have the blast cone to just push himself right back into the rest of the team. Trivia Boy trying to save him with their own ultimate, but NA is doomed. Will pick up that kill. They'll now turn on Trivia Boy, and in comes Yule. Fate Seal takes them out. Vark actually securing the kill. Ends up being a 2-for-2 in a little bit of extended fight, but we still have a 3,000 gold lead right now for an Insect.
Okay, not the worst thing that could happen there. I honestly thought that was going to go a lot worse when Doopy took the blast cone into the middle of the rest of the Assassins there. In fact, I actually think that's beneficial for the side of Blade Purple, because they bought Vark time as well in the bot lane to continue farming up. You know, that Mana Mune is continuing to stack. Sheen picked up as well now. And you trade 2-for-2 when you're behind, that's okay. When you're a skilling team, it's even better, because when you trade kills like that evenly, what you're doing is you're accelerating the pace of the game. Everybody gets gold here. So the fact that it kind of went on the ADC is a good thing here. So they continue to pick up their pace, and they're looking roughly for about a 20-25 minute really power spike to come out from the side of Glaive Purple, where they can start fighting. Anything before that, and they're really going to struggle. Not only that, but in Assassin, the misfortune has not had any impact whatsoever outside of the bot lane. And that's kind of a win, because that bullet time is massive in the early stages of the game. The longer you can hold off on bullet time contributing any meaningful impact, that's good for them. And Klonk is just punishing here.
Klonk just does so much damage now. It's starting to become real champion over here, but here's NA's Doom trying to make something happen right now. Gonna do some decent damage onto Klonk and Doopy are now trying to run away. They'll get out of that for now. NA's Doom's making their way over towards the top lane, trying to extend that advantage they've kind of got in this game. Enjoying 6,700 gold, the most in the game right now. So Klonk is a big scary dino.
A little bit, except the scary dino almost got bowled over there. The bowling ball actually interrupted the back. It was kind of dicey, and because of that, they will now lose the first turret. Sorry, not the first turret, top turret, pardon me. That is the second turret going down. Shelly took the first one. But NA is doomed, got just free time alone because Klonk Zonk's recall was cancelled. And so far, Ricky, you know, those bowling balls have been really annoying for the side of Glaive Purple. Able to cancel recalls, able to fish for damage, and even if they don't use that lilting lullaby, even if the Jolly doesn't come through, the threat of it is sufficient.
Exactly.
Bot lane, though, are we going to see it engage?
Club 68 running forward, does have the quickness available. See if they want to use it, make an aggressive play over here, because bull time also available. But right now, it looks like they're just pushing in the lane, trying to get closer. They're down 28 CS right now, which is roughly a kill in a little bit. So they want to kind of get that goal back here. They do have that lethality item in Eclipse, whereas the Ezreal hasn't actually spent a lot of gold that he's currently holding, 900 gold right now. So it does kind of make that power closer to even. So it could potentially mean a play could happen from this bot lane if they want to go for it. But right now, they spent a little bit too much time, and Doopy's made their way over here to help too as well. So if they still go for a play here, could be rough. But it's right now sitting at a 3v3, and now Yule's made their way down here to the bot here, so it would be a 4v3 as more people just keep coming towards the bot lane. But that's sussed out right now by Ninsassin, the team, and the player, as they just back off and go, we'll fight another day.
And I mean, I like to see that they're still trying to be proactive, but the problem is, as you mentioned, you know, in that bot lane right now, Vark's only sitting on a Sheen. and a Mana Mune. It's not completed. It's not a Mirror Mana yet. You look across an Assassin. The Eclipse is completed. And I feel like if you don't manage to instantly burst down an Assassin there, that's not a fight you necessarily win 3v3. And I'm not sure they actually can burst down an Assassin. The flash was up. The heal was up as well. So I feel like that was really risky to try and force it. Props to them for trying at least, though, so they're not just rolling over. But they do lose pressure in the mid lane. And the mid lane inner turret's already so low here. NA's Doom could potentially just look to dive you, go in, take the turret, and then turn on you here. He's tanky enough for sure. And now Doopy running to the top side. Will this finally be the day they catch Elf?
Yeah, Clonk Ronk Sonk wants to finally get a kill in this game and looking to try to set him up is Doopy. Nice flash by Elif, but you can't flash that gigantic ability. Cursed Sound Mummy will lock you down. Clonk Ronk Sonk will pick up the kill. However, the dragon does end up going towards the Assassins as they are able to realize where the jungler is and go, we can take this objective.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's all they lose there, 1-for-1, and they can pick up Herald, I think that's a win. But the problem is, look how the Assassins are setting up. They're all around the bot side. Mid lane turret, like I said, that's just bait. We talk a lot about how, that bot lane turret, Johnny, I know you love it when they leave that up and it's kind of low and it's bait. They're doing the same thing with the mid lane inner turret right now. Anybody who tries to defend it in unequal numbers can potentially get dope. No one is tanky enough. Even if you're Doopy, even if you're Clonk Grong Zong with Divine Judgment available, you will still die if you try and hold this turret. So that's complete bait.
Yeah.
And they knew that bot lane as well. Vark was on his own. Could potentially dive that. They don't ultimately manage to pull the trigger on anything, but the fact that they could pressure is not a good sign. Doopy did pick up Herald though, so that is, another major objective they pick up. They're trying to scale. They're only 3,000 behind right now, and considering that they're down 2 turrets, not the shabbiest, and Clonk Grong Zonk is slowly scaling up.
And what I kind of like too is it's been happening that, yeah, they're down these 3 turrets, but it does kind of afford you this opportunity to freeze at least the side lanes. The mid one is a little bit scary to freeze because it's kind of easier for them to come at you at a bunch of different angles. But you saw for a while Ezreal was kind of chilling in bot, was able to pick up a bunch more CS was that for a little while there, able to get a significant lead, and like Ezreal is could potentially be a late game carry for you too as well, along with Clonk Grong Sonk. And right now this is like, yeah, you're down 4k or 3.2k right now, but you're actually in a little bit of a comfortable position if you kind of just like don't let anything happen with Assassin to let them snowball and let them come at you. So they've actually been playing the past few minutes very, very well to kind of not to keep this lead only at this point. So here we go. They're trying to fight over here, trying to invade onto this jungle. But right now, they're doing an excellent job. Yule's pushing out the side lane. That's not going to be answered. So that's going to be minions pushing the tower. It'll bounce back to them, assuming like if they can't fix the wave for an Assassin. So this is really good macro right now by Glaive Per, and they're showing why they're a team that should be reckoned with, even though they're behind in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned in the last game too, even when they went killless against UBC, they still found gold around the map. It wasn't like they just gave up, and couldn't do anything. They were still actively trying to find stuff here, and we're seeing that here. They are actually a really strong team, even when playing from behind. Right now, the only things they need to really watch for right now is that Baron. They can't afford to give up another dragon here. It's not Soul Point just yet, but they can't afford to give up Baron. And to be fair, I don't think the Assassins can actually take a Baron unless they sneak it. The contest is too dangerous, too strong. Shelly does take down a turret, so they close some of that gold gap a little bit by taking down the mid lane turret.
Ooh, I love to know, wanting to make a play onto Doopy here, jumping straight forward. Doopy does have ultimate available if they want to use it. He is going to go to sleep. Not the sleepy trouble bubble, but the same thing. Ricky able to get the drowsy on them and then put them to sleep, so they're able to eliminate that one. So Doopy down. That's your big jungler, big frontline down, and now they're potentially looking at this Baron. So that was the exact mistake you didn't want to make if you were Glaive Per.
Exactly. I mean, the big risk of them trying to take Baron is those big AoE ultimates coming through, locking them up. They still have that Solar Flare, but Solar Flare by itself might not be sufficient, and without the pressure of that jungle smite, that's going to be an issue as well. No lullaby for Ricky, so I feel like if there is a time to try and punish, it will be now. You can already see they're taking a lot of damage. Baron down to less than half health.
Yeah, they're certainly pushing out there. It's 3,000 health left on this Baron now. They're continuing to just burn this out, and no one's here to contest it. They try to use a couple ultimates to do something, but it will not happen. And Assassins picks this one up, but they're trying to see if they get some exit frags here as they tried to jump on the Islet there for a moment as the Zenith Blade from Trivia Boy did hit, but it will not mean they get any kills, so they get out of that one unscathed. And as much as I was just recently praising Glaive Per's macro, Ninsassin now are showing, yeah, we're really good at that thing too.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to find picks all game here. And now Klonk Gronk Zonk might be the next one in their list of sort of hit targets here. Can Klonk get out? There's no turret behind.
Oh, Clonk Gronk Zonk's got a little trouble, but does do a pretty decent amount of damage. Gonna use that Divine Judgment to save themselves for a moment and then get the kill onto the NA is Doom. So this is a huge 2v1 right now as Clonk Gronk Zonk is doing some work here, but here comes Ricky and here comes Doopy. Doopy now gonna jump in with the Curse Stab Mummy. Ricky does end up picking up that kill onto Clonk Gronk Zonk as they continue going forward here, but now Doopy's the one in trouble as then Assassin is gonna kill that one there. Ooh, the True Shot Barrage almost taking out Isla, but not going to quite do that yet. And now we see the dragon spawning up, and it looks like this one could go to Glaive Per here, which again could help further stall out this game, but they're not willing to give this up for free just yet. Isn't Assassin? They're going to come fight for it. Cobb68 wants to jump in there. Ooh, you with the Fate Sealed, getting a whole bunch of them, trying to murder them down, using the two swords. The ninja kind of getting it done. Ricky is going to be focused down. They get taken out too. Huge play right now for Glaive Per to pick up a couple kills, and they will for sure get this dragon.
Vark is online. Mira Mana completed. Divine Sunder as well. Able to just shred through. And Yule, this is why we kept praising Yule sky high. I feel like we kept praising Yule and he just never showed up. But this is it. He just dives in and he knows how much damage he can do with that Immortal Shield Bow as well. Really turning the tides. That was a fight where they had uneven numbers. Ale TPing in as well. But I feel like they're starting to come online. This is that late game threat. Now the Ezreal's there. Yone was suppressed, but he's Yasuo's brother for a reason. That 0-10 power spike exists for Yasuo. Well, Yone kind of has something similar. Once he gets a couple items, Bloodthirster, Immortal Shield Bow, enough lifesteal, he's online. And so I feel like the next thing we need to look at now is for items, where is the healing cut? Neither team has really built it yet. You've got the Bramble Vest for Doopy, so we're not seeing, the Demonic Embrace necessarily be the item of choice here, because I feel like Doopy just needs to survive right now rather than try and deal damage. This is not your Conqueror Mumu, so the damage doesn't heal you. This is your more typical Mumu with that Aftershock here. So health, tankiness, that's what you want to do. And now that they're coming online, we've already seen Klonk Gronk Zonk doing a lot of work, Riftmaker as well now. I feel like now we might start to see them come back. But step one is that they need to not get caught.
Yeah, last time we talked about kind of big power spikes and waiting for those item loses wasn't in our first game. And you're just kind of seeing that coming through right now in this game. And here comes Isla trying to get down Klonk Gronk Zonk, who did the 2v1 last time. Can he do it again? Can he keep getting away with this? He does go drowsy though, so that ultimate will take him out. So Klonk Gronk Zonk not able to complete the 2v1 this time around, and now everyone's coming to surround Droopy once again, who's kind of been a little bit of a punching bag in this game, taking it 0-5. And here comes the Rakan, the quickness coming right at you, gonna taunt you up, gonna force Droopy to use the ultimate, and there comes that bullet time to try to kill someone, but it won't be enough quite yet. Here's NA is Doomed, coming in with the flag, taking out Doopy. Nice play by Ricky to follow up with the damage on there. Meanwhile, we tune back into our bot lane. Fate Sealed comes out from Yule, trying to take out Aelith. Aelith can't quite go anywhere. Oh, is able to narrowly escape, able to get onto that wall and jump away. So, after all that action, it's still just 2 kills right now for an Assassin. And this is a game that's really, really close to breaking loose for one of these two teams, and I'm not even sure which one yet.
Yeah, I mean, with the skill, we can never quite count out Glaive Per. And I want to point out that Doopy on this Amumu, when we've watched the previous 2 Amumu games, one thing that Amumus have not been afraid to do is burn that ultimate early. Curse of the Sand Mummy, you go and you think you'll find the pick, just do it. But Doopy's been holding on to that and using it defensively instead. And I feel like that's really been hurting, because if Doopy had used it immediately, maybe Klonk doesn't go down. Maybe they get the kill on Ilth right away instead of, getting chased out and then struggling like crazy. And now you will get spotted out there. That's 4 people.
And one thing that Glaive Per keep doing is just getting caught out by themselves. And Yule will go down there, not able to pull any sort of miracle fight to kill the rest of them. So now they're continuing this chase onto other members here of Glaive Per. And Assassin keeps moving forward. Trivia Boy trying to stun up Ricky to at least throw some down. Cobb trying to jump in here. Divine Judgment used on Klonk Gronk Zonk himself. Gonna save them for themselves for now. The rest of them are just trying to run away because they just want to survive, because they kind of know they could potentially fight for this bear in 50 seconds, but they can't really do it if all of them die.
And credit to Glaive Purper there for getting out. I honestly didn't think they were going to get out unscathed there. Klong Grong Zong, like walking a very fine line to make sure he wasn't close enough to a wall that he got hook-shotted, and yet, somehow weaving his way through 4 members. And then Sasson, you could see Sasson running. He was like, uh-oh, I'm on my own. And Klong Grong Zong could actually burst me down here. So they didn't quite manage the pincer there. And that's, again, another kill, another catch. And I feel like that's been Glaive Purper's Achilles heel so far, is constantly they're getting caught. Klonk over pushes, gets caught. Doopy over pushes, tries to make a pick, gets caught. You overextend, gets caught again. It's only Vark and Trivia Boy who are not doing that, and that's why they're combined 2-1 right now, because they're not overextending. They're being careful. They're just slowly, farming it up. And considering that the score is 7-14, they're 1 turret down here. The goal lead is only about 4,000, which when you consider that 5 minutes ago, it's 3 point something thousand, it's not too bad. They are still bleeding out, but the blood flow is very, very sluggish here. They're trying to sneak away the Baron. There is no vision.
Oh my goodness. And what they're going to continue to do is now got it down to about 8,000 health here. They don't know. They have no idea. They're just pushing over towards the bottom side of this jungle. It's 3,000 health now. They're just keeping it down. They get the Baron. What a sneak. What a great call by whomever the shot caller is of Glaive Purper to make that one and get that going. Huge take. Yeah, you're 0-6, but you're very, very happy to secure that jungle objective. You give up this dragon, whatever. Ooh, actually... that was pretty a little bit close to a steal there with a true shot barrage, but they give up that dragon, whatever. It's not the soul yet, so you're not that mad about it, and you have this Baron buff that could potentially, stall out this game even further. But will they get stuck in this jungle? Doopy, no! Using the Curse of the Sad Mummy to knock up a bunch of... Oh, Fate Sealed is getting ton of the Vark. Has got the follow-up damage too as well. They're trying to follow it right back. Let's see if they'll be able to kill onto that kill, so they're not blowing up everyone right now. NA is doomed, however, gets 1 kill. That does immediately get traded over 2 as well, so it's still a 2-for-2. But right now you have the damage carries still up for Glaive Purper, so they're trying to get the chase on while the rest of them run away. So big 2-for-2. You get rid of some of those Baron buffs, but I would still kind of put that at advantage Glaive Purper by a slight margin.
Yeah, they can still continue pushing right here. And the one who went down was NA is doomed. That was sort of their tankier member a little bit. So they can just, potentially threaten a dive, because you and Vark are up, and they're sort of the big damage dealers. I want to point out Doopy getting caught using the Curse of the Sand Mummy immediately, and that's the difference.
Jumping in right now is Yule and knocking them up and doing a bunch of damage, taking out an assassin. That's exactly what you want to do as champion. I love seeing Yule having a couple pop-up performances, but Aelith wants to answer this. So does Cobb68. They're jumping forward with the quickness to try to get rid of everyone else here on Glaive Purper, but here is Yule trying to save their AD carry. Will they do it in fashion? They do it in style. Another shutdown on Yule. 5-3 and completely popping off.
And Vark was just baiting there. That pop-off is fully well-deserved. I want to point out, Vark had flash almost the entire time there. He waited till the very last second to use it because he was trying to lure them into Yule. Trying to say, okay, can we take them? They're squishies. It is that Rakan. It is Aelith. Aelith doing a lot of damage. That's at the Serap's Gauge now. The TP now coming in from Vark.
I said potentially they were just going to use this Baron to stall, but they're using it to get another inhibitor. Sometimes you want to leave that middle inhibitor, but right now, if they can use this to kind of get pressure. But the issue is there's no actual neutral objectives up, so the kind of awkward part about taking the middle inhibitor is you sort of just feed experience to the enemy team in this sense, that they can kind of get this waves that constantly push them, and you're not actually pressuring for any objectives because nothing's up for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Infernal Drake, 3 minutes and 16 seconds for Baron Nashor. So it's sort of nice, but it actually mildly a trap. But either way, though, they do have an advantage right now, and they can kind of continue to potentially go into this late game because they've basically evened up this gold now.
Yeah, and I mean, the game state's kind of weird because I agree with you, Johnny. Normally, that inhibitor right now, I mean, sure, it's gold in your pocket, sure, it's pressure, but like you said, the objectives aren't quite... The timing's a little off. I mean, I think it will still apply pressure for that Inferno when you don't want to give soul over. But at the same time, because, they are that late game skill and composition, I feel like they actually kind of don't mind even if the game just stalls and they don't and they feed a bit of gold, as long as they can find gold on their own end. They're pretty happy about it. And at 50,000 gold, pardon me, a 1,000 gold difference is next to nothing. We kept talking about how Glaive Purper was turtling. They're stalling. well, I think they stalled long enough. Lichbane, Nash's Tooth, Riftmaker, Clonk Rongzong is online. For Vark, he's got, the Mana, the Blade of the Ruin King now picked up, He's well and happy as well that Tiamat able to, pump out the damage in these team fights. And Yule, with the Rage Bait complete as well, has just been absolutely shredding now. And where is the healing cut? I'm still not seeing it cut through.
Yeah, and they're not doing that. And the other thing is, like, we were talking about earlier, I felt a little bad for Yule because I felt like maybe we caster cursed him a little because we were talking him up, but he's completely going off in this game. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of this player. It's exactly the potential he has. He's making a huge difference. They're now pushing in his bot lane, but is pushing over that top lane too as well, so that is pretty significant that they're kind of able to get that because I think they can actually push harder on the Camille. So, man, this is like one of those games that are just like right on the edge because right now this is a huge play by Elf. They're just trying to stop the backs right now for Glaive Purpur as they continue to push in. They do eventually get the back from Clonk Rongzong, so that Elf does recognize that they have to back off there because they can't fight Clonk Rongzong at all. So they're going to be able to get that. They're now waiting for this 30-second timer for this dragon to spawn. And the one thing you did afford, again, like you mentioned earlier, you do get a little bit of pressure on this dragon eventually because now you're able to kind of put down the vision over here while they have to go deal with those super minions in the mid lane. So they at least kind of got that out of taking that inhibitor. But we'll see what they even actually do with it. Ael's now trying to find a 1v1 on the Clonk Rongzong, who's going to use Divine Judgment so far on themselves. The rest of the team has now come to follow off, and Elf, with the rest of their team, able to hugely secure that. However, Yone is pushing the bot lane. They're able to get that all the way towards the turret, and now they're going to be working on this dragon. So they're able to get that going. They got the dragon. They prevent the soul now, and now they're also on soul point. So that's huge with 25 seconds left to go on this Baron now spawning.
And what on earth are we watching, Johnny? I feel like we're watching one of the highest, high-stakes poker game where everybody at the table is bluffing. Like, my heart's racing. Aelt went to push in that top lane with no TP. If they had chosen to engage, that could have been game. There was no TP, no way to do anything. And then you get Clonk Rongzong going down, gets caught, and they just decide to turn and burn on the dragon with Yule pushing up the bot side. And now Baron
this is a scary call.
Clonk Rongzong still dead. TP is available, but look how fast it's going down.
This is kind of a scary call because even if they get this, the exit kills could potentially end the game. Let's see what happens here. They do get this Baron. Let's see if they engage. Here comes Fate Seal. Yule is trying to slash them all down. You're getting Ricky going golden and get a lift for now, but Vark will pick up that kill on the Cobb 68. Clonk Rongzong does follow it with the kill on the Ricky. So that's 2 members down. They're down for 50 seconds. It's 34 minutes in this game. It is late game. It is late game Kale. It is late game Ezreal. It is late game Yone.
And we're getting yet another ballsy bluff, another coin flip here. Is Baron on 3 members better, or is 5 people pushing in with the inhibitor down gonna be better here? Death timers right now. We do have Aelf back up. Yeah, they're looking
They're
for
not even going for that bottom here. They're just trying to end here. You do see the bullet time do force them off because it does kill off those minions that were right there. And again, they do have this Baron buff to stop them. So I kind of think they should have just went for this bot lane initially to kind of start off with. But good job right now for an assassin to fend this off and put this nice edge of a game. I think that I can't remember if I said it on air or if I said it off air, but I was saying, hey, I'm down for a 15-minute game if it's our last one of the day. And this is looking like it potentially could be that, even though we have an inhibitor down already.
Yeah, and I mean, we kept saying that Glaive Purpur scales, but when you hit, like, the 60-minute mark, I feel like at the 60-minute mark, it's less about who scales at that point and just who executes better when it comes down to the clutch moment. And Glaive Purpur is trying to set up some very finely crafted cheese here. Aelth is about to get a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, the one time you get caught could be the one time that ends the game. They're going to push on through here. Meanwhile, the rest of them are pushing over to this bot lane. The shutdown, of course, does go to Vark here. Now proves to 5-0-5, but they have teleport available, so they are going to be able to stop this push from the mid lane. A great call by Glaive Purpur.
And, I mean, for Vark, with that teleport, late game, it's not as important. You're not going to see Vark split push quite as much. So, great immediate response. I love it. They lose nothing for it. And more importantly, they stall out that Baron. And at this point, yeah, you got 2 kills, you lost Baron, and I was thinking, which is worth more? I feel like the Baron's worth more, but if they stall out this way, then it's perfectly fine. It's okay. And what's going to be huge is in 2 minutes, Infernal Soul comes up. And while Baron has been such an important part of the game, teams have been fighting for it, the Soul is permanent. Whichever team gets it gets a permanent buff. And when the fights have been so close, it's not gone all Glaive Purper's way, even though they've finally scaled up. The fights are still so close here. Whoever gets the Infernal Soul, I feel like that's going to be one of the big tipping points. And even more importantly, whoever wins that fight, if we get an ace, if we get 4 kills here, that could be game for either team.
Yeah, and especially something like Infernal Soul, that's the great equalizer to scaling, is the Infernal Soul, because the potentially then 3 Infernal Drakes you have is just 12% extra damage. That's a ton, plus the Infernal Soul, which is just like a free Ludens basically on everyone. It just smacks you really, really, really hard and potentially can equal out kind of that scaling over the other team. And of course, if you are the scaling team with that, you just added that to your team too as well. So this dragon is hugely important, spawning in a minute 20. We're at the 37.5-minute mark of this game, and it could completely explode depending on who gets this last dragon.
Yeah, and the shoe's on the other foot now this time. Last time it was Ilth without the TP making the ballsy push-out play. This time Ilth has TP, Klonk does not. So Klonk has to be very, very careful here.
Going in forward, going for the tower dive. Trivia Boy is right there, but so is Cobb68. Depending on if Zenith played, does not hit anybody. So all it means is Klonk is going to continue to push this out. Elf using their ultimate, and that one is down. The rest of Ninsassin pushing in through that mid lane. Vision being established right now by Doopy on to said important dragon. It's still another 30 seconds to come up. Meanwhile, nice job once again by Yule to continue to push in the lane, but Doopy's got themselves in a little bit of trouble. Does not quite have all the team around them quite yet. Is going to use the ultimate to slow them down for now. Now finally Trivia Boy and Fork are here to join and continue the damage. Yule is coming around the corner too as well, so as they're trying to run away, here's Yule jumping in now, has the ability to assassinate all of them. Will eventually at least get one of them and they'll move back. So that will be 1 kill there. Klonk Gong Song flashing in, picking up 2 kills there, and now they have pure priority on this dragon. They're gonna get this Infernal Soul, and Glaive Purper might finally be able to win this game with this soul.
Forget the dragon fight. Forget Doopy getting caught out. He did the catching this time. And that's what I wanted to see. Curse of the Sand Mummy being used so proactively there was just massive. They find Cobb, they find Elf, and that bot lane turret is almost dead. It's on its last legs.
Oh boy, NA's Doom, what are you going to do over here? Like I said, sometimes this champion feels pretty bad coming to the late game, but look at Conqueror Song just melt anything in their path, just destroying that turret. Gonna work on this inhibitor death. It barely stands. Vark also contributing so much damage to taking down these turrets, these towers, these inhibitors. They're all gone now. They can now rotate over towards the top lane. They can now move over towards this Baron that's spawning in 1 minute. This is right now Glaive Purper's game to lose.
And this is such good timing. We said that the first inhibitor take, not so great timing, but this time it's much better. As you mentioned, Baron in 1 minute here. They will have supers pushing up the mid, up the bot lane as well. Elf does have TP, so can look to sort of split push and then teleport to the Baron. But, you know, it's going to be rougher. And teleport does have a channel time. It's, what, a 4-second channel time there? For 4 seconds, we've seen the damage that's been coming out. If Ninsassin Cobb gets caught, they will be dead in... Forget 4 seconds, they're dead in 2.
Yeah.
So it's kind of risky. And the teleport's actually being used proactively here.
Yeah, they're trying to make a play here. I think potentially realizing if that they kind of let the slow push happen against them, there'll be nothing they can do to potentially defend. Banner shots will not hit anyone, but here comes the Fate Seal. Yule trying to jump in there, trying to assassinate another person, will eventually have to just go back. So, going for the hyphy play. I greatly appreciate that. So that's a big ultimate down right now for this Yone, but now they're moving towards this Baron, and I don't know if you do it, to be completely honest, because that's completely scary to give yourself the Baron debuff, but right now they're trying to find a pick. They haven't started it yet, so smartly, I believe, right now, is Glaive Purper just kind of playing around here. Again, they have inhibitor
Supers.
lanes that are just pushing themselves, so they can kind of afford to play this waiting game and wait for them to have to answer those, and then they can do whatever they want. So good, patient play by Glaive Purper. Now that someone's going to answer it, exactly, go straight to the Baron. They can do this now, and they won't be contested. Great macro once again.
Down. That was incredible.
Look how fast that's done. It's instant. It's crazy.
Wow, and the shoe has really gone to the other foot now. Ale teleporting in early, they had to make a play off of that because Ale didn't have teleport anymore. They simply couldn't fight. When Ale went back, whoever went back to deal with that would have immediately signaled a Baron take because that Baron, what was that? 6 seconds? 5 seconds? That was so fast. Yeah, they're pushing in now. They just have to be careful they don't get caught before Trivia Boy is there.
And the IELTS wants to try to catch onto this AD carry, but they haven't killed him yet. It'll be the first time Vork has gone down this game, and a big team fight blows up. All these ultimates blowing up all in the middle. Leads right now to a 2 for 2. It's now 3 for 2 because Klonk, Gronk, Zonk just destroys things. They've killed a bunch of them. They still have Yone. They still have Kale on that 666 score, and they can just push into this base now because your wave clear is basically gone, and Assassin does not have ultimate currently available to clear the wave with that. You have Baron with you too. What can Elf and Nin Assassin do? They have to go for something desperate, and they possibly cannot. Elf trying to go for said desperate play, trying to jump in there, but all it means is you break your GA, you go down, shut down for Clonk Grog Zonk. Big win for Glaive Per, and what a finale to our day as they put on a show and take out Nin Assassin.
And we talked about a redemption arc here. Johnny and Glaive Purper has done it. What a way to come back here. And it was really, this was potentially the best game we could have possibly picked to stream to end day one on, because it was such a back and forth game. 21-20 was the kill score. That tells you how close this was. And up to the very, very last fight, Glaive Purper, you weren't sure they were gonna win it. I mean, Nin Assassins, that last fight, it looked like they might turn it for a second. They found the pick. That was a 5v4. Trivia Boy wasn't there, but Doopy this time, the patience. I like a very proactive Curse of the Sad Mummy, but this time he held it, got that 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. Sure, it didn't interrupt the bullet time. Bullet time got off, but Klonk Grog Zong took no damage, and that late game kill, so strong.
And all day we've seen Kales lose, and we're just like waiting for kind of like this kind of a Kale game because we knew this was possible to happen, and it finally comes through. So the Amumu remains undefeated. The completely defeated streak ends up finally going away. So congratulations right now towards this team. Glaive Prepare, they win that. So as we quickly check in kind of what is up with the last of our standings here, we do have like a 3-way tiebreak in our group A that's going to be resolved off stream. So we'll check in with that probably tomorrow when we first kind of get back on the stream. But I do want to thank all of our sponsors one last time. Of course, our presenting sponsor in Dailyhive. Thank you very much. Vanas, thank you very much for doing the work you do for us. Monster Cat, Red Bull, and Herbaland. Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping make this tournament possible. We'll be back again tomorrow. So make sure you're following this channel. Make sure you follow the Gaming Stadium on Twitter and everything. And we'll be back with more action tomorrow and our quarterfinals. And I'm very excited. Anything you want to say to end off the day, Random Minion Kiddos?
Well, thanks also to all the viewers out there. You guys have been a blast. Thanks for tuning in. I know it's been a long day, and you guys have made it that much better. Love the interaction, and hope to see you guys tomorrow as well.
Definitely. I've been Johnny Esports this whole time. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'm excited for the playoffs of our signature series presented by Dailyhive. We'll see you then.